On the day of awakening, I actually turned into a pair of underpants, or the one that's about to be worn by the school beauty. Because in this world, women are respected, responsible for taking up all kinds of weapons to resist the foreign demons, while males can only awaken into various equipment. Some awaken the Emperor's armor. Some control the power of the 5 elements, some awaken the Hautian hammer. A single strike can destroy the heavens and the earth. There are even those who awaken into kitchen knives. The first cut can chop off 99% of the opponent's body. At this moment, a group of men stand on the playground for women to choose from. One of the rich ladies took a fancy to a boy who awakened his crystal high heels. I couldn't help but cast an envious look. This rich lady's figure and appearance are quite top-notch. It would be great to be stepped on by her. But I quickly came to my senses, because it was about to be my turn to take the stage. As the grand formation slowly lit up, the light on my body became stronger and stronger, and the world also began to show signs of strangeness. The left is the azure dragon, the right is the white tiger. In the middle, the vermilion bird walks horizontally. This is the omen of the birth of a cosmic-level weapon. The elders of the War God Academy also realized it and quickly reinforced the protective shield. At this moment, a touch of red light rose, and something slowly floated down from the sky, and it fell on my head. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was startled. Who threw their underwear around, then disdainfully threw it on the ground and even stepped on it a couple of times? My old man saw this and immediately rushed up to the stage, giving me a big slap in the face. Do you want to drive your old man crazy? You just threw away a cosmic class armor. Seeing my old man and the elders of the War God Academy react so strongly, I also have serious doubts. If it's cosmic class, then wouldn't I be invincible? But I quickly squatted down and held the underwear tightly to my chest. The dean also promptly instructed me to call it with my mind. In a flash of red light, the underwear disappeared from my embrace. But I had stepped on the underwear a few times before, and now there were several big footprints on my face, and a piece of chewing gum stuck in my hair. After the dean explained it to me, I realized that after awakening, the weapon becomes another form of the body. So, the underwear is me, and I am the underwear. However, in this world, cosmic class weapons are only recorded in the annals. Without a doubt, I became the apple of the eye for the female students of the academy. The dean also extended an olive branch to me, asking if I would like to join our War God Academy, and offering me anything I desired within the academy. Upon hearing this, I fixed my gaze on the school belle Lin Qingwan and smirked darkly. But the naked gaze also made Lin Qingwan feel embarrassed, and she attacked with her sword. Before I could react, the red underwear automatically detached from the color embryo, and the rebounding attack made Lin Qingwan fall in panic. But I wasn't in a good position either, as being stabbed on the underwear was equivalent to being stabbed myself. A chill rose from the crotch, which made me unable to help but curse out loud. You impudent little brat. The dean couldn't help but say that Qingwan must not be rude. I'll take you as my disciple on behalf of the master. Luning is now my junior brother. Seeing the master speak, Lin Qingwan could only viciously retort, stinky thing. Falling into my hands, I'll make you wish you were dead. Then she ran back to Kunlun Market in tears to seclude herself. The news of awakening the cosmic level weapon was quickly released by the academy to the outside world, and major media outlets began to report it eagerly. Some unscrupulous merchants even produced the same goods, such as underwear sets and underwear fried rice. Although the ingredients used were still conventional, the shape made it a bit nauseating to look at. At this moment, a golden carriage was heading straight for the War God Academy. The visitor turned out to be Princess Disxia 7. Other noble families also rushed over, wanting to form a contract with me. But without exception, they are all top beauties. The dean asked Lu Ming, do you have someone in mind as your contract partner? I scanned the bodies of each female war god, blood dripping the whole time, and then solemnly replied, only children make choices. I want all of them. Suddenly, all the family heads started cursing. You're not afraid of being taken down by the West City people? This is a contract. It can only be signed once in a lifetime, unless both parties agree to terminate it. Someone even said, kid, you're playing us for fools. Believe me, you won't be able to leave this place. In a fit of anger, I walked up to the person and confronted him. Try hitting me. The person raised his hand but ultimately didn't dare to strike. Seeing this, I became even more arrogant. Each of your families has the most beautiful photos of the female war gods. Bring them all to show me. Finally, under the furious gazes of the major families, I issued the order to expel the guests. They could only walk further away amidst their complaints. At this point, the dean loudly questioned Lin Qingwan, you, a descendant of Kunlun Market, are reaching too high. You still want to hand everything over to me? Reflect on it in the council chamber. After saying this, the the dean and the other elders stormed out. But I secretly breathed a sigh of relief because I deliberately angered these people in order to gain the most benefits. What I didn't know was that because of my refusal, the 4 major families were already in a huge uproar. At this time, the head of the royal family is discussing with several elders how to secure their position, while continuous reports are coming from outside the door. There are reports of the Western River Miao tribe stationed at the border, demanding the surrender of territory, or else they will bring bloodshed to the world. News of the Zhao family in the capital, 108 members mysteriously killed last night, including the disappearance of the new generation female warrior Zhao Feier. Various major families have each used their own means, and ultimately negotiated a contract signing conference, relying on their abilities to compete. Only the ultimate victor can enter into a contract with me. At this point, I also stood up, preparing to go find the dean to discuss my plans. Just as I was about to push the door open, I accidentally collided with Lin Xingwan, who was about to come in from outside. Lin Xingwan was instructed by her master to have more contact with me, hoping to gain my favor and priority in obtaining the right to contract. If it weren't for the master's command, Lin Xingwan wouldn't have come to see a disciple like me. At this moment, I also recovered, and then, my gaze was drawn to a certain aspect of Lin Xingwan. Coincidentally, at this moment, the two of us were in the room together. Xingwan, you also don't want your master to find out about our collision, do you? That, you must be Lu Ning. I am Lin Xingwan, master asked me to come and see you. Lin Xingwan said emotionlessly. Oh, so it's Miss Lin. Please come in. Lu Ning's mischievous eyes stared at a certain place on Lin Xingwan. Where are you looking, Lu Ning? Lin Xingwan flicked her sleeve and turned to leave in anger. Miss Lin, don't leave in a hurry. Listen to me, don't think that I will accept you. Lu Ning shouted, he hadn't seen enough yet. The toad jumped out. Congratulations, host, your badass value has increased by 6 points, keep it up. Only 6 points, too little, it seems I have to find those old men. The old men of the War God Academy, they have really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Lu Ning found the dean of the War God Academy, and as soon as he spoke, the old dean's beard stood up in fright. Senior brother, I have something to ask you. I want to install an elevator on Mount Everest, can you do it? The dean thought he misheard and asked with a hint of doubt. Why do you want to install an elevator for that thing? If you want to go up, just take a plane. But Lu Ning persisted, Senior brother, it's better to share joy than to enjoy it alone. After installing the elevator, ordinary people can also go up and have fun. The toad jumped out, congratulations, host, your badass value has increased by 6 points. Toad, come out, how can you only give me 1 point of badass value, you're too stingy. Lu Ning shouted at the air, looking furious. Great and respected host, this is an old joke. So it's only worth 3 points of badass value. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. The toad replied like this. Oh no, my junior brother has gone crazy. The dean raised his hand to help him with his meridians, but when he thought of the magical rebound property of the red bitter tea, he hesitated and kept his hand up for a while. Senior brother, what are you doing? Do you want to hit me? Come on, hit me. Lu Ning even raised his butt. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the dean could only say, fine, installing an elevator is a small matter, I will apply for it for you. Senior brother, I have another request, can you drain the Pacific Ocean? I want to change the water and raise some freshwater fish. Lu Ning spoke again, looking like he was about to be beaten. The dean's beard was already raised as high as his nose in anger, and now he realized that Lu Ning was just playing with him. Get out of here, the farther the better. I don't want to see you again. Senior brother, I'm serious. Why are you so angry? Did you eat too much garlic? Lu Ning was fearless. Get out, I want to be alone. The dean waved his hand and the door opened automatically. Alone? Who is alone? You disrespectful old man, you're so bad. Lu Ning continued without fear. Congratulations, host, your badass value has increased by 38 points. Damn, Lu Ning was ecstatic. He didn't expect that this sentence would actually earn him 38 points of badass value. It was simply amazing, and he couldn't help but feel proud of his achievement. However, at this moment, the dean's face had turned as black as charcoal. He picked up the teapot in his hand and threw it at Lu Ning's head using his internal energy. The teapot bounced back, as if it had eyes, and hit the dean's head with a bang, instantly creating an egg-sized lump that turned into a horn within a few seconds. On the other hand, Lu Ning was also heavily beaten and rolled down the steps of the Academy Square like a gourd. A few days later, a rumor began to spread in the War God Academy. The 98-year-old dean has a lover named Jing Jing. When mentioning this rumor, Lu Ning guaranteed, if what I said is true, horns will grow on the dean's head. Everyone took Lu Ning's words as a joke because how could the dean, who they saw every day, possibly grow horns on his head? Unexpectedly, 2 days later, someone saw the dean with bandages wrapped around his head, forming the shape of a horn. Now, the dean's once glorious reputation at the War God Academy was ruined. After everyone believed in Luning's words, the system prompted an increase of 3,900 points in his badass value. It turns out that Luning realized that bragging also requires a technique, which is to make people believe. As long as someone believes, the badass value given will be high. This sounds a bit difficult, but Luning likes to challenge difficult things. A few days later, it was the day of the Huashan conference, and the War God Academy also received an invitation from the Xia Imperial clan. This invitation was from the Kunlun Market Organization, and even the War God Academy did not dare to neglect it. The major families also sent their strongest construction teams to carry out civil engineering construction on Huashan. This was allowed by the Xia Imperial clan, and they opened a green channel, obtaining permits for logging, excavation, stone dragging, and construction. Without these permits, any ordinary person who touches a single blade of grass or a tree on Huashan would be considered illegal theft and illegal logging, and would be punished by the Xia Imperial clan. As Huashan was bustling with construction, the major families were also working tirelessly, seizing every moment and allocating all resources to enhance the strength of their female war gods. After all, whoever can win Luning's universe-level red bitter tea at the Covenant Conference will be able to ensure the family's inheritance for thousands of years. Moreover, the universe-level inheritance has the effect of passing down to future generations. By then, there will be endless generations, with small bitter tea turning into old bitter tea. Just the bitter tea alone would be enough for other families to enjoy. At this moment, the female war gods also knew that they carried the great responsibility of revitalizing their families for thousands of years, and no one dared to be lazy. As the saying goes, sharpen your sword before battle, and you will be swift. Kunlun Market, Lin Xingwan, had already returned to her master's side. She pouted impatiently while listening to her master and the elders preaching. Xingwan, even if you don't like Luning, you still have to interact with him more. Feelings can be cultivated, you know. Do you know what the universe level represents? As long as you become his partner, you will be an existence that walks horizontally in heaven and earth. By then, Kunlun Market will be able to dominate for thousands of years again. Xingwan, your master sees you as the next leader of Kunlun Market. At that time, we will rely on you to lead Kunlun Market to a higher world. In fact, Kunlun Market is a secret realm created by an ancient powerhouse. According to the records, this ancient powerhouse was neither a god nor an immortal, but a creature that transcended the 5 elements. Some murals record that this ancient powerhouse was unparalleled throughout the ages and was revered as the emperor of the desolate sky. He had 3,727 children and left behind 9,821 secret realms. Nowadays, almost all life forms in the universe are descendants of this ancient powerhouse, and currently, Kunlun Market is the only secret realm that has fallen into this world. Just imagine, with one secret realm, Kunlun Market has been the leader of the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years. If they can find a few more secret realms, they might be able to soar to the sky and even obtain the method of immortality. Therefore, the people of Kunlun Market are very eager to rediscover the ancient secrets. After all, these old men have limited lifespans, and they can only live for 3,000 to 5,000 years at most. Under the persuasion of everyone, Lin Xingwan finally nodded, indicating that she would do her best to suppress her disgust towards Luning and strive to win the championship at the Covenant Conference. Looking at the Xia Imperial clan, as a family with a history of 90,000 years, their strength was undoubtedly remarkable. Especially the Xia Imperial clan's Imperial Dragon technique, it was a great divine technique in the cultivation world. It could even rank in the top 3 on the divine technique rankings. At this moment, Princess Huang Suluo stood in the magnificent Daxian Hall, changing out of her luxurious golden attire and replacing it with battle armor. Slender and graceful figure, arms like snow lotus, long jade legs, paired with delicate and smooth, tender and jade-like skin, truly elegant and imposing. Su Luo, you must remember, at all costs, you must form a contract with Honkacha, so that our royal family can prosper for thousands of years. Luor, as a member of the royal family, your happiness cannot be based on your own desires. Only someone like you, who awakened the cosmic level weapon, is worthy of someone like Lan Ning. Huang Su Luo nodded, indicating that she understood. She also knew that the interests of the family outweighed everything, and her own happiness was practically worthless compared to the family's interests. While all the major families were trying to persuade the female war god, Lan Ning, this cosmic-level tea-child, was still arguing with the elders of the War God Academy. On March 8th of the imperial calendar, the annual celebration day, the normally crowded food street of the War God Academy was packed. Girls came and went, in a sea of colors, brushing shoulders and chests, occasionally accompanied by a popping sound like a burst balloon. The girls carried fried meat skewers, big sausages, fried bananas, and takoyaki in their hands, some of which were deformed from being squeezed. In the noisy environment, news about the tea child could be heard from time to time. Isn't that Lan Ning? After being locked in the War God Academy for a week for defying the dean, Lan Ning couldn't stand such a boring life anymore. Most importantly, he couldn't show off by himself. Seeing that he was only a few thousand points away from exchanging for X-ray glasses, he was itching to do something. This kid was full of mischief at the moment. So, he made a huge change and disguised himself as an ordinary student. He wanted to go out on the street, and maybe brag a little. Just as he stepped out, Lan Ning was stopped by a classmate. "Tea child, where are you going?" Lan Ning was surprised and turned around to see Huang Lei, who usually didn't get along with him in class. He couldn't help but ask, "I dressed up like this, how did you recognize me?" "Tea child, your face looks just like a tea child, haha." Huang Lei mocked Lan Ning without giving him any face. Unusually, Lan Ning didn't argue back. Instead, he went back into his room and started to fiddle around. A few minutes later, Lan Ning, wrapped tightly, took another step outside. Huang Lei had already left for a while. As night fell, the girls from the food street gradually returned to the academy, but there were still at least 800 people passing by every minute. At this time, two girls were standing under a street lamp in the shade of a tree, looking at Lan Ning's strange appearance. The girl with short hair said, "Sister, what do you think that person is doing? Why is he dressed so strangely? Let me see, he looks like he's cosplaying as Cain. Didn't you see him covering his head, like a ninja?" The girl with long hair replied. The girl with short hair disagreed. "Cain is a girl, this person's figure clearly shows that he's a boy. Then he must be cosplaying as Lee Sin." The girl with long hair said again, "You must be crazy from playing games. Lee Sin is blind, and this person is obviously not blind." The two girls, suppressing their curiosity, finally caught up and decided to ask the person in the black robe what he was doing. After all, they were both awakened female war gods and were not afraid of whether this person was good or bad. Instead, they had an impulse to rid the world of evil. This person in the black robe was none other than Lan Ning, who had wrapped himself tightly. "Hey, you there, don't run. Why are you covering your head?" Lan Ning was startled and started running without thinking. And so, a strange scene unfolded on the street, with a man in black clothes desperately running and two girls chasing after him. "Sister, I can't run anymore. I don't think this person is a good person. Should we call the police?" The police car arrived in 3 minutes, and Luning didn't know that the police car was looking for him. He ran straight towards it and ended up tripping over a police officer. The subsequent plot was basically uneventful. Luning was taken to the police station and then he started boasting. "Name, age, where are you from? What do you do?" In the dim light, the police did not immediately recognize Luning, the internet-famous awakened tea drinker. "My name is Zhang San, also known as Outlaw, 18 years old, from the Land of Light, selling pancakes," Luning replied. The police thought he was talking nonsense. They had never heard of an outlaw or the Land of Light. This is a society governed by the rule of law, and Luning, as a troublemaker, couldn't be beaten or scolded. In the end, the police put him in a detention room for self-reflection. According to regulations, detention cannot exceed 24 hours, so Luning was confident, as the law doesn't say people can't walk with their heads covered. However, what Luning didn't expect was that the outside world had exploded due to his disappearance. Not only domestically, but even overseas, all eyes were on Luning. He was like a living Tang monk, taking a bite and becoming a god. Some countries wanted to capture Luning and cultivate a universe-level female warrior for their nation. Other countries wanted to destroy Luning, fearing the emergence of a universe-level powerhouse. There were also countries that wanted to use him as an experiment, extracting his blood for research. Some even wanted to use Luning as a breeding pig to produce the next generation. After the news spread from the War God Academy, major media outlets went crazy. Today's headline: latest news on the mysterious disappearance of awakened universe-level tea drinker Luning. We hope that major families will join in the search and beware of infiltration by foreign forces. A reward of 1 million gold will be given to anyone with information about Luning. Tomato News: Luning is missing. Currently, 90,000 officials have been mobilized for the search, and the situation will be continuously reported. Baidu News: according to insiders, the powerful awakened tea drinker Luning has disappeared and has been taken to Thailand. His life is in imminent danger. We hope the Thai police can find Luning as soon as possible and hand him over to our country for handling. Suga News: Luning mysteriously disappeared and is now confirmed dead. His body has been found in Thailand. We mourn the loss of a universe-level powerhouse. The rumors became more and more outrageous and frightening. The first two media outlets were relatively objective, but the latter two were like village-level intelligence agencies. Douyin platform appeals that the internet is not a lawless place. The investigation into Lu Ning's disappearance is still ongoing. The rumors of being taken to Thailand or death are false. We hope everyone will not spread rumors or believe in rumors. Major families around the world were closely monitoring Lu Ning's situation, and this incident even alarmed a mysterious figure. In the highest-level archive room of the War God Academy, a person dressed in a frog suit, whose gender and age were unknown, sat in front of a computer. The computer screen displayed the words, SSS Level Highest Archive. With a gentle touch on the screen, a prompt appeared to enter a 64-bit hexadecimal password. As the mysterious person's hands flew across the keyboard, the password was successfully entered. If Lu Ning saw it, he would surely scream in shock. On the computer, there was a simplified version of the boasting system, with various rewards, although it was missing many features compared to Lu Ning's upgraded version. Thinking back to this mysterious person wearing a frog suit, isn't it corresponding to the system's frog spirit? What is going on? Why is there a bragging system hidden in the highest archive room of the War God Academy? Who is this mysterious person? The mysterious person browsed the system for a while, then slammed his hand heavily on the computer, causing sparks to fly. It's time, it has finally come. I can sense it, my soul has returned. A voice, as if from hell, sounded, sending shivers down one's spine. Bang, the sound of a circuit breaker tripping echoed, and the entire archive room returned to tranquility. The mysterious person disappeared without a trace, even the dust on the computer desk returned to its original place. It's been almost 24 hours, and Lu Ning's detention period is about to expire. The police took him outside, and Lu Ning squinted his eyes, looking at the sunlight outside. As he was leaving, Lu Ning couldn't help but make a final remark. Some people have nothing better to do, wandering around with their hats on, spending their days with a cup of tea, a cigarette, and a newspaper. What can they do to me now? Anyone with eyes can see that Lu Ning has been caught. And then a tragic scene unfolded. At this moment, the satellite of the War God Academy captured Lu Ning's appearance and immediately sounded the alarm, which was promptly reported by the person in charge. Soon, the satellite of the Great Xia Imperial clan also captured it, and the clan leader was furious. Who gave them the audacity? How dare they imprison my future son-in-law? Spread the order, prepare the rocket troops, aim the rocket artillery at the place where Lu Ning is being held, and level it to the ground for me. The Great Xia Imperial clan had no choice but to resort to this method. Everyone knows that they are the ones who set the laws, and they control all the police stations in the world. If they mishandle this matter and are attacked because of it, public opinion will surely drown the Imperial clan. Building public trust is easy, but destroying it can happen in an instant. Just as Lu Ning walked 500 meters away, 3 rocket shells fell in the shape of a Chinese character, and the loud noise behind him scared Lu Ning into running for his life. After the Great Xia Imperial clan destroyed the Bailey City police station, they immediately wrote a letter to the War God Academy, and the academy's dean immediately flew to Lu Ning's location on jet shoes. When he saw Lu Ning, tears streamed down the old dean's face. "Junior brother, you're still alive. That's great. That's great." This scene left Lu Ning completely confused. He looked at the dean, who was crying with tears and snot, and felt that he didn't seem to be pretending. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Lu Ning was furious, but he still couldn't help but brag. "Senior brother, there is no one in heaven and earth who can match me. I am immortal, surpassing the light of the sun and moon. How could I possibly die?" The dean slapped Lu Ning on the head. "Junior brother, you scared me to death. The whole world has been looking for you." Lu Ning cursed the bad media in his heart and asked, "Senior brother, get rid of that Baidu and Sogu for me. Why spread such bad news that I died? Alright, I'll prepare for it. Congratulations, host. Your bragging value has increased by 1800 points. Hey, what's going on?" Lu Ning was startled by the voice of the frog. How did saying that he would eliminate 2 unscrupulous media outlets increase his bragging value, and by so much? This matter needs to be clarified. After returning to the academy, Lu Ning couldn't forget about this matter. But after waiting for 3 days, there was no news about the dean fulfilling his promise to eliminate them. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Ning ran to the academy to find the dean. "Senior brother, about what we discussed before, have you taken care of getting rid of Baidu and Sogu?" Well, junior brother, to be honest with you, these 2 matters are a bit tricky. It turns out that Baidu is the official media outlet of the Great Xia Imperial clan, specifically monitoring public opinion and creating various narratives. Sogu, on the other hand, is the media outlet of the War God Academy, and most importantly, it is run by the dean's wife. For this person who is the dean in front of others but fears his wife behind his back, How dare he mention destroying the Sogu? Previously, he was just showing off and casually agreed to Lu Ning, but he didn't expect him to keep bringing it up. If you can't destroy them, then you have to take responsibility for what you said and compensate me quickly. Lu Ning planned to make the dean pay a price. The dean looked at Lu Ning with a smile that wasn't a smile and asked, "What kind of compensation do you want? Let me think about it." After a few minutes, Lu Ning said without hesitation, "Let me stay overnight in the girls' dormitory. Is that okay? I'll beat you to death." The dean's face turned black, never expecting Lu Ning to make such an outrageous request. "Then, how about making clothes for me?" Lu Ning finally revealed his true intentions. The previous request was just for entertainment. You see, as soon as he appears in a crowd of girls, there are immediately people pulling him to have a bunch of little tea parties. The girls' dormitory is not afraid of him going, but afraid that he won't go. But how could the dean know Lu Ning's thoughts? "I want 3 pieces of clothing, namely the golden armor of locking the joints, the purple gold crown of phoenix wings, and the lotus silk cloud steps. The quality must be good." Lu Ning made his own request. He wanted to wear this outfit and show off. "Why don't you go rob a museum?" The dean cursed. After a while, he said, forget it, go find it yourself in the treasure trove of the War God Academy. Here's the key to the treasure trove." A golden key, over 2 meters long, was taken out by the dean from under his desk. It didn't look like a key, but more like a weapon. The key was thrown to Lu Ning, who caught it with a clang. Lu Ning cursed, "You old bastard, are you trying to kill me?" This key was made of over 300 kilograms of refined gold. Lu Ning was caught off guard and was knocked backwards. Sorry. Junior brother, are you okay?" The dean's mouth curled into a wicked smile, finally turning the tables. The treasure trove of the War God Academy is located in a canyon in the back mountain. It is surrounded by various formations set up by previous deans throughout the years. Without the key, you can't even touch the door. The dean didn't accompany Lu Ning. Instead, he went up and down the mountain alone, carrying the 300-kilogram key, making him as tired as a dog. Finally, when he reached the vicinity of the treasure trove, Lu Ning saw an old man with white hair and a hunched back sweeping the floor. Could this be the sweeping monk of the War God Academy? A person of the same level as the Shaolin sweeping monk? Lu Ning was surprised and immediately put away his nonchalant attitude. "Immortal, senior, I am Lu Chen. I want to enter the treasure trove. Here is my proof." Lu Ning placed the large key horizontally in front of his chest and made a bow with 2 fingers. "Young man, the treasure for the chosen ones, go to the 9th floor and look. I remember there's something good there." Lu Ning thanked him and immediately entered the treasure trove, heading straight to the 9th floor. Once upstairs, he began searching everywhere, trying to find the treasure the hunched old man mentioned. However, after searching for half an hour, all he found were various martial arts manuals and some trinkets. He hadn't even seen a decent treasure. In reality, Lu Ning had misunderstood the War God Academy. You see, he had awakened a universe-level talent for tea, so he no longer cared about ordinary treasures. But these things, if any of them were to be found outside, they would cause a frenzy among awakened individuals. Ribbit. "Lu Ning, go search through that pile of garbage, there's something suitable for you there." The voice of the toad came over. It couldn't help but speak up when it saw Lu Ning foolishly searching everywhere. Lu Ning was overjoyed and immediately ran to the pile of garbage. After rummaging around, he finally saw a dark and shabby thing, a black pot. "Toad, come out, is this the treasure you were talking about?" The sound of a toad came. "Lu Ning, don't act all innocent after getting a good deal. This is a divine artifact. Although it doesn't have any attack power, its defense is extremely strong, even comparable to the defense of your awakened primary S-level bitter tea child." "I already have the bitter tea child, why do I need this thing? It's all dirty, and there's even ash on top." Lu Ning disdainfully shook his hand, shaking off a handful of black ash. "Lu Ning, this pot can be big or small. It can cook everything and also protect itself. It is an essential item for home and travel," the toad persuasively explained. Seeing that Lu Ning was not moved, the toad said again, "Lu Ning, don't rely on having the bitter tea child. You will still feel pain when you are hit, and if the force of the attack is strong enough, you will be killed. With this pot, it's like having an extra life." Lu Ning was startled. He had always thought of himself as invincible and planned to live his life like that. The toad's words suddenly shook him, like the tolling of a morning bell and the beating of an evening drum. "Toad, don't deceive me. I am already a cosmic level awakened being. I am invincible by nature. Under what circumstances would I be killed?" The toad was already a chatterbox, but when it heard Lu Ning's question, it seemed to be injected with chicken blood and started talking non-stop. "In this world, there are many awakened beings, but among male awakened beings, there are 5 levels of awakened weapons. The first level is the ordinary level, such as awakening a kitchen knife, scissors, or sickle. These people end up becoming chefs, tailors, or farmers. Next is the spiritual level. These awakened beings can join the army, but for their whole lives, they can only be ordinary soldiers. After that is the profound level. These people can already form contracts with female war gods, and their future careers are mostly officials or martial arts teachers. Then there is the emperor level. After forming a contract, these people can provide immense power to the female war gods. They can move mountains and seas with a snap of their fingers and control the weather with a wave of their hand. In the future, they become regional lords. Finally, there is the cosmic level, which is the level of Luning's awakened bitter tea child. Being a cosmic level does not mean being invincible in the world. It only means that the awakened weapon is invincible in a certain field, like the bitter tea child's armor, which has the strongest defense. But above the cosmic level, there is the energy level. These awakened beings are extremely rare, seen once in 1,000 years, but they do exist. They can transform into various energies, invisible and intangible. Above the energy level, there are several more levels, but the toad used the excuse that Luning was still young and didn't need to worry about it, so it didn't want to continue talking. Now, Luning finally knew that under the vast sky, in time and space, he was not the strongest. Successfully brainwashed by the toad, Luning decisively carried the big pot on his back. He had already made up his mind to study hard and strive for progress every day. In fact, what Luning cared most about was the toad's words: when someone hits you, you feel pain, but when someone hits the pot, you don't feel anything. After Luning chose his treasure, the golden key began to dim, and then a force controlled Luning, pushing him towards the main gate. After leaving the treasure vault, passing by the hunched old man again, Luning clasped his fists, but the old man didn't respond. As Luning walked further away, the old man's aura changed, his back straightened, and he no longer looked hunched. He muttered to himself, "The 3 elements and 1 chi pot has appeared. It's becoming more and more interesting." Luning, satisfied, returned to the War God Academy and looked at the big pot on his back. The muscles on the dean's face trembled, whether out of pity or for some other reason, no one knew. Back in the dormitory, Luning took off the black pot and started calling for the toad. "Toad, come out quickly. How do I shrink this thing? Carrying it on my back is like carrying a big turtle shell. It's so ugly." "Goo, if the host wants to know how to use the 3 elements and 1 chi pot, it will cost 10,250 points of awesomeness," the toad said. Luning's eyes turned black with anger. He opened the system panel and saw that he had a total of 10,251 points of awesomeness. This toad was definitely doing it on purpose. "Toad, why don't you go and steal it? Do you believe that I will strangle you?" Luning planned to take action, and the toad quickly begged for mercy. "Luning, this pot is definitely worth the price. It is the pot that the 3 pure ancestors used to stew soup. It is called the 3 elements and 1 chi pot. Anything in the world, as long as you can bring it out, can be stewed into soup," the toad explained. Luning still had a dark face, and finally issued an ultimatum, gritting his teeth and saying, "Leave me some. If the relationship is deep, leave half. If the relationship is shallow, leave a little." As the awesomeness points in the familiar column rapidly decreased, they finally stopped at 1, which made Luning extremely angry. These were the awesomeness points he exchanged for X-ray glasses. "Didn't you say to leave a little? I left you 1 point. As for emotions, I am a system spirit and will not develop emotions with humans," the toad proudly croaked. After paying the awesomeness points, the toad was still reliable and immediately told Luning a 6-word spell. "I'm hungry, the small pot becomes big. I'm full, the big pot becomes small. Luning, come out quickly, the dean is looking for you." Outside the door, the voice of Elder Wang suddenly came through the loudspeaker. In the academy, besides teaching, Elder Wang also had a huge role, which was to transmit messages across space. Because Elder Wang naturally had a loud voice. Thinking that there was something urgent, Luning hurriedly ran out of the dormitory door and saw Elder Wang standing there, with a Porsche Taycan parked behind him, the new energy version. It was said that this Porsche Taycan could reach a speed of 750 kilometers per hour, and its advertisement was also well done. "As long as you are willing to step on it, it can run faster than an airplane." From Elder Wang's mouth, Luning learned that tomorrow was the time for the Huashan debate. As the protagonist, he must participate. Without saying a word, he pulled Luning and got on the Porsche Taycan. They raced all the way, but they couldn't even surpass the red light of the 5 spirits. In just a short 1,000 kilometers, the Porsche Taycan took more than 9 hours to reach their destination. When they arrived at Huashan, it was already dark. Under the guidance of the major families, the people from the War God Academy were arranged to stay at the Huashan Hotel at the foot of the mountain. Early the next morning, when it was just getting light, Lu Ning was awakened by the noisy sound outside. The seventh princess of the Xia imperial family, Huang Suluo, has arrived. The miss of the Bai Li family, Bai Li Qingcheng, has arrived. The young lady of the southwest Zhao family, Zhao Feier, has arrived. The princess of the western Xinjiang Miao tribe, Zhang Linger, has arrived. The successor of the Kunlun market, Lin Xingwan, has arrived. The young lady of the northern Liang family, Leng Bingbing, has arrived. The lord of the overseas Guara country, Bodo, has arrived. The princess of the Western European Catherine family, Catherine Milan, has arrived. The third princess of the Great Li country, Jin Jinju, has arrived. One announcement after another, Lu Ning listened for more than half an hour, but he couldn't even count the number of names with his fingers and toes combined. Lu Ning didn't care about all this. After listening for half an hour, he felt extremely bored, so he turned over and continued to sleep soundly. In his dream, Lu Ning dreamed of the numerous female war gods mentioned in the announcements. These people surrounded him, exuding charm, and he couldn't help but enjoy it. Lu Ning, wake up! A thunderous sound came from outside the window, and it was Elder Wang shouting through the loudspeaker again. Lu Ning was startled, and a long balloon by the bed burst. At a visible speed, only a layer of plastic skin was left. Sigh looking at the empty bed beside him, Lu Ning sighed, "Spring dreams leave no trace. Spring dreams leave no trace. What a pity." He got up from the bed and replied, "All right, I know, I'll be right there." After a quick shower, Lu Ning put on the clothes specially prepared for him by the dean, a golden armor, a purple crown, and silk shoes. The only thing missing was a golden hoop staff, which seemed to lack a certain meaning. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Lu Ning and several others from the War God Academy arrived at the square of the Huashan Conference. Lin Qingwan, the female war god trained by the War God Academy and also the successor of Kunlun Market, was standing under the shade of a tree at the position of Kunlun Market. When Lin Qingwan saw the dean and others from the War God Academy arrive, she greeted them with a fist, but Lu Ning, being clueless, thought she was saying hello to him and whistled at her. This little incident did not affect the opening of the Huashan Conference. The host this time was from the largest authoritative media platform in the universe, Today's Headlines, and was trained by them. There were also 4 commentators on site, 2 from Douyin and 2 from TomatoNet, all of them top-notch commentators. With the sound of a bell, tens of thousands of fireworks soared into the sky, accompanied by thick smoke, sulfur, and gunpowder smell. The Covenant Conference had not yet begun, but the entire Huashan was already tense. "Everyone, please be quiet. I am Engying, the host from Today's Headlines, responsible for today's opening ceremony of the Huashan Conference. Please listen to me as I read the rules. First, this conference is mainly for the Universal Awakened Lu Ning to choose his covenant partner. Second, if an agreement cannot be reached, the second plan will be activated, where the major families and countries will send their female Valkyries to compete. The last one standing on the field will enjoy the privilege of forming a covenant with Lu Ning, provided that Lu Ning agrees. Third, to thank the host, the Great Xia Imperial clan, they will have the privilege of using a veto power once. Fourth, if none of the methods can select a candidate, the third plan will be activated, and Lu Ning will choose by himself. There was no objection to the arrangement of the Huashan Conference, as everyone believed that one's ability should speak for itself. However, Lu Ning felt a bit bitter in his heart. It wasn't that he felt fate was difficult to grasp, but rather, looking at the hundreds of beautiful female war gods around him, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, and his nose started bleeding uncontrollably. Look, Lu Ning is bleeding from his nose. Is there something wrong with him? Pato from the Guara Kingdom, borrowing clothes, seemed a bit worried about her future. She had great confidence in her abilities. Finally, all the explanations will be handed over to my 4 colleagues, who will bring you an unparalleled experience. After Engying, the host from Today's Headlines, finished speaking, she handed the microphone to her colleagues. In the first round, opponents will be chosen by drawing lots. There are a total of 108 pieces of paper, and those who draw number 0 and number 108 will compete. Soon, the participants for the first round were determined. Pato from the Guara Kingdom would compete against Jinjinju, the third princess of the Dali Kingdom. Pato quickly jumped onto the stage, slowly pulling out a boomerang from behind. She was a descendant of the Ninja Turtles. Jinjinju from the Dali Kingdom, on the other hand, appeared very low-key as she walked onto the stage, holding a 3-foot-long sword in her hand. Pato had a graceful figure, wearing a 9-section flag on her head and wielding the boomerang. The female swordsman from the Dali Kingdom remained calm and composed, her sharp gaze shining like a sword. "You should show some respect," Pato said loudly. "My boomerang is much more powerful than your rusty sword." "Humph," Jinjinju sneered, "you're just seeking fame and fortune in a foreign land. Come at me, I won't go easy on you." Commentator, in the arena, the boomerangs flew like flowing water, but Jin Jinju was prepared and wielded her sword to defend herself. With a burst of sword energy, she tore the first boomerang in half. Commentator, Pato Jae Chuan grabbed another boomerang and smiled as she pounced towards Jin Jinju. The boomerang in her hand turned into a silver stream, leaping through the air beside Jin Jinju. Commentator, the sword aura, like a blooming flower, pierced through the air, swift and unfathomable. Commentator, once Jin Jinju gained the upper hand, she launched a fierce attack, while Pato Jae Chuan continuously dodged, like a running fox. In the end, Jin Jinju's strength waned and she was defeated by Pato Jae Chuan's sneak attack. After being struck in the shoulder by a boomerang, her defeat was evident. Commentator, seizing the opportunity, Pato Jae Chuan leaped into the air, and the boomerangs turned into two bright lights, slicing the air into fragments. The two boomerangs struck Jin Jinju's waist and ankle, producing crisp impact sounds. "I've lost." Jin Jinju reluctantly admitted her defeat. Pato Jae Chuan was also exhausted and panting heavily. The first battle quickly came to an end, while the second battle was brewing. Meanwhile, the battle on the stage was intense, but Lan Ning, who was watching from below, seemed a bit disinterested. Lan Ning felt that instead of being treated as an object to be fought over, it would be better for him to take the initiative and show off his greatness. He wanted to regain the 10,250 points of greatness that he had lost by eating the toad, and then buy a pair of X-ray glasses to embark on his peak life. "Dean, I have a stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom." Lan Ning pretended to have something urgent and hastily left the contract conference. Lin Xingwan happened to see him and gave him a cold stare. Sneaking out, Lan Ning planned to make an unprecedented super grand entrance and raise his level of awesomeness all at once. Lan Ning knew that his universe-level defense, the three elements, 1 Qi, and 10,000 things stew pot, was invincible in the current world. Coupled with the defense of the stew pot, he could definitely crush everyone present. So, he came up with an absolutely awesome plan. "Toad, do you want to gain greatness? I need your help with something, like this, like this, like this." Lan Ning secretly told the toad his plan. "That's easy. If you want to fly, every 3,000 points of greatness will allow you to fly for 5 minutes, with a speed ranging from 1 to 1,000 kilometers per minute, with 9 levels of speed. You can adjust it as you like." The toad was truly capable of anything. "Buy it 3 times. I want to blind their dog eyes." Lan Ning gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Ribbit, dear host, you have 1 point of greatness left. I'll give you an IOU. Lan Ning suddenly remembered that the toad had left him 1 point, which made him itch with anger. The toad had quite an expressive face, seemingly possessing intelligence comparable to humans. It quickly prepared a loan note, but it marked borrowing 9,000 and repaying 20,000. "You're too ruthless. You're even more ruthless than the damn bank." Lan Ning couldn't accept it. "Take it or leave it, Ribbit." Helpless, not having enough greatness was Lan Ning's weakness. In the end, he gritted his teeth and signed his name on the loan note, not knowing where the toad got the pen and paper from. With the ability to fly, Lan Ning immediately ran towards the nearest mountain to the contract conference arena. Standing at the mountaintop, he felt a sense of being at the top, overlooking all the mountains. It seemed that the song Invincible was so lonely, once again ringing in his ears. Then, Lan Ning took out the Great Sage Equaling Heaven 3-piece set. He had to admit that people rely on clothes, while Buddhas rely on gold clothes. Lan Ning's image underwent a tremendous transformation in an instant. In order to create a scene of soaring clouds and driving mist, Lu Ning picked up a pile of damp wood, lit it, and put it in a large pot he carried with him. Thick smoke billowed out, making him dizzy. "Frog, take off!" Lu Ning shouted and flew directly towards the arena. As Lu Ning ascended, the people below also noticed a shining golden object appearing in the sky, surrounded by thick smoke, heading straight for the arena. With a loud bang, a cloud of dust rose from the ground of the arena. A deafening voice came from inside. "I am the great sage equal to heaven, you all better retreat." As the dust settled, people saw a shining golden figure standing in the center of the arena, chest held high, motionless. It has to be said that Lu Ning's entrance was quite shocking, causing the eyes of some young girls in the audience to sparkle. "Wow, so handsome, who is this person? So cool, he flew down from the sky, could he be my hero? Wow, 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 I'm going to faint." It just fulfilled the saying, "My ideal person is a world-renowned hero. I know that one day he will appear in a situation where everyone is watching, wearing golden armor, and riding on a rainbow cloud to marry me. Congratulations, host, your coolness value has increased by 75-60 points, Ribbit, I'll eat it first." A few minutes later, people recognized that the man who called himself the Great Sage Equal to Heaven was Lu Ning. "Lu Ning, please step down and don't delay the progress of the competition." Ing, the host of today's headlines, spoke up, although she was also very shocked. Lu Ning straightened his chest a bit more and shouted, "Girls, fighting and getting injured is not good for your image. Let me tell you, as long as any one of you can scratch me, I will make a contract with that person." Upon hearing this, the big shots present were all surprised. Although Lu Ning had awakened the power of the universe-level bitter tea, he was still in the early stages, and imperial-level weapons could still harm him. "Lu Ning, are you serious?" The person in charge of Kunlun Market asked first. "Lu Ning, are you sure?" The great Xia imperial family also spoke up. It should be noted that their families were large and brought female war gods with them, each of whom had 1 or 2 imperial-level weapons. "A real man, born in this world, speaks a word and spits out a nail. I will do as I say." Lu Ning looked like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. After consulting all the families present and obtaining their agreement, a new rule was finally established: whoever injured Lu Ning would make a contract with him. However, this first-come first-served approach posed some problems, as all these families wanted to send their own female war gods first. After all, no one wanted to be left behind. Seeing the commotion below the stage, Lu Ning finally came up with a good solution. It didn't matter who went first or second, the severity of the injury would be the judging criterion. With this, all the families fell silent. Afterwards, a lottery was conducted, and whoever drew the lot would go on stage to fight Lu Ning. The first one to draw the lot was still Boda Jie. It must be said that this woman from the Gwala kingdom was really lucky. Boda Jie walked up to the stage. This time she was holding a gleaming curved knife named Muramesa. This was the work of the Gwala kingdom's master swordsmith Muramesa, whose grandfather, father, and eldest son all died under its blade, earning it the nickname Demon Sword Muramesa. Boda Jie took a big step forward, gathered her strength, and swung the Muramesa towards Lu Ning's shoulder. "Frog, should I activate the big pot?" Lu Ning secretly asked himself. He was prepared to teach the Gwala kingdom a lesson. Ribbit, based on the airflow and the wielder's martial arts, this strike won't even cut through the host's clothes. Upon hearing the frog's words, Lu Ning relaxed. When the Muramesa demon sword came down, he even raised his arm and swept it aside. Hoda borrowed clothes and secretly rejoiced in his heart, because in the country of Gwala, no one dared to challenge the village chief. But in the next second, Hoda borrowed clothes and his courage was shattered. A tremendous force came, and the phantom of the red bitter tea appeared. The village chief's demonic sword was broken in two, and Hoda borrowed clothes, not knowing where he was bounced to. Commentator, Lu Ning, the Cosmic Awakened, truly deserves to be the owner of the red bitter tea. He swept through the army and made Hoda borrowed clothes disappear without a trace. "Hey, where did you take our miss?" a soldier from Gwala spat. As a result, he was struck by a hidden force from the Great Xia tribe leader, causing blood to rain. "This is Great Xia. We won't tolerate your insolence. Since you failed, get lost." The soldiers from Gwala could only curse their luck. After this little incident, people from various major families dared not step forward, fearing that their female war gods would be defeated, causing great loss and loss of face. "Lu Ning, your method won't work, the rebound force is too strong," warned the leader of the Great Xiao royal family. "Alright, I'll control it so it won't rebound, you can go on stage," Lu Ning said. However, even after Lu Ning said these words, some people still hesitated. In the end, Lin Qingwan from Kunlun Market stood up and said, "I'll do it, after I finish, I'll go back to cultivate." Lin Qingwan, dressed in plain clothes, carried the sparkling phoenix sword and stepped onto the stage. Her impressive figure and the surging waves left Lu Ning dumbfounded once again. It should be noted that the phoenix sword is also an imperial-level treasure and one of the 10 great divine weapons of Great Xia. Coupled with Lin Qingwan's identity as a descendant of Kunlun Market, the power of this sword should not be underestimated. "Hey, Lu Ning, what are you thinking? Aren't you going to summon the big pot?" A slap from the toad snapped Lu Ning out of his daze. Seeing the sword tip so close, Lu Ning shouted, "I'm hungry." With a clang, a big black pot appeared out of thin air and covered Lu Ning's head. Lin Qingwan's full-strength thrust was unexpectedly deflected along the curve of the pot. "What is that? What is that thing?" "That dark thing. It looks like a pot." Lu Ning said he was hungry, but he took out a big black pot? There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Lu Ning, hiding in the pot, couldn't hear a word. The clanging sound of the pot and the sound of the sword tip breaking the air were like thunder in his ears. Lin Qingwan flicked her sleeve and came down from the stage. This made the notary unhappy and claimed that Lu Ning cheated. Lifting the lid of the pot, Lu Ning retorted, "The rules of this game did not prohibit the use of weapons, so the pot is allowed." Surprisingly, the person in charge of Kunlun Market was not angry, but instead supported Lu Ning's statement. He had a little trick up his sleeve: as long as Lu Ning stayed in the pot, the others would definitely fail, and then Lin Qingwan would have a chance to slowly deal with him. And it seemed that Lu Ning didn't want to form a contract yet. Seeing this turtle-like figure, the notary was helpless. With Lin Xingwan's defeat, the female war gods from various major families and countries once again hesitated. Lu Ning arrogantly said, "I let you all attack, but none of you can do it. Why don't you all come at once? My husband likes being tortured by you." This statement offended all the female war gods present. They had come because of their family's orders, and now they were being mocked by Lu Ning, causing them to feel angry. "You scoundrel, bastard, die." Huang Suluo, the seventh princess of the great Xiao royal family, couldn't bear it anymore. She wielded a 3-foot cold light and charged towards the arena. Pulling one hair moves the whole body. Seeing someone take the lead, all 108 female war gods flew up from all directions, including Lin Xingwan, who had just stepped back. They danced gracefully, their clothes fluttering. The female war gods had beautiful figures, with long hair flowing in the wind. Especially Lin Xingwan, she was like a crane, standing in the air. It had been a long time since such a lively scene had appeared in this world, and the elders of the major families were all waiting for Lu Ning to make a fool of himself with smiles on their faces. "Hey, you're exposed. I remember your name is Catherine, your bitter tea is showing. Hey, Linger, do you like wearing red? Fair, kitty cat." Lu Ning fired off a barrage of insults, staring the named female war gods to the ground. They realized that Lu Ning was teasing them and immediately cursed angrily, "You scoundrel, go die. Shameless and despicable, when I catch you, I'll skin you alive. Vile and shameless, you lowlife." The cold light was about to arrive. Watch my sword unleash like a dragon. The attacks from all directions, the punches, kicks, and spearlights, heavily struck Lu Ning's 3 elements and 1 chi cauldron. These attacks were not to be taken lightly, and they came from the anger of the top female war gods from all over the world. The cauldron was even lifted off the ground. Lu Ning, hiding inside the cauldron, was thrown around and saw stars. It was only then that he realized he had underestimated the female war gods of the world. Seeing the next wave of attacks about to come, Lu Ning was already scared and his legs went weak. Although he didn't feel intense pain, if this happened a few more times, he might really be beaten to death. "Frog, come out, it's all your brilliant idea, what do we do now? I'm done for." Lu Ning urgently called for the frog. "Ribbit, host has a request, I dare not refuse. 3,000 points of awesomeness, I'll give you an unforgettable experience." The toad was about to eat some awesomeness points again. "Cut the crap, can't you see they're coming again?" Lu Ning carried the cauldron on his back and ran wildly along the arena. There were protective barriers all around, and as a defense type awakened, he couldn't break through them at all. The toad flew to Lu Ning's ear, croaked a few times, and then revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, Lu Ning went from running at top speed to a stop, just like a car slamming on the brakes, and the screeching sound of the soles of his shoes filled the air. Seeing Lu Ning stop, all the female war gods aimed their swords at his cauldron and stabbed at it together. "Watch as my 3 elements and 1 chi transform everything, all the goddesses of the world will enter the pot." Lu Ning chanted a spell, and the black cauldron produced a powerful wind with suction force. All 108 female war gods, including Lin Xingwan, the strongest descendant of Kunlun Market, were unable to escape. They were all pulled into the cauldron. It wasn't that they grew larger, but that they became smaller. As the wind grew stronger, the female war gods being sucked in became smaller and smaller, until they were all sucked into the large cauldron. The cauldron was then flipped upside down and slammed onto the ground. TSK, finally quiet. Lu Ning shook off the feathers of the phoenix crown on his head and looked around the arena with a triumphant expression. "Give me back my granddaughter." "Lu Ning, where did you take Princess Qi Gong? You little thief from Xia, release Princess Catherine." The major families were like boiling water in a pot, rushing over to make Lu Ning hand over the people. "Wait, let Lu Ning speak for himself." At this critical moment, the dean of the War God Academy stepped forward and stood in front of everyone. Lu Ning pointed to the cauldron on the ground, "They're all here." Then, he pointed to the representative from the western United States. "Who do you think you are? You think I'll release them just because you say so? That would be too embarrassing for me." The representative from the United States was so angry that his legs trembled, his fists clenched with bulging veins, and even some white mist appeared above his head. "You disrespectful old thing, now you're dumbfounded, with steam coming out of your head, like a steamed bun." Lu Ning made a vivid metaphor. The American official couldn't bear it anymore. "You little brat, you've gone too far, I can't bear it anymore." Lu Ning took a step back and stepped on a frying pan. "Wait a moment, let me finish speaking. Dean Shige, bear with me, 5 minutes is enough." "Fine, let you live a little longer." The American official urgently hit the brakes, and Lu Ning started to stir things up again. He tidied up his golden armor and climbed onto the bottom of the frying pan. With a wave of his hand, he said the following words: "Shameless old thief, Don't you know that people all over the world want to devour your flesh? Now, how dare you blabber here? Fortunately, fate has awakened me. The countries of the world will soon listen to my call and enforce justice. Today, I bring forth the will of heaven and lead an army to defeat the thieves. Since you are an evil person, you can only cower and seek survival. How dare you arrogantly claim to be great in front of me? Worthless scum, you are nothing. When you meet your demise, how will you face the 14th generation President of the United States? You, a villain in chaotic times, have lived for 36 years without doing a single good deed, only using your lips to deceive and secretly plot. A despicable dog, how dare you bark arrogantly in front of me and others? I've never seen such shamelessness. Lu Ning spoke in one breath, and the audience erupted in applause. Unexpectedly, this guy, who didn't seem like much, had so much to say. You. The American official was fuming, his face turning liver-colored. What you? Worthless scum, I spit on you. Spit. Lu Ning added fuel to the fire. The American official fell to the ground, dead from anger, and he died with his eyes wide open, even wider than a cow's eyes. Damn, impressive. I really like this Lu Ning. The leader of the Disya Imperial clan applauded even more enthusiastically. Congratulations, host, your awesomeness value has increased by 108,000 points. Ribbit. Lu Ning was overjoyed, realizing that he could feel so good when insulting others. But back to the point, the female war gods still needed to be released, otherwise Lu Ning would be in trouble. These female war gods were treasures of the major clans. How do we release the prisoners, Frog? Lu Ning asked. Ribbit, to release them, it'll cost you 20,000 awesomeness points. Damn it, I'll kill you. Lu Ning was furious, realizing he had been tricked by the frog. Wait a minute, the 3 elements 1 chi pot isn't part of the system, it doesn't consume awesomeness points. However, the frog's next action left Lu Ning dumbfounded. The frog brought up the system interface, and in the treasure section, a picture of a black pot appeared. Lu Ning, release the prisoners quickly. The leaders of the major clans urged Lu Ning when they saw he wasn't doing anything. Frog, what should we do now? Are you going to release the prisoners or not? If you don't, I'll stew you. Lu Ning threatened the frog fiercely. Ribbit, it's the same as before. You sign an IOU, and I'll have the black pot release the prisoners. 108 people, the original price is 16 million awesomeness points, but I'll give you a discount, let's say 5 million. The frog conjured up some banknotes and urged Lu Ning to sign quickly. Lu Ning felt extremely bitter inside, now he was 1 million in debt. Looking at the members of the major clans outside the arena, Lu Ning could only grit his teeth and write his name on the IOU. Ribbit, congratulations, host. New skill unlocked, debt. If the minimum payment is not made within the specified time, the system has the right to erase the host. A merciless voice from the system echoed. Lu Ning just now didn't pay attention to the terms of the loan agreement, and now he was scared. He looked at the time limit of 3 months and wished he could bite a toad. 3 months? Where am I supposed to get to? 5 million worth of bragging rights? Lu Ning felt like crying. But since the loan agreement has already been signed, according to the system, Lu Ning thought, from now on, he would have to brag every day, and not even a minute of rest. What a miserable life I have. Lu Ning asked everyone to leave the arena, and slowly recited the spell to release people from the iron pot. With a clang sound, the iron pot flipped over, and then all the female war gods were vomited out, looking weak and as if they had lost some energy. You scoundrel! One of the female war gods, Zhao Fei, was about to draw her sword, but because of her weakened body, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Lu Ning quickly rushed over and supported Zhao Fei's slender waist. A scent of virginity entered Lu Ning's nostrils, and he took a deep breath, but his nose started bleeding uncontrollably. You pervert, take your salty pig hands off me. Zhao Fei struggled and immediately broke free from Lu Ning's embrace. Damn, why are you all sticky? Lu Ning shook his hand and found that it was covered in a transparent liquid. Now Lu Ning noticed that almost every female war god was sticky, like that saliva. Could it be that this black pot can also spit out saliva? It's like seeing a ghost. In fact, this is indeed the product of the black pot, but it's not saliva, it's the broth left behind by its previous owner when cooking. It is usually stored in the internal space of the black pot. What was supposed to be a proper contract meeting turned into a ridiculous cannibal meeting. Both the organizers and the major families disagreed. They demanded that Lu Ning must choose a contract female war god. Although Lu Ning has been studying in ordinary schools since childhood, his personality is very stubborn. He is unwilling to become a pawn of the major families, so the more they pressured him, the stronger his resistance became. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. I know exactly what you people are planning. Since none of you can defeat me, then I'm leaving. Lu Ning shouted and prepared to escape. Stop, you can leave, but leave the big black pot behind and lend it to us for a few days of research. The representative of the Xinjiang Miao tribe stood up. He was attracted to Lu Ning's nearly invincible defensive weapon. You old bastard, are you trying to rob me openly? Research? Research your big head. Lu Ning was furious and cursed non-stop. At this time, the dean of the War God Academy also spoke up. Miao tribe leader, this item is called the Three Elements One Chi Pot. It was the weapon of the Black Dog Taoist 300 years ago. Everyone knows that the Black Dog Taoist was a troublemaker and was eventually annihilated by our War God Academy. So this black pot belongs to the War God Academy. You don't need to have any ideas about it. Poof. Let's go. The Miao tribe leader waved his sleeves and, feeling defeated, left Manhwa with his people. He did want to steal the big black pot, and even wanted to take Lu Ning with him, but seeing that the War God Academy and the Great Xia Imperial clan were standing behind Lu Ning, he knew that he would only invite trouble if he made a move. After the Miao tribe leader left, one by one, everyone else also left. After bowing to the direction of the War God Academy, the master of Kunlun Market also left the scene. Lin Xingwan, as a disciple of the War God Academy, did not leave with them. Lu Ning, come to my Kunlun Market when you have time. There are secrets here about the destruction of the previous era and this world. A voice came into Lu Ning's ears, and he realized that no one else around him had heard it. It was the master of Kunlun Market speaking to him. On his way back, Lu Ning made a request. He wanted to go out alone for a walk and hoped that the dean would agree. The dean considered for a moment, then nodded, on the condition that Lin Xingwan would accompany him and specifically protect him. Otherwise, everything was off the table. The dean knew very well that Lu Ning was an unyielding turtle shell, and this move was in response to the Kunlun Market Lord's request, arranging for Lin Xingwan and Lu Ning to be closer. In fact, for those who had cultivated for decades like them, they had already anticipated some problems, as if the next great change in the world would occur in this era. The reason Lu Ning wanted to go out alone was because he was very troubled, because there were still 5 million awesome points waiting for him, and the system had warned that if he couldn't provide enough awesome points within 3 months, he might be eliminated as the host. In fact, it was a bit like a certain app. If you exceeded the deadline, you couldn't use it anymore, and if you wanted to continue using it, you had to resolve the overdue issue within the specified time. After returning to the city, Lu Ning first went back to his hometown, and then set foot on the boundless road. Speaking of these awesome points, you had to brag in order to get them, but how could you brag in a way that others believed? As he walked along the road, Lu Ning saw a lingerie store that had hung his photo at the entrance, with the words Lu Ning's recommended bitter tea, sufficient quantity. Ah, how could I forget about this? I'm now a walking advertisement. Lu Ning suddenly realized. He quickly walked into the lingerie store, and the store owner quickly came forward to greet him, recommending Lu Ning's recommended red bitter tea. Boss, I'm Lu Ning, I want to cooperate with you. Lu Ning spoke up. The boss was a bit skeptical, but the more he looked, the more familiar he became, because the person in front of him really looked like the one in the poster. Afterwards, after Lu Ning summoned his red bitter tea, the boss had no more doubts, and was very polite, because he wanted to take advantage of Lu Ning's arrival to create some hype. And the cooperation that Lu Ning talked about was exactly what the boss wanted. He wanted Lu Ning to endorse his lingerie store, and it would be a live endorsement. They wasted no time and first chose a good platform, and in the end, they settled on the current world's largest live streaming platform, Douyin. They quickly registered an account and opened a live stream. The store owner was also a savvy person, and named the live stream room Lu Ning's Big Bitter Tea Live Stream Room. He even added the caption, Lu Ning appears in person, swearing to deceive you and your whole family. It had to be said that as soon as this live stream room opened, from the beginning with just a few people, the popularity quickly skyrocketed, breaking through 100,000 viewers in just an hour. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Ning, the only cosmic-level awakened bitter tea connoisseur in the world. Lu Ning introduced himself. Afterwards, Lu Ning showcased his bitter tea, and the live stream room instantly exploded, with the popularity rapidly increasing. At this moment, Lu Ning said, "Now do you all believe me? I am the cosmic-level, super invincible handsome bitter tea connoisseur. If you believe me, deduct 1 from the comments section, if you don't believe me, deduct 2. As a result, a stream of ones appeared. At this time, the system's prompt sound came, "Congratulations to the host for increasing their awesome points by 9,000, 30,000, 100,000. This was the meaning behind Lu Ning's live stream. He had the store owner sell the bitter tea while he took care of bragging, and after 2 live streams, he easily obtained 5 million awesome points. With awesome points, Lu Ning was fearless. He first paid off his debt to the toad, and then accumulated millions of awesome points. After hastily bidding farewell to the store owner, Lu Ning didn't ask for any of the tips or anything like that, because money was just a saying to him. Money to me is like dung, fame and fortune to me are like floating clouds. Back in the dormitory at the War God Academy, Lu Ning couldn't wait to open the system's treasure chest. Toad, I want to exchange all these things. Lu Ning, who was rich and powerful, selected dozens of treasures, including a perspective mirror, blue crystal, spatial ring, and a set of cultivation techniques. Originally, Lu Ning didn't want this set of techniques because it required a whopping 9 million points of awesomeness. However, when the Toad told him that it was a technique for cultivating clones, Lu Ning was intrigued because he had already conceived a super great plan in his mind. Is Lu Ning there? I am your senior brother. An old voice came from outside the door. It was the dean of the War God Academy. Lu Ning asked the dean to sit down and told him some important news. The seal in Kunlun market has loosened, and Lu Ning must go and help. Why should I bother with that commotion? Before the dean could finish speaking, Lu Ning interrupted him. However, the world is about to undergo a change, and humanity may cease to exist. From the abnormal weather and various disasters in recent years, some problems can be seen. Lu Ning couldn't refuse, so the dean directly set a date, and what awaited Lu Ning was a journey across time and space. 3 days passed in a hurry, and Lu Ning finally completed the learning of the perspective mirror skill. However, what disappointed him was that the so-called perspective was not about seeing objects, but about finding signs of life and souls in various environments. On the 268th day of the Empire's calendar, the War God Academy, at the invitation of Kunlun Market, set off for Kunlun Market relying on the map provided by Kunlun Market. Lu Ning and the others were on a 36 times supersonic plane. But even at such a fast speed, it took a whole day to fly to the Kunlun Mountains where Kunlun Market was located. From this, it can be seen that this world is really too big, so big that an ordinary person cannot explore even 1% of the continent in their entire life. Senior brother, what is Kunlun Market for? Why is it located in such a remote place? Looking at the poverty and desolation below the plain, Lu Ning was like a curious baby. In order to satisfy Lu Ning's curiosity, the dean revealed a secret. Kunlun Market has existed for more than 90,000 years. It is located in the endless mountains of the Kunlun Mountains. Even if you go up the mountain, you may not be able to find the entrance to Kunlun Market because it belongs to a unique small secret realm. Legend has it that there are millions of disciples in Kunlun Market, but they cannot reach the realm of transcendence and are not allowed to leave the mountain for their entire lives. And the owner of Kunlun Market, in each generation, is an extraordinary woman, and only one person inherits the position, while the rest are ordinary disciples. The inheritor of Kunlun Market in this generation, Lu Ning has already been informed, is Lin Qingwan, a student of the War God Academy. It should be noted that even at the level of the War God Academy, they do not have the qualifications to treat the inheritor of Kunlun Market as a student. Therefore, this Lin Qingwan, rather than being a student of the academy, actually has a status equal to that of the dean and elders of the War God Academy, or even surpasses them. Senior brother, who created this thing? Lu Ning asked again. The dean spoke eloquently, like an old gossip. In fact, he was quite gossipy in his daily life. It is rumored that the first owner of Kunlun Market was a man, different from the current one, and his name was Empty Void Taoist. In his youth, he was a genius, and any martial arts secret technique that came into his hands could be transformed into something extraordinary. He was proficient in the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, and the 8 trigrams of Qian, Kuan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui. At a young age, he had already swept away all opponents of that era. There are also rumors that the Empty Void Taoist was named Su Yang, and he was called Su Laozu by the outside world. After that, the Empty Void Taoist entered the Tao through emptiness and entered the divine through void, achieving the supreme divine position, defying the heavens and stepping into a higher level of heaven and earth. After that, for tens of thousands of years, no one has seen that Empty Void Taoist again. Until that moment, the world suddenly turned upside down, countless meteorites with flames fell from the sky, and lightning bolts as thick as a kilometer covered the sky. Almost half of the creatures on Earth were wiped out. Then, the Empty Taoist appeared again and single-handedly turned the tide, saving the remaining creatures on the continent and allowing the human race to continue to develop. Therefore, Kunlun Market has always been an existence that human strongmen look up to, not only because it is mysterious, but more importantly, because humans are grateful for the sacrifice of the Empty Taoist. The Empty Taoist who fought against the heavens and the earth was severely injured and dying after this battle, so he did something that was unbelievable to everyone. At the moment of his death, he transformed into everything. His chi transformed into wind and clouds, his voice became thunder, his left eye became the sun, and his right eye became the moon. His limbs and body transformed into mountains and rivers, his blood turned into lakes and seas, his tendons and veins became spiritual stones, and his skin turned into fields. His hair became stars, his fur turned into plants, and his sweat turned into rain. Lu Ning listened with fascination. According to what you're saying, this empty Taoist is quite great. Of course, he is the founder of this era. The dean of the War God Academy said with admiration. In this way, while talking and laughing along the way, the group finally arrived at the gate of Kunlun Market, and the place they settled in turned out to be a city built by ordinary people. The city was filled with houses made of red bricks and blue tiles. Unlike the high-rise buildings outside, it retained a strong ancient charm. Lu Ning felt like he had traveled through time when he came to such a place for the first time. He looked around curiously. Just then, Lu Ning accidentally bumped into a burly man and spilled his drink. "Where did this wild kid come from? Can't you watch where you're going?" The big man grabbed Lu Ning's collar. In front of this 2-meter-tall, strong man, Lu Ning looked like a child. "Where did this ruffian come from? How dare you grab your grandpa's collar?" Lu Ning refused to back down. Although he couldn't move his hands and feet, he didn't hold back with his words. The big man was actually just scaring Lu Ning and didn't intend to harm him. After all, he could tell that Lu Ning and his group were invited by Kunlun Market, so their identities and status must be extraordinary. The big man laughed. "You kid, you're quite to my liking. Come, let's go drink." He grabbed Lu Ning's hand and pulled him towards the drinking place. From being angry to being warm and friendly, the sudden change in the big man's attitude left Lu Ning a bit stunned. Just as Lu Ning was about to be dragged away by the big man, the dean of the War God Academy spoke up. "Friend Shinjun, my junior brother doesn't drink, please let him go." "Hey, old man, how do you know my name?" The big man took a step back and shifted his attention to the dean. Lu Ning loosened his wrist, which had turned red and purple, shook his hand, and secretly thought, "This big man really has a strong grip." Hearing the big man's confusion, the dean of the War God Academy once again clasped his fists, as solid as a mountain, as loud as a bell, incredibly strong, and loves drinking. "I have had the honor of hearing about the reputation of friend Shenjun." Speaking of which, this big man named Shenjun was also a bit stunned. After drinking, he had already forgotten the task assigned by the owner of Kunlun Market. Weren't the people in front of him the distinguished guests he was supposed to welcome? Hearing the dean's praise, Shenjun felt very pleased, and then rushed over and hugged the dean, completely oblivious to the fact that the dean's face had turned red and purple from being squeezed. How fortunate, how fortunate! I never expected to meet someone who truly understands me in this world. You are truly my benefactor. Come, let's go drink. We won't return until we're drunk," Shenjun exclaimed. Lu Ning saw that the dean was already out of breath, so he immediately rushed over, grabbed Shenjun's hand, and shouted, "You savage, let go. You're choking my senior brother." Dahan quickly let go. The dean supported Lu Ning's shoulder and kept coughing, intermittently saying a few words. "Shenjun, your grip is too strong." At this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly came from the sky. "Shenjun, you're causing trouble again by drinking. Quickly invite the esteemed guests from the War God Academy to see me." Lu Ning naturally heard this voice, but what shocked him was that none of the hundreds of ordinary people present seemed to notice it at all. Shenjun slapped his forehead loudly and said, "Look at my memory, how could I forget about this? Shenjun, why haven't you invited them yet?" The ethereal voice rang out again. "Yes, master, I will bring them over right away. Can you spare me this time? I promise I won't drink again in the future," Shenjun said while grabbing a wine jar and taking a big gulp, then looking around anxiously. At this moment, he no longer had the imposing aura of the mighty man from before, but rather resembled a child secretly drinking, afraid of being scolded by his parents. The main hall of Kunlun Market was located on a mountaintop, and it looked different from what Lu Ning had imagined, instead appearing very simple. Some of the buildings even had cracks, as if they had been weathered by countless years. After entering the main hall, Lu Ning saw a large number of stone statues standing on both sides of the passage. Curious, Lu Ning couldn't help but reach out to touch one, startling Shenjun. "Hey, buddy, you can't touch the stone statues. These are the divine bodies of the previous masters of Kunlun Market." Lu Ning, who had just touched a handful of dust, quickly stepped back in fright and shouted, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I actually touched the corpses of dead people, and there are thousands of them. Do not be disrespectful." A powerful aura emanated from the main hall's master. Lu Ning felt his breathing become difficult, and his red underpants automatically detached to protect him, while the big black pot was also moved out by Lu Ning, making him feel a little better. The master of Kunlun Market was a beautiful woman with a national beauty. From her appearance, it was impossible to tell that she was actually over 40 years old. She was dressed in a flowing feather robe, with exquisite pearl shoes on her feet, exuding a fragrance and grace. Simple yet elegant, charming, and dignified. Lu Ning looked up and saw the delicate plum blossom makeup on her beautiful face, revealing a hint of charm and enchantment, like a fairy. The most unforgettable thing was her pair of bright starry eyes, seemingly able to attract the gaze of millions. At this moment, the master of Kunlun Market was sitting on a naturally formed vine chair, surrounded by white flowers. Lu Ning stared blankly, seemingly enchanted. He couldn't imagine that such a perfect person existed in this world. However, what puzzled him was that if the woman in front of him was the true master of Kunlun Market, then why was the old woman who appeared at the Huashan conference also called the master of Kunlun Market? Perhaps sensing Lu Ning's gaze, the bright eyes of the master of Kunlun Market turned towards him, and after a long time, she nodded secretly in her heart, thinking, this young man, although he has a silver tongue, his eyes are very clear and show no disrespect. In Lu Ning's heart, the appearance and temperament of the master of Kunlun Market made him feel a look but don't touch kind of desire. In fact, the master of Kunlun Market had cultivated a lost technique from the outside world called Peach Blossom 3 Openings. After practicing this technique, a person would naturally exude a charming aura. None of the people present dared to meet the gaze of the master of Kunlun Market, except for Lu Ning, who was fearless like a newborn calf. It had been more than 10 minutes, and he was still watching, completely unaware of the pressure emanating from her. It is unlikely that Lu Ning will be softened. The Kunlun Market Lord removed the pressure, and at that moment, Lu Ning, who had been trying to straighten his body, fell over because he exerted too much force. He lay on his back with his limbs in the air, momentarily unable to react. Seeing Lu Ning like a big turtle, and even shrinking his neck, the Kunlun Market Lord found this little guy very interesting and burst into laughter like silver bells. Lu Ning was truly stunned. He blurted out, "Sister, you don't look good when you're cold. You should smile more." Xian Kuan and the head and elders of the War God Academy beside Lu Ning were shocked. The former had never seen anyone dare to speak to the Kunlun Market Lord like this. The latter was worried that Lu Ning would anger the Market Lord. After all, people are known by their reputation, and if the Market Lord gets angry, none of them will have a good outcome. Unexpectedly, the Kunlun Market Lord was not angry, and even laughed louder. She said, "You little guy are quite interesting." At this moment, Lu Ning started calling the system frog and asked about the strength of the Kunlun Market Lord. The frog jumped out. Ribbit, Ning kid, the woman in front of you is extremely dangerous, SS level. Frog, if she attacks me, can she hurt me? Lu Ning asked cautiously. Ribbit, you can rest assured about that. If she intends to harm you, give me 30 million badass points, and I can help you block her attack once. The frog's saliva almost dripped when it mentioned badass points. Lu Ning was infuriated whenever badass points were mentioned. He thought about how the frog tricked him out of 5 million badass points, and it made his heart ache. Moreover, he still hadn't figured out that guy's X-ray vision skill. So, Lu Ning cursed out loud, "You damn frog, scaly frog. 30 million? Only one attack? You're just a piece of shit." The frog wasn't angry at Lu Ning's cursing because what Lu Ning said was true. After all, the frog was a businessman. As the host, the frog kindly reminded Lu Ning before disappearing, "Ning kid, try not to provoke her. If she really gets angry, you'll die and she'll be injured." Although the frog was unreliable, Lu Ning still trusted it because the frog's words were mostly true. After hearing the frog's warning, Lu Ning put away his scheming thoughts and secretly made up his mind not to confront the Kunlun Market Lord. After a short interlude, the Kunlun Market Lord got straight to the point. She said that she had recently deduced the celestial phenomena and found that the greedy wolf star was flourishing while the purple microstar was declining, indicating that there would be a great change in the mortal world. It was precisely for this reason that the Kunlun Market decided to open a secret realm that was discovered many years ago, and opening this secret realm required Lu Ning's absolute defensive power. Because outside this secret realm was a layer of extremely powerful protective barrier, which the Kunlun Market had been unable to break through even after 100 years. According to ancient records, this protective barrier was likely set up by a cosmic-level awakened being. Although it had no attacking power, its defense was astonishing. In addition, the protective barrier had a major characteristic, which was the ability to rebound all attacks. The Kunlun Market Lord's idea was to place Lu Ning in front of the protective barrier, and then everyone would attack the barrier together. The rebounded attacks would then bounce back to Lu Ning and then back to the protective barrier, creating a closed-loop rebound where the protective barrier would always be unable to withstand the attacks. Upon hearing that he would be used as a punching bag, Lu Ning immediately refused, shouting, "I won't do it. I don't want to be a human punching bag. What conditions do you have? Just tell me, and I'll do everything possible to satisfy you." The Kunlun Market Lord said. Although Lu Ning has certain principles, under great temptation, he couldn't hold on to his original intention and said, "I want half of the treasures in Kunlun Market. Do you agree or not?" Lu Ning presented a difficult problem to the owner of Kunlun Market. After all, a foundation of tens of thousands of years cannot be easily given away to others. However, what Lu Ning never expected was that the owner of Kunlun Market only said 2 words, "Deal." These 2 words interrupted all the prepared arguments of Lu Ning. He thought that the owner of Kunlun Market would negotiate, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. Lu Ning fiercely pinched his thigh and cursed himself for being a fool. Why didn't he ask for more? On the other hand, the owner of Kunlun Market had been looking at Lu Ning with a smile that seemed like a sneer, as if she wanted to see Lu Ning's defeated appearance. A person may not have ability, but they cannot lack spirit. Once words are spoken, they must be carried out to the end. That is Lu Ning's principle. Alright, it's just a protective barrier for a secret realm, right? Watch as I, the invincible Lu Ning, make it disappear with a snap of my fingers. When Lu Ning said this, he secretly glanced at the location of the owner of Kunlun Market, only to find that she had already disappeared. In less than a second, no one saw how the owner of Kunlun Market left, but one thing was certain, her speed had reached a level that the human eye couldn't capture. Following that, a few people, led by Qian Jun, went to the house in Kunlun Market specifically used to entertain guests. When Lu Ning opened the door, a musty smell and dust rushed towards him, making him cough repeatedly. "Is this how you entertain guests in Kunlun Market? Look here, here, and here, spiders have made nests inside." Qian Jun quickly put on a smile and explained, "This place hasn't been cleaned properly. I remember the last time someone came to Kunlun Market was 13 years ago. Having grown up in the countryside and with a poor family background, Lu Ning didn't have high demands when it came to food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. However, he couldn't stand the fact that he, as a guest, had to stay in such a house." At this moment, after hearing Qian Jun's explanation, Lu Ning quickly felt relieved and asked Qian Jun to find him a broom to start cleaning the room carefully. The night passed without any words. Lu Ning woke up early and, feeling bored, went to the mortal city of Kunlun Market. As he watched the pedestrians coming and going on the street, Lu Ning suddenly had a different feeling. Life is like the passing of seasons for plants and trees. Seeing the countless beings in the world, who have to deal with money all day long in order to make a living, he felt that this kind of life seemed to have a different meaning. Wherever people gather, there is a bustling atmosphere. Lu Ning randomly found a small stall and ordered a bowl of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks, and began to eat. Kunlun Market was completely different from the outside world. In the outside world, Lu Ning had already become a famous person, with people following him and taking pictures wherever he went, riding on his popularity. But Kunlun Market was isolated from the world and even maintained its ancient original scenery, which made Lu Ning yearn for it greatly. Just as Lu Ning was leisurely eating breakfast, several burly men suddenly appeared in front of him, loudly driving away passers-by. "It's Lu Changtian, everyone, run!" A stall owner shouted, grabbing his belongings and running without even caring about his stall. "Guest, you should leave quickly. This is the eldest son of the Lu family. He usually bullies and dominates the market, and no one dares to provoke him." The stall owner kindly advised Lu Ning, then also grabbed what he could and ran. "Let me see who it is. Who dares to act arrogantly in front of me, Lord Lu?" Lu Ning remained unmoved, relying on the red underpants and the big iron pot he had on him. Soon, the burly men arrived in front of the stall where Lu Ning was sitting and directly tried to drive him away. "Where did this brat come from? Didn't you see young Master Lu passing by? Idle people, quickly step aside, or else you'll see how it ends." The strong man was about to reach out and grab Lu Ning's clothes. Lu Ning didn't even lift his head, he shouted loudly, "Get lost! You're interrupting my meal. Believe it or not, I'll kill you." As the saying goes, the bold fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear the fearless. The strong man was used to being domineering and had never encountered someone who dared to speak to him like this. In a moment of carelessness, he was actually intimidated by Lu Ning. Suddenly, applause broke out in the crowd, and a young man in white clothes walked towards the strong man from behind, holding a folding fan in his hand. This person was Lu Changtian. "Oh, look who it is. Dare to speak like this? Don't you know that even a dog needs to consider its owner?" Lu Ning glanced at him and repeated coldly, "Get lost." Lu Changtian, who had never been humiliated like this before, was instantly furious. He commanded the 4 strong men beside him to surround Lu Ning. "Beat him to death, leave him with a breath, I want to turn him into a human stick." Hearing the words human stick, the bodies of these strong men couldn't help but tremble, indicating that Lu Changtian had done this kind of thing before. In fact, a human stick is when a person's hands and feet are chopped off, leaving only the upper body, which is then stuffed into a barrel to let it live or die on its own. Do you not have any laws in Kunlun Market? If not, today I, Lu Ning, will establish one for you, Lu Ning spoke up. Upon hearing these words, Lu Changtian suddenly burst into laughter. Laws? You dare to mention laws to me? Do you know that my Lu family is the law here? It turned out that the Lu family was supported by the owner of Kunlun Market and was specifically responsible for managing the mortal cities. In other words, the Lu family was the emperor of the mortal cities, with the power to control the life and death of ordinary people. In reality, the owner of Kunlun Market turned a blind eye to such matters, as she, being a cultivator, had no interest in such things. In the blink of an eye, the four strong men made their move, intending to capture Lu Ning alive. At the critical moment, Lu Ning chanted a spell, "I'm hungry." Suddenly, a large iron pot appeared out of thin air and covered Lu Ning, allowing the four strong men to punch and kick from the outside, but they couldn't break the iron pot. At this moment, the men became fearful and all drew long knives from their waists. Seeing the strong men's actions, Lu Ning was delighted. In fact, he had deliberately provoked them because only then would his red underpants automatically detach and protect him when they attacked. "I'm full." The large iron pot magically disappeared, leaving the four strong men and Lu Changtian stunned. Lu Changtian suddenly became ecstatic, thinking that the iron pot was some kind of treasure. If he could obtain it and offer it to Kunlun Market, he would surely receive benefits. Then, he might even be accepted as a disciple by the owner of Kunlun Market. "Hand over the iron pot, and I'll let you keep your whole body." However, Lu Changtian's wishful thinking was completely wrong. Lu Ning shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many people. "Keep your damn head. Kid, you're asking for trouble. Get him, catch him. Don't be afraid, he won't hand over the iron pot unless we catch him." For large knives were swung towards Lu Ning, but in the blink of an eye, a pair of red underpants appeared on Lu Ning's body, and then, there was no more. The four strong men were bounced back with 3 times the force of the red underpants, resulting in their knives breaking, and their heads bleeding. Who are you? Lu Changtian trembled in fear. Lu Ning stood up and slowly walked towards Lu Changtian, only to find that this Lu Changtian, who usually acted arrogantly, was actually more cowardly than a mouse and was scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. Lifting one foot, Lu Ning fiercely stomped on Lu Changtian's chest. With a miserable cry, Lu Changtian was scared unconscious. At this moment, someone else arrived. This person appeared to be older, with gray hair, but walked with a powerful stride. "Who dares to hurt my son?" the old man shouted, throwing a punch directly at Lu Ning. Lu Ning wiped his foot on Lu Changtian's body and spat on the ground in disgust, only to discover that Lu Changtian had actually wet his pants out of fear. Seeing the old man charging towards him, Lu Ning didn't retreat at all. Instead, he stood tall and took the old man's punch head-on. How could this be? Seeing that Lu Ning was unharmed and his own arm was numb, even losing sensation, the old man felt like he had encountered a tough opponent. It should be noted that although he was not an official disciple of Kunlun Market, he had been an outer disciple before, with formidable martial arts skills. Taking advantage of the old man's momentary daze, Lu Ning didn't back down either. He directly took out a large iron pot and swung it at the old man's head, knocking him down. Looking at the old and the young in front of him, Lu Ning secretly sneered. Who would have thought that there would be such a situation? If he fought the young, what would happen when he fought the old? To Lu Ning's surprise, another person actually arrived. "Who dares to hit my son? Hit my grandson?" The voice was heard, but the person was not seen. After a while, Lu Ning finally saw an old man with a long beard, slowly walking over with a cane. "Damn, I can't deal with this old man," Lu Ning thought to himself, then turned and prepared to leave. At this moment, several people in uniforms arrived. They explained their purpose. Fighting in the streets was not allowed in Kunlun Market, but fighting in private was fine. Therefore, Lu Ning needed to be taken away for further investigation. Lu Ning didn't want to waste time, so he said, "I am a guest invited by Kunlun Market. These people were bullying the weak, and I just casually taught them a lesson." "Bold! How dare you impersonate an esteemed guest? Come with me." Lu Ning sneered. "Nowadays, no one believes the truth. Call Lin Qingwan over. He knows who I am." Lu Ning stood tall. Seeing Lu Ning so confident and even calling out the name of the only disciple of Kunlun Market, Lin Qingwan, the people in uniforms were also worried. In the end, after discussing among themselves, they let Lu Ning go, because it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. This showed that these people had some insight. The old and the young lying on the ground were carried away by the old man who arrived last, with a few others helping. Faced with such a situation, Lu Ning naturally lost his appetite. But for others, it was different. Some vendors who were usually bullied by the Lu family came out one after another to thank Lu Ning. However, they had one worry: when the Lu family woke up, it wouldn't be good if everyone got implicated. To ease everyone's worries, Lu Ning patted his chest and said, "Leave this matter to me. Congratulations, host. Your badass value has increased by 98 points. After returning to his residence, Lu Ning immediately found the person in charge and asked him to inform the market master or Lin Xingwan that he wanted to see them. After a while, the market master didn't come, but Lin Xingwan did. Lu Ning recounted the morning's events to Lin Xingwan and made a request to revoke the Lu family's management rights over the mortal city. Originally, Lu Ning thought that Lin Xingwan would have something to say, but to his surprise, Lin Xingwan didn't say a word and simply nodded in agreement. Soon, the announcement to remove the Lu family's management rights was issued, and the millions of people in Kunlun Market's mortal city cheered and rejoiced. And Lu Ning's badass value continued to rise rapidly. After completing this matter, Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan received a message from the Kunlun Market Master, asking them to quickly go to the back mountain. The back mountain of Kunlun Market is a hidden place that is usually forbidden to disciples. However, when Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan arrived, they found that it was extremely lively here. Not only did the market master of Kunlun Market come, but many people from the War God Academy and other families also came. "Xingwan, come to me," the market master of Kunlun Market called Lin Xingwan over. And Lu Ning quickly approached the dean of the War God Academy. "Senior brother, what's going on? Why is there such a big commotion?" Lu Ning asked. The dean explained, "Today, the market master of Kunlun Market will open the Tianyun secret realm. It is said that this secret realm is the place where a cosmic-level powerhouse fell. Later, you will also go in and see if there are any cultivation techniques suitable for you." Lu Ning didn't think much of it. He had a system, so he could get whatever he wanted as long as his points were enough. Before he could finish speaking, the market master of Kunlun Market shouted, "Please help me." Her palms emitted two faint green lights, and everyone else directed their internal energy towards a certain direction. Lu Ning glanced over and found that there was nothing there, not even the shadow of a secret realm. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that it seemed like a bubble burst, and a portal appeared before everyone's eyes. "Quick, enter. We can't maintain the portal for too long. Those under 30 can enter, but those over 30 will undoubtedly die if they enter," the market master of Kunlun Market spoke again. Lin Xingwan didn't hesitate and walked directly into the portal. The surroundings of the portal rippled like water and returned to calm a few seconds later. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in," the dean urged Lu Ning. At this moment, the toad suddenly ran out and said to Lu Ning, "Little Lu, hurry up and go in. I feel a familiar scent inside this portal." To be honest, although Lu Ning had been tricked by the toad several times, he still trusted the toad as it was his system. Lu Ning raised his head, glanced at the direction of the portal, and followed in. After all the young people entered the portal, everything returned to calm. The market master of Kunlun Market said, "Everyone, be patient. One day outside is equivalent to 1 month inside, so wait for 10 days or half a month, and they should find their way back." It turned out that the location of the portal changed in real time, but the market master of Kunlun Market left the coordinates of Kunlun Market inside the portal, so as long as they found the coordinates, they could return through teleportation. After Lu Ning entered the small world, he found that none of the people in front of him were visible. The small world was similar to the outside world, with various flowers, trees, and many birds and animals. The scenery was very beautiful. "Toad, come out. It was you who let me in, now tell me what I should do." With Lu Ning's call, the toad popped its head out and immediately burst into laughter when it saw the flowers and plants on the ground. "Croak, so many spiritual herbs and medicines, this is simply a paradise. Little Lu, you've struck it rich. These things are much better than points." Lu Ning scratched his head. He didn't recognize any of these flowers and plants in front of him. "Toad, are these flowers and plants really as good as you say? They look just average to me. The flowers outside are even more beautiful." Lu Ning asked in a questioning tone. "Croak, croak, croak, here you go." The toad finished speaking and spat out a big blob of saliva, which was wrapped in a paper book. Lu Ning looked at the title of the book, which read Record of Strange Flowers and Rare Herbs. After opening the book, Lu Ning was immediately captivated by its contents. It turned out to be a book about how to identify herbs and use them for alchemy. Soon, Lu Ning discovered a problem. He found that what was recorded in the book seemed to have a slight resemblance to what he saw at the War God Academy. However, this book seemed to be the original version, while the one at the Academy was only a small fragment. "Toad, is everything in the book true? Can these elixirs enhance cultivation? Does that mean if I consume them, I can also become a cultivator and roam the world without relying on contracts?" Ribbit, theoretically, yes. Upon hearing the toad's words, Lu Ning felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. If what the toad said was true, then he could cultivate without having to sign any contracts. He could roam the world alone, seeking revenge and enjoying freedom. In reality, Lu Ning was somewhat repulsed by the idea of being pressured by others to form a contract with the female war god. He felt that it was like an arranged marriage, something he didn't obtain on his own. How could it bring a sense of happiness? Without further ado, Lu Ning searched through all the spiritual herbs and medicines on the ground. However, to his surprise, at this moment, a colossal creature was slowly awakening in this area. After searching this region, Lu Ning continued forward. This time, the scenery he saw was different. He saw a long corridor winding through more than half of the forest, with a hint of yellow at the end of the forest. Lu Ning quickened his pace, running along the corridor. After about half an hour, he finally exited the forest, only to find himself in a desert. In the sound of the desert wind, he seemed to hear a woman's shout, sounding like Lin Xingwan's voice. Oh no, it seems Lin Xingwan is in danger. Although Lu Ning wasn't fond of Lin Xingwan, he wasn't the type to stand by and watch someone die. Following the sound, 3 figures gradually appeared before Lu Ning's eyes, prompting him to quicken his steps. When he got closer, Lu Ning discovered that the 3 figures consisted of 2 large and 1 small. The large ones were actually 2 burly stone men, wielding stone clubs and continuously swinging them. Despite their massive size, they were surprisingly agile. Lin Xingwan's long sword repeatedly blocked the stone men's attacks, but she was gradually becoming overwhelmed. What should I do? I can't just watch Lin Xingwan get beaten to death. If the Lord of Kunlun finds out, he'll skin me alive. Lu Ning knew he didn't have time to think. He mustered his strength and rushed towards Lin Xingwan, naturally attracting the attention of one of the stone men. Suddenly feeling a loosening of strength in her hand, Lin Xingwan realized that Lu Ning had arrived. She shouted, "Be careful, these stone lumps are incredibly strong." Being a hero and saving the beauty, Lu Ning naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He prepared to show off properly this time. Upon hearing Lin Xingwan's warning, Lu Ning, still trying to act cool, struck a pose he thought was handsome and said, "Little Wanner, are you concerned about me?" Indeed, as the most handsome in the universe, I am loved by all and flowers bloom wherever I go. Bragging comes with a price, especially in front of 2 stone puppets. They seemed to have consciousness and started chasing after Lu Ning, slashing wildly. "Oh no, bad embryo, retreat quickly," Lin Xingwan shouted, rushing towards them with her sword. As Lu Ning struck a pose, the 2 stone men suddenly increased their speed and instantly reached his side. With a massive stone sword, they swung it down vertically towards Lu Ning's head. Unable to summon a large iron pot in time, Lu Ning could only lean back, narrowly avoiding the sword between his legs. He felt a gust of wind pass by, leaving a chilling sensation in his crotch. Damn it, that was close. I almost became a second-rate cripple. Lu Ning wiped away a cold sweat in secret. After Lin Xingwan joined the battle, the stone men immediately charged towards her. However, the stone men, with their increased speed, quickly gained the upper hand. "Wanner, step back and let me handle it." Lu Ning summoned a large iron pot and rushed forward, attracting the enemy's firepower. It is said that this stone man was created as a puppet by someone. Over time, it developed a hint of intelligence. Now, seeing a strange creature charging towards it, its movements paused for a moment. Lu Ning used his back to push against the stone man's thigh, causing it to stumble and almost fall to the ground. This completely enraged the stone man, and it spewed out 2 streams of dust from its nostrils, striding towards Lu Ning. On the other hand, Lu Ning's attempt to push the stone man with his back only resulted in him falling down. Now facing the stone man's large sword, he had no time to dodge. Lin Xingwan watched helplessly as the sword fell, unable to stop it in time. With a loud bang, the ground was pierced, creating a deep pit that was 3 meters deep. Damn it, damn it. Lin Xingwan held her sword and could only worry on the side because another stone man was staring at her, ready to attack if she made a move. 5 seconds passed, and suddenly a loud roar came from the pit. "You son of a bitch, you hurt me." Lu Ning crawled out of the pit, staggering, and charged towards the stone man once again. A series of loud bangs echoed as several more large pits appeared on the ground. Lu Ning seemed invincible, relying on the defense of the iron pot and bitter tea seeds. Although he experienced some shocks, he remained unharmed. It turned out that the iron pot was also a divine artifact and had its own spirit. It had been dormant because it hadn't been stimulated from the outside. At this moment, the spirit of the pot awakened amidst the vibrations, feeling pain all over its body, and immediately became furious. Then, a strange scene unfolded. The pot slipped out of Lu Ning's control and spun around. Following a deafening sound, the pot flew towards the stone man at an astonishing speed, resulting in a close encounter. The stone man was knocked down, and Lu Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter as he watched it struggle to get up with its limbs in the air. "Get up, you big lump." Lu Ning pointed at the stone man and shouted. To Lu Ning's surprise, after the iron pot knocked down the stone man, it suddenly spun towards his head. What the hell is going on? Lu Ning panicked and shouted, I'm full. I'm full. Unexpectedly, the spell that used to shrink the iron pot had no effect now. Then, the iron pot fell from the sky and slammed Lu Ning onto the ground. Kid, did you wake me up from my sleep? Do you believe I'll cook you? From within the dark iron pot, Lu Ning suddenly heard a voice. Who is it? Lu Ning was startled and waved his hands frantically. Kid, stop acting like a sissy. I'm your pot master. At this moment, the system frog jumped out and said, Ribbit, I knew you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to be a big fish. As soon as Lu Ning saw the frog, he immediately calmed down and asked, Frog, what's going on? The iron pot actually spoke. The frog opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a huge night pearl, illuminating the entire pot. Lu Ning then saw a slightly transparent little turtle floating in front of him. You're the spirit of the pot? It was you who was talking earlier? Lu Ning widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. The little turtle suddenly spat at Lu Ning's face and scolded, Kid, why are you staring? Believe it or not, I will dig out your 2 cow eyes and use them as firecrackers. As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha has 3 points of anger. The big iron pot called each child one by one, and each child called each other. It even spat in Lu Ning's face, pushing him to the edge of rage. Toad, I'll give you all the cow's courage. Beat this big iron pot for me. Lu Ning was furious. Alright, ribbit. The toad floated in front of the little turtle and started boasting, ending with, Little turtle, don't you recognize me anymore? The little turtle was dizzy from the toad's boasting, but when it regained its senses, it slowly realized that the toad in front of it resembled a terrifying creature from its memory. You're the Toad King? Weren't you blown up with your master back then? You. The little turtle trembled with anger. If I didn't blow up, how could I blow you up? If I were to blow up, I would blow up your whole family. The toad continued boasting. The toad in front of its eyes looked exactly like the Toad King deeply ingrained in the little turtle's memory, and it was now overwhelmed with fear. After all, it had been bullied by the toad countless times in the past. Lu Ning listened to the conversation between the toad and the turtle, and asked in confusion, What are you two up to? Toad, why don't you beat it up? Only then did the toad remember Lu Ning's instructions. It extended a leg and said to the little turtle, Come here, let me slap you. The previously arrogant little turtle now acted like a mouse in front of a cat, obediently sticking its head out to be lightly tapped by the toad. Toad, I told you to beat it up, not touch it. Ribbit. Host, I've already hit it, and we didn't specify how to hit it beforehand. Congratulations, host, you've spent 123,800 points of cow's courage. The system prompt sounded. Damn it, Toad, you tricked me again. Lu Ning was hopping mad. Every time he faced the toad, he always ended up on the losing side. However, the toad then revealed a secret. It turned out that it and the little turtle had a common master in the past named Wang Zhantian. Then, 100,000 years ago, when Wang Zhantian ascended to become a god, he was attacked by many enemies and had to self-destruct, causing the toad and the iron pot to fall into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was destined, the toad and the iron pot reunited in this life, and they belonged to the same master, Lu Ning. You're talking about ascending to become a god? What is that? Lu Ning asked in confusion. Kid, you're still far from reaching that realm, but I advise you to improve your cultivation quickly. Otherwise, not many people will survive the catastrophe of this world's destruction. After that, no matter how Lu Ning asked, the toad and the iron pot refused to answer. Even if they did answer, it was unrelated or evasive. Lu Ning angrily kicked the iron pot and cursed, Damn you, you're really something. Hey, kid, how did you know the name of this deity? Are you especially cool? The little turtle said something shocking. Lu Ning was speechless and couldn't believe that this little turtle had such a strange name, and his unintentional action had actually made it show off. However, despite the talking and cursing, the little turtle and the toad knew their limits. They promised that they would help Lu Ning whenever he was in trouble, on the condition that Lu Ning must cultivate and improve his own strength. In fact, the toad and the iron pot had a bigger secret in their hearts. They felt that their previous master hadn't died, and now they could only rely on Lu Ning, their new master, to find their old master in the future. They have a question that must be asked clearly, that is, when the master ascended and was forced to self-destruct by the enemy, why didn't they let them out? If they had their help, the outcome would definitely change. Moreover, there are too many mysteries in this world. Why has there been a shortage of spiritual energy for 100,000 years? Why must there be a catastrophe every 100,000 years? Where did they come from? Lu Ning, who was confused, along with a mysterious frog and a self-proclaimed main body, a big iron pot, this combination of a person, a frog, and a turtle is really strange. After chatting for a while, Lu Ning remembered Lin Xingwan outside and exclaimed angrily, "Taidan, let me out quickly." The little turtle jumped and shouted, "My name is Jinsho, not that whatever Taidan." That being said, the little turtle turned over, and then the big iron pot opened. Lu Ning saw the scene outside and saw that Lin Xingwan was already injured and could be hit by the stone people at any time. "That wise and brave Taidan, Jinsho, you go deal with the stone people." The big iron pot muttered, "Don't call me Taidan, call me Jinsho. If you call me properly, I'll go help that girl." Lu Ning shouted, and the big iron pot completely opened. It shouted, "Kid, look at me. This is how the main body is used. But you treat me as a turtle shell. It's really infuriating." Hearing this, Lu Ning almost burst into laughter. He suppressed his smile and thought to himself, "You're originally just a little turtle. What turtle shell?" The big iron pot, which has been passed down for more than 100,000 years, has an unparalleled defense, but its attack power should not be underestimated. The big iron pot rolled towards the stone people and then fiercely smashed one of their heads at an invisible speed. Boom! The smashed stone person fell to the ground, and a cloud of dust rose. Lu Ning, on the side, stared in astonishment. He couldn't believe that compared to the stone people, the small black pot was just the size of a sesame seed, yet it had such a great impact. As the stone people fell, the big iron pot jumped up 100 meters high, then free fell and shouted, "Take this, you bastards!" Another loud noise, and the stone person was directly shattered. Lu Ning was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly unremarkable guy would be so violent when provoked. Then, the big iron pot started a super rotation and directly cut another stone person in half. "Kid, see how awesome I am?" The big iron pot stood upright like a person. If it had hands, Lu Ning believed it would definitely put them on its waist. The two stone people who had previously looked powerful were instantly reduced to trash. Lin Xingwan fell to the side, leaning on her sword and panting heavily. At this moment, two golden objects floated above the shattered bodies of the stone people. Just as Lu Ning was about to go and check, the big iron pot took a deep breath and directly sucked the two golden objects into itself. Seeing the big iron pot's actions, Lu Ning knew that these two golden objects must be good things, so he pointed at the big iron pot and scolded, "Why are you so greedy? Spit one out quickly." Then, the big iron pot actually spat out one, and then it spoke, "Frog King, this one is for you as a tribute. Ribbit, you have a conscience." The frog hopped out and absorbed the golden object completely. "I can't believe you two unreliable guys took all the benefits." Lu Ning was furious. At this moment, Lin Xingwan, who was leaning on her sword, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale as paper. Lu Ning hurried over and supported Lin Xingwan's arm. This time, Lin Xingwan did not refuse. "Wanner, what's wrong with you? You can't die. If you die, won't your twisted master eat me?" Lu Ning cried out. The Kunlun market master outside suddenly sneezed and thought to herself, "Who was scheming against me from behind?" She calculated with her fingers and a name appeared in her mind. However, Lu Ning, who was still in the secret realm, didn't know that once he got out, he would be severely beaten by the Kunlun market master. Just as he was about to help Lin Xingwan sit down in the sandy area, he heard a curse from a large iron pot. "Kid, run! Something big is coming. It's too powerful, even I might have a hard time repelling it." Lu Ning looked around and suddenly felt a terrifying sensation in the distance. He knew something was wrong and carried Lin Xingwan as he ran. They saw rolling yellow sand, blocking out the sky, and a hidden earth dragon in the dust. Lu Ning helped Lin Xingwan sit inside the large iron pot and they flew away at a speed surpassing before. "Taidan, what exactly is that thing behind us? Why are you so scared?" Lu Ning asked. The large iron pot didn't hold back and proudly said, "Kid, how could I be scared? It's just because I've been dormant for too long and can't fully exert my power yet. If it were before, a single fart from me could have killed it. Lu Kid, stick this to your body." The toad also came out and handed Lu Ning a yellow talisman. Lu Ning didn't understand ancient characters, but he vaguely felt that this thing was extraordinary. On their escape, where could they find something to stick the talisman on? Lu Ning stuck the talisman on his forehead using his saliva. Whoosh, 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 a strong wind blew, and a whirlwind suddenly formed around the large iron pot, flying at a speed several times faster than before. They ran for more than half an hour before the yellow sand behind them gradually disappeared. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, what they saw in front of them shocked them once again. They saw a group of more than 10 people desperately digging on the ground, and these people were the ones who had entered the secret realm before. When they saw Lu Ning and the others arrive, these people didn't even lift their heads and continued to dig underground. The nearby soil and stones had already piled up several meters high. "What are you digging? Are there any treasures underground?" Lu Ning asked, his eyes shining at the thought of treasures. Oh, isn't this the red bitter tea seed? A sarcastic voice came, and Lu Ning saw that it was Princess Catherine Milan from the United States. This is my territory in Disya. How did you get in? Lu Ning questioned. Of course, Catherine didn't answer. In fact, overseas countries had also received an invitation from the Kunlun market master, and some countries had sent people here. At first, the various tribes of Disya disagreed, but the Kunlun market master said that a great calamity was approaching, and the destruction of this world would fall on the shoulders of this generation. Therefore, all under heaven were one family, and overseas countries might also hide people who could break the situation. You think I don't know what's underground just because you didn't say anything? Lu Ning sneered. Toad, use your detection ability to see what's underground. This woman is stubborn. Lu Ning called out to the toad. Ribbit, host, one detection requires 30,000 points of awesomeness. The toad kept mentioning awesomeness. Lu Ning remembered how the toad had tricked him out of hundreds of thousands of awesomeness points when it fought the turtle, and he became angry. But he was helpless against this stubborn toad and could only say, fine, I owe you. Ribbit, Lu Kid, the aura of these people is not right. They have all been enchanted. As for what's underground, it's a cluster of earth core essence, nothing rare. However, for the toad, it was indeed common. It had traveled through 3 realms with its previous master and had seen all kinds of treasures. But the toad didn't know that in this era of spiritual scarcity, the essence of the earth's core had become a profound level spiritual medicine. Just a drop of it could bring life or death, turning flesh into bones. It was priceless in the outside world. The United States has always been vigorously developing ways to make money, using all means necessary, including violence, deception, and fraud. Therefore, Catherine was determined to obtain the essence of the Earth's core. Lu Ning asked the toad, how can we break their enchantment? 100,000 points of awesomeness. Here, oh me. Stop comparing. The toad was reliable indeed. Just by having the big iron pot roar, the forbidden techniques on these people were lifted. With the breaking of the forbidden techniques, Catherine spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Just as she was about to fight with Lu Ning, her guards pulled her away. At this time, including Lu Ning, there were a total of 17 people from the Disya clan. If they didn't run, they would likely be beaten to a pulp. Seeing Catherine run away, no one dared to chase after her because they were outnumbered and outmatched. Thank you, Brother Lu, for saving our lives. Wan Yunfei from the Wang family was the first to express his gratitude to Lu Ning. The rest of the people raised their hands and almost unanimously said, thank you, Brother Lu, for saving our lives. If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, just ask, and we will definitely help. In this way, the young descendants of more than a dozen families present all made such a promise to Lu Ning. Lu Ning touched his nose and smiled, saying, definitely, definitely. As they continued forward, they quickly left the desert and came across a vast expanse of water that seemed to have no end in sight. What kind of place is this? It's not a desert or a river. I wonder if there are sharks in this water. Lu Ning muttered. Everyone, spread out and explore the surroundings, see if there's a way to go. Lin Qingwan, the successor of Kunlun Market, was truly the number one among the younger generation. After Lin Qingwan finished speaking, everyone immediately spread out and began searching for a way out. Everyone, come and see, there's a boat here. Someone shouted in the distance. Lu Ning and the others immediately rushed over, and when they saw the boat, they all gasped in shock. It was a bronze warship with mottled patterns and clusters of brown substances attached to its hull. Someone boldly approached and touched the black substance with their hand, sniffed it, and then exclaimed in shock and anger, this is blood, dried blood. Look, what is this? Zhang Linger, the female war god of the West River Miao tribe, suddenly shouted. Someone took out a night pearl and carefully examined the spot pointed out by Zhang Linger. They saw some crooked and twisted characters engraved on the hull that no one present recognized. Toad, Taidan, come out and take a look. What is this? Lu Ning called out in his mind. Ribbit, kid, what do you want with us? The toad and the little turtle floated in mid-air, only visible to Lu Ning. Lu Ning slapped the little turtle on the head and said, quick, take a look. What do these characters mean? Amidst the chaos, the toad and the little turtle approached the boat and pondered for a while. Then the toad spoke, Lu Ning, these are ancient characters from the previous era. They tell the history of the construction of this warship. It says that this ship was built by a person named Li Tianyun. Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you, but you can't touch this ship. Look at the black aura surrounding the hull. It has absorbed a large amount of resentment, indicating that the owner of this warship was an extraordinary figure who caused great upheaval in the mortal world. At this time, someone nearby discovered a stone tablet with different inscriptions from those on the warship. Someone read it out, crossing the bitter sea, looking towards the other shore. 3 lives intertwined, becoming dust. Looning advocates not boarding the ship, but some people are afraid of encountering monsters in the yellow sand when they return. Is this bitter sea the same as the bitter sea mentioned in Buddhist philosophy? Someone questioned. Looning smacked his lips and thought to himself, if this is the bitter sea, then it's a bit too big. This bitter sea is impassable, the cycle of reincarnation, sinking into the bitter sea, holding on in the long night, but ultimately unable to change. Someone recited a classic Buddhist phrase, whether to go down this bitter sea or not? Judging from the meaning on the stone tablet, it seems that there is a way at the end of the bitter sea. After all, the monsters in the yellow sand behind them are not easy to deal with. In the end, Looning and the others split into 2 camps. One side, led by Looning and Lin Xingwan, wanted to return the same way, while the other side wanted to board the bronze ship and venture through the bitter sea. After a heated debate, they finally reached an agreement to send someone strong enough to go on the ship and take a look. All eyes turned to Looning. What the hell? Why are you all looking at me? Looning shouted and jumped 3 meters away. He didn't want to be the first one to try the crab. Bad embryo, you have the strongest defense here, if not you, then who? Zhang Linger from the Shijiang Miao tribe spoke up. Why don't you go? I didn't provoke any of you. Looning stomped his feet in anger. Lin Qingwan said, Looning, how about this? I'll go with you on the ship, then there won't be any problem, right? Look, this bad embryo still needs someone to accompany him. You're too cowardly. Zhang Linger added fuel to the fire. Looning was furious and thought of a cunning plan. I can go, but Zhang Linger has to come with me. Even if I die under the pomegranate skirt, I'll die in style. Lin Qingwan gave Looning a hard slap on the head, and Looning jumped 3 meters high. He yelled, You damn woman, why did you hit me? However, under the ridicule of everyone, Looning finally decided to board the ship. He just made sure to bring out the scapegoat in advance. The bronze ancient ship was only a foot away from the shore, but looking at the black pool of water in the cracks, Looning felt something strange. Because this water, like a giant beast choosing its prey, was waiting with its mouth open. Looning stepped onto the bronze ancient ship, and suddenly, the patterns on the ship lit up and slowly spread across the entire hull. Not good. Looning felt a suction force under his feet. But by the time he tried to lift his foot, it was too late. This suction force, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, firmly held him. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't break free. Immediately after, half of Looning's body was sucked into the warship, and Lin Qingwan and Zhang Linger, who were following behind him, were also pulled. Seeing the 3 of them disappear, the bronze warship slowly began to move. Not good, the bronze warship is leaving. The people on the shore panicked and rushed up. Ripples appeared, and the previously dozens of people in the queue disappeared directly on the ancient ship. At this moment, Looning didn't feel good. He felt as if he could hear the sound of thousands of troops and horses, the deafening cries of war. Everything in front of him even made Looning feel like he had entered an ancient battlefield. Blood flowed, endless blood-colored mist lingered, and the stench of blood made people nauseous. The crimson blood gathered into a river. Looning couldn't stand this scene anymore. He shouted loudly because if he didn't vent, he knew he might go crazy. Ribbit, Looning, wake up quickly. This is an illusion carved on the bronze ancient ship, not a real existence. The toad urgently called out to Looning. But at this moment, Looning was still immersed in the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A corpse suddenly appeared at Looning's feet, but he remained completely unaware. Then the scene changed, and Looning felt as if he had become one of the thousands of troops and horses. He had an arrow stuck in his right arm, but his left hand continued to chop fiercely. In the surging blood, Looning saw his own ferocious face. His brothers around him were all bloodshot, shouting loudly with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. The toad was anxiously spinning around. If it knew that the host was sinking in the bronze ancient ship, it would not be able to escape the fate of falling asleep again. At a critical moment, you still have to rely on me. The voice of the little turtle came, and then as its true form, the big iron pot suddenly enlarged and covered Looning's head. Then, from somewhere, the little turtle produced 2 drumsticks and desperately beat the surface of the iron pot, producing a deafening sound. After half an incense stick's worth of time, because it was worried about shaking Looning to death, it had to flip the iron pot over. Sure enough, Looning was knocked unconscious, and his awakened bitter tea seed automatically protected him, covering his body. In fact, Looning was not knocked unconscious by the big iron pot, but because his bitter tea seed had the ability to rebound attacks 3 times, ultimately amplifying the sound 3 times, causing Looning to faint. TSK. The big iron pot poured a mouthful of cold soup on Looning's face. Who the hell ambushed me? Looning jumped up straight, only to find that he was completely soaked. The instigator, the big iron pot, had already entered Looning's body ahead of time. The toad saw Lu Ning wake up and finally felt relieved. "Toad, what happened to me?" Lu Ning touched his head, looking puzzled. The toad complained to Lu Ning, "I told you not to board the ship, but you didn't believe me. You were almost destroyed by the ancient creatures imprinted on the ancient ship. You should thank Shin Xiu. If it weren't for her, you would have sunk for thousands of years and eventually become a part of the ancient ship." After roughly understanding what had happened, Lu Ning remembered Lin Xingwan and Zhang Linger who had entered with him. The most urgent task was to meet up with them. However, looking around, there were only floating stars everywhere. The sea of corpses and blood from earlier had disappeared, but there was no sign of any life. Closing his eyes and opening them again, Lu Ning's eyes flickered with golden light. He used his perspective skill, which could explore the life and soul within a radius of 1 kilometer. Not good, Lin Xingwan is in danger. Lu Ning detected that 800 meters to the northwest, Lin Xingwan's life force was fluctuating, sometimes weak to the point of being almost imperceptible. Saving her was the priority, so Lu Ning didn't dwell on his current situation and immediately rushed towards the northwest. Lu Ning ran all the way and finally saw a figure in front of him. He quickened his pace and rushed over. There was nothing around, which meant that Lin Xingwan's danger originated from within herself. Seeing Lin Xingwan's expressions of crying and happiness, Lu Ning knew that she had also fallen into the imprinted scenes of the ancient ship. He shouted, "Waner!" But it seemed that Lin Xingwan had lost all her senses and couldn't hear any external calls. "Toad, quickly save Lin Xingwan. If she dies, the Lord of Kunlun Market won't let us off the hook." Lu Ning actually cared a lot about Lin Xingwan. After all, she was a beauty by his side, and no one would not feel pity. However, the method of the big iron pot from before was definitely not applicable now, because Lin Xingwan was different from Lu Ning. Lu Ning had the bitter tea seed to protect him, so the big iron pot dared to do that. "Lu kid, there's only one way, and that is to use your consciousness to enter Lin Xingwan's sea of consciousness and wake her up," the toad said matter-of-factly. Lu Ning, a beginner in cultivation, had no idea what consciousness was. He didn't understand that consciousness was actually a manifestation of a person's mental power. "Can you be more reliable? Consciousness? What is consciousness? How much does it weigh? Show me yours." Lu Ning questioned angrily. "Ribbit, Lu kid, you're just narrow-minded. Am I not a consciousness body? Every living being has consciousness, but some can awaken it, while others cannot." Immediately after, the toad began to teach Lu Ning how to observe his own consciousness. It made Lu Ning sit cross-legged in front of Lin Xingwan, and then guided Lu Ning's consciousness to leave his body step by step. A virtual small flame slowly rose from the top of Lu Ning's head and, as it approached Lin Xingwan, suddenly accelerated and entered her forehead. What place is this? Lu Ning felt like he had entered a space specifically for the growth of plants. Here, there were ancient trees that reached the sky and various wild grasses and flowers. Could this be Lin Xingwan's sea of consciousness? Why does it look like a real world? Lu Ning didn't think too much about it. He knew that the most urgent task was to find where Lin Xingwan's soul was and help her break free from the illusion. Treading on the grass beneath his feet, Lu Ning ran wildly on the plain, using his perspective ability to detect Lin Xingwan's soul aura. There, Lu Ning saw a faint shadow that resembled Lin Xingwan's appearance. However, when Lu Ning approached Lin Xingwan, he suddenly felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. A chilling coldness surged around Lin Xingwan's soul, giving off a sense of intense winter. Lu Ning shivered from the cold, not understanding why Lin Xingwan's sea of consciousness looked like this. It was like a world of extremes. Carefully approaching Lin Xingwan, Lu Ning called out loudly, but as a consciousness, he couldn't make any sound. The closer he got to Lin Xingwan's soul, the stronger the coldness became. In the end, Lu Ning's consciousness was almost frozen and losing consciousness. Using his last bit of strength, he gently touched Lin Xingwan's soul with his finger, and something unexpected happened. Like the sound of a bubble being burst, the surrounding coldness quickly dissipated, and Lin Xingwan's soul aura immediately surged. She slowly opened her eyes and said, "Lu Ning, thank you." Looking at Lu Ning's consciousness, which had already lost consciousness from the cold, she gently embraced him and flew towards the direction of the sea of consciousness on her forehead. Being held in Lin Xingwan's embrace, Lu Ning suddenly had a strange dream. He felt as if he could sense the warmth of his mother's embrace and couldn't help but burst into tears. After being gently sent out from Lin Xingwan's forehead, his consciousness entered Lu Ning's body. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Was I dreaming just now? It felt too real." Feeling something flowing down his face, Lu Ning reached out and discovered that it was tears. At this moment, Lin Xingwan also woke up and couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Lu Ning's tearful face. As the saying goes, a smile can charm 100 beauties, surpassing the beauty of the palace. Lu Ning was stunned, and his mouth unconsciously drooled. "Lu Ning, what are you looking at? What are you thinking? You pervert. Although Lin Xingwan scolded, her face was extremely shy. Wanner, don't scare me. You should go back to your usual cold and aloof self. Don't play around like this, it scares me. Lu Ning said. Lu Ning, have you encountered anyone else? How are they? Lin Xingwan asked. Only then did Lu Ning remember that there were still about 10 companions whose fate was unknown. Soon, Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan began to search together in the endless ancient ship space. Lu Ning, be careful. Lin Xingwan shouted delicately and drew her long sword to block a spear light that was coming down from above. In front of the two of them stood a woman, but her hair was disheveled, and for a moment, Lu Ning couldn't recognize who she was. Give me back my soul. Hearing this voice, Lu Ning realized that it was Catherine Milan from the United States. However, he didn't know what had possessed her, as she had completely lost her sanity. Catherine fired one shot after another, which made Lin Xingwan angry. Seeing that it was hopeless to wake her up, Lin Xingwan's moves became more and more fierce. In the end, Catherine was defeated by Lin Xingwan and her arm was pierced by a long sword. However, Catherine seemed to feel no pain at all. With a swing of her spear, she was about to pierce through Lin Xingwan's back. Just as it was about to happen, Lu Ning flew forward and blocked Catherine's spear with his arm. Otherwise, Lin Xingwan would have been stabbed with a hole. Lu Ning, don't worry about her, let's go. Her soul has been consumed, and now only her instinct for battle remains. De Taigua spoke up. With a flying kick, Lu Ning kicked Catherine to the side and then grabbed Lin Xingwan's hand and ran. In the following time, the two encountered 3 more female war gods whose souls had been consumed. The remaining 6 people were also rescued one by one, using rather violent methods, knocking them unconscious first, and then De Taigua spitting on them. Seeing that several people were wet but irresistibly tempting, Lu Ning swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. What is this place? Why is it so terrifying? Zhang Linger was one of the 6 survivors. Almost all of them had treasures given by their families or sects. From the toad's mouth, Lu Ning learned that this was the interior space of the bronze ancient ship, but he had no idea how to leave. Helplessly, the group could only continue to move forward. They didn't know how long they had been walking when they suddenly saw a huge continuous black shadow in front of them. What is that? As they approached, they realized that it was an endless city, with dried bloodstains on it, telling the story of a fierce battle in the past. There are words. Everyone looked up and saw a line of giant ancient characters on the city, which read Town Heaven Gate. Below the Town Heaven Gate were 4 lines of large characters. Ancient battles stained the earth with blood, singing and wandering in the wilderness. People have gone for eternity, leaving only the bright moon shining on the river. The surging ancient atmosphere hit them, and the scene described in the poem quickly brought them into a vast land. A disheveled strange man was singing loudly as he walked on the earth. His figure gradually disappeared, leaving only a bright moon shining on the river, with turbulent waves and strange and towering peaks. Who is he? Everyone had a question in their hearts. Ribbit, Lu Kid, did you see that? That's the master, my previous master. The toad was very excited because it also saw this scene. Lu Ning was even more shocked when he heard the toad's words. He never expected that the toad's previous master would be a man who was like a god or a demon. The master fought alone against the heavens, suppressing the sky. This is the wall of gods and demons, built by the master back then. It can lead to another world, the toad told Lu Ning. However, the toad couldn't explain why the wall of gods and demons appeared inside the bronze ancient ship. When the master ascended, it fell into a deep sleep after self-destructing. The image of the master seen in the bronze ancient ship this time was something the toad couldn't figure out. It made the toad suspect that its master was not dead yet. Whether to enter or not, while everyone was still hesitating, Lu Ning was already urged by the toad and stepped onto the steps leading to the Town Heaven Gate. Lu Ning, stop! Lin Xingwan shouted anxiously from behind, but Lu Ning seemed to be deaf and didn't hear anything at all. Seeing that Lu Ning had already climbed more than a dozen steps, the others started to catch up, but time seemed to stand still, and they couldn't take the first step. In this way, in a silent space, a strange scene appeared. A man slowly walked up the steps, followed by 7 beautiful women who lifted their right legs but couldn't take a step forward. Gradually, Lu Ning's figure disappeared in front of everyone, and the Jintian Gate remained the same, except that the 4 lines of words below suddenly disappeared like ripples in water. After entering the Jintian Gate, Lu Ning suddenly saw a huge throne in front of him and a majestic man sitting on the throne. He was powerful, eternal, and invincible. Ribbit, it's the master, it's the master. Toad King, that's not the master, it's the remnant of the 9999th generation of the master. Lu Ning couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by remnant? The toad began to boast, our great master has gone through 10,000 reincarnations, ascending to become a god each time, and then suppressing eternity. However, in the last life, he was unfortunately killed by an evil person. What? Reincarnation for 10,000 lifetimes? Lu Ning couldn't even dare to think about it. Could there really be reincarnation in this world? And such an absurd thing as reincarnation for 10,000 lifetimes. Looking at the huge statue in front of him, Lu Ning couldn't help but believe that it was true. After all, this person made him feel like he was nothing but a speck of dust in front of him. Lu kid, why don't you pay your respects to the master? The toad ribbited. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ning felt that since this person was his senior, it was only right to pay his respects. So he knelt down on the ground and respectfully knocked his head 3 times. A rumbling sound echoed, and the statue suddenly trembled. A huge protrusion emerged from where Lu Ning had knocked his head, and a square box was pushed out. Lu Ning was a little confused, but the toad reminded him to quickly open it and take a look. After opening the box, he saw a burst of golden light, a pure gold foil with densely written characters on it, and a cultivation manual at the bottom of the box. Lu Ning couldn't understand the characters on it, but the toad became excited. Lu Ning, it's the eternal green heaven, a technique that can make you as powerful as the master. At this moment, the toad also noticed the characters on the golden foil. It carefully read them and tears welled up in its little frog eyes. The golden foil read, "Later generations, you must have obtained the Toad King or True Show, otherwise you cannot pass my test. You don't have much time left, I can still suppress for a while, so you must hurry and become stronger. Only you can sit in this position in the future." The man on the throne didn't mention what he was suppressing, but from his messy handwriting, it could be seen that the situation at that time must have been particularly urgent. Afterwards, a gentle force pushed Lu Ning out of the Jintian gate, and at the same time, the restrictions on the people outside were lifted. After Lu Ning came out, everyone surrounded him and bombarded him with questions, but Lu Ning, who hadn't sorted out his thoughts, was completely clueless. At this moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. The wall of gods and demons slowly collapsed, and the words Jintian gate gradually disappeared. Everything happened silently, as if it had never happened, and everyone felt like they had just had a strange dream. After the wall of gods and demons disappeared, a red maple forest suddenly appeared in front of them. The maple leaves were as red as fire, giving an infinite visual impact. Lu Ning, this is the 5 elements formation, representing the meaning of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. As expected, you have already experienced wood, earth, gold, and water. This time should be the fire formation, the toad explained. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ning, who had faced life and death 3 times in just a few days, had already given up. So he spoke up, "Can I not go? I want to go home." After speaking, Lu Ning even lifted his foot and planned to walk back. "Lu Ning, the only way out is to break through the formation. If you retreat now, it's a dead end," the toad spoke. Lu Ning's footsteps slowed down, he gritted his teeth and decided to continue forward. With Lu Ning as the leader, everyone accepted him as the leader. After all, he had saved their lives before. And the various things that happened to Lu Ning seemed to indicate that he was not ordinary. Following behind Lu Ning, everyone stepped into this fiery red maple forest. As they walked, a breeze stirred, causing some maple leaves to fall and turn into ashes before they even reached the ground. "Why is it getting hotter as we go?" The clothes of several people were soaked with sweat, which gave Lu Ning a feast for the eyes. 15 minutes later, in front of everyone, a lava lake appeared, with rising hot air and rolling lava, all indicating that this was a dangerous place. At this moment, a golden spot suddenly appeared in the lava, and those with sharp eyesight noticed that it looked like a fish. "Did you see that? A fish just jumped out of the lava." Someone began to confirm. Everyone nodded, they had all seen that scene just now. But how could fish survive in such scorching lava? Ribbit, Lu Ning, that's a fire spirit transformed into the shape of a fish. Fish are the best swimmers in water. The little turtle also emerged, and Lu Ning noticed that its mouth was watering. "Lu Ning, this thing is very nourishing, especially when boiled into soup. Do you want to catch some and taste it?" Even the big iron pot turned out to be delicious, which surprised Lu Ning. "If you want to eat it, you can catch it yourself," Lu Ning said impatiently. Didn't they think he was too reckless to catch fire spirits? Little did he know, the big iron pot didn't hesitate and simply said, "All right." Then, a shocking scene unfolded, as a large iron pot flew out of Lu Ning's body, slowly growing larger until it was almost the same size as the lake. The big iron pot covered the surface of the lava lake, and a suction force rose from above, causing the entire lava lake to boil like a gust of wind. One by one, golden fish jumped out of the lake and were sucked into the pot. This grand scene frightened many fire spirits, and the big iron pot began to shrink, eventually becoming the size of an ordinary cooking pot. Everyone gathered around and saw that inside the big iron pot, there were hundreds of golden dots moving rapidly. These were indeed fire spirits. It should be noted that fire spirits were something many alchemists could only dream of, as having a fire spirit's assistance could greatly improve the quality and speed of refining pills. But the big iron pot didn't care about any of that. In its memory, this thing was meant for its owner to eat. It's unknown where the big iron pot got the water from, but this water was extraordinary. Standing in front of it, one could feel the coldness penetrating their bones. This is the Tian Shan cold spring, specifically used to cook fire spirits, the big iron pot explained. Soon, with the big iron pot simmering, a strange fragrance wafted out. Everyone couldn't help but smack their lips, feeling their stomachs protesting and demanding a taste. In the end, after Lu Ning begged shamelessly, the big iron pot reluctantly gave each person a drop. It wasn't that it didn't want to give more, but the aftereffects of this thing were really strong. After swallowing it, everyone's faces turned from pale to red, and they began to act as if they were drunk, displaying all sorts of behaviors. Lu Ning was no exception, as he grabbed Lin Qingwan's hand and said, "Wanner, come here, let me kiss you." This thing was like strong liquor, magnifying people's desires and emotions infinitely. At this moment, Zhang Linger unexpectedly leaned in and planted a big kiss on Lu Ning's face. Half an hour later, everyone gradually woke up, but the lipstick mark on Lu Ning's face made everyone wonder who had kissed him. After all, they had all lost consciousness and were immersed in the delicious food. I have a good idea. Everyone should go and kiss Lu Ning. Whoever has the same lips as the mark will prove to be the one who kissed him. As a female warrior of the Xizang Miao tribe, Zhang Linger was always cheerful. Unlike mainlanders, they say whatever they want face to face and never hide anything. After saying that, Zhang Linger was the first to pounce on Lu Ning and give him a kiss on the other side of his face. "Ha, Zhang Linger, that one was also you." Now everyone understood. The previous mark and the current one were exactly the same. After everyone woke up, they started thinking about how to get through this lava lake. Looking at the surging lava lake in front of them, everyone was at a loss and couldn't retreat. After the disappearance of the divine wall, everything behind them had turned into a void, a deep blue that looked even more terrifying than the red lava. Some of the people who had consumed some fire essence sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. Lu Ning and Lin Qingwan were the first to wake up because they had consumed some precious treasures before. "Lu Ning, do you hear that? What sound is it?" Lin Qingwan spoke up. Lu Ning listened carefully and seemed to hear the sound of rushing water in the distance, somewhat resembling the roar of the receding tide. After a while, everyone woke up one after another, and then they saw a sight they had never seen before. All the lava was slowly receding, and every 10 meters under the lake, there appeared a huge stone pillar that stretched endlessly. "This looks like a bridge." Indeed, from a distance, the stone pillars connected in a straight line, piercing into the distance. Someone shouted, "Let's go quickly, we can't stay here and wait to die." Everyone exchanged glances and prepared to step onto the stone pillars, but the temperature under their feet was too high, emitting smoke and a strong plastic smell that filled the air. "Lu Ning, this won't work. Everyone will get burned. Do you have any good ideas?" Lin Qingwan asked. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ning made a decision and took out a large black pot, saying to everyone, "If you trust me, enter my big iron pot. I have bitter tea seeds to protect us. I believe there won't be any problems." Seeing the dark and gloomy big iron pot in front of them, everyone remembered the time on Mount Huashan when they were spat on by the big iron pot, and immediately felt nauseous. Seeing that no one was moving, Lin Qingwan stepped forward first. She had once shared consciousness with Lu Ning and believed in him. "I'm hungry." Lu Ning chanted a spell, and the big iron pot enlarged, creating a suction force that made Lin Qingwan disappear without a trace. "Lu Ning, I'm going in too." Zhang Linger was the second to speak up. Seeing that the two female warriors had made their choice, the remaining people also lost their temper and entered the big iron pot one after another. With no burden by his side, Lu Ning started running on the stone pillars. Who knew how long the lava would recede? If they didn't hurry, they might be trapped and die in the lava lake. As Lu Ning ran swiftly on the stone pillars, every time his foot landed, a red bitter tea seed shape would appear, forming a protective barrier that isolated him from the extreme heat. It was unknown how long he had been running, but Lu Ning didn't dare to look back or hesitate for a moment because the toad had been reminding him to leave this place as soon as possible. Finally, approaching the other side of the magma lake, Lu Ning saw a towering mountain that reached the clouds. Just as he was about to catch his breath, the toad suddenly shouted, Ribbit, Lu Ning, run faster, the magma is chasing us." In the deafening sound, Lu Ning knew something was wrong. He mustered up all his strength, cursing his parents for not giving him 2 extra legs. "Ah, I can't go on." Finally, he reached the land, and in less than a second, the magma covered the entire lake again. Lu Ning was exhausted, panting heavily, and muttering to himself, "If it weren't for me running fast, I would have turned into a roasted pig." At that moment, the main body of the big iron pot, a little turtle, emerged. It was also scorching hot, with white mist constantly emanating from its body. Then, the little turtle made a sarcastic remark, "Lu kid, you roasted pig, you must taste good." It was then that Lu Ning realized he had misspoke, comparing himself to a pig. "Big iron pot, let everyone out," Lu Ning said. With a few sounds of vomiting, the big iron pot once again vomited out the people, unlike when they were at Manhwa. This time, the big iron pot did not absorb their energy, but simply wrapped them in saliva. Looking at the water stains flowing down their bodies, everyone knew it was the doing of the big iron pot, and these water stains had a scent, not unpleasant, but with a faint medicinal fragrance. "Big iron lump, you're ugly enough, and now you're just like that bad embryo Lu Ning, always bullying us." Zhang Linger suddenly started crying while cursing. It was understandable, after spending so much time in the secret realm, witnessing several companions turning into walking corpses, encountering such absurd things like the magma lake, and facing life and death situations multiple times, everyone's nerves were stretched too tight. "My goodness, please stop crying. Look at their expressions, they probably think I did something to you." Lu Ning was a bit speechless. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Linger cried even harder, "You and that bad embryo big iron pot, just wait until we get out, I'll make my grandfather teach you a lesson." Lu Ning was a bit confused, not understanding what he had done to provoke Zhang Linger, and she even mentioned the big iron pot. Could it be? Lu Ning imagined the scene and then spat a few times, thinking that he might be too evil. Not wanting to listen to Zhang Linger's crying anymore, Lu Ning asked the toad, "Toad, what happened to this girl? Did you and Iron Egg bully her?" Ribbit, it's not my business. It was that girl, she had to pee urgently and planned to pee in Jinxiu's space, but Jinxiu threatened her fiercely and even slapped her butt. Damn, how could you guys do something like this? People have their needs, living people can't be suffocated by urine. Lu Ning also felt that Zhang Linger was quite wronged. Then, his eyes followed Zhang Linger's face, slowly moving downward, and stopped at a certain place. However, beside the scorching magma lake, everyone's clothes had already dried up, and nothing could be seen. "Lu kid, are you still blaming me? If it weren't for your impulsive decision, I wouldn't have helped you. Whether these people live or die has nothing to do with me. Besides, in the future, Jinxiu will be the one cooking soup and refining medicine for you. Just think about it, if Zhang Linger really peed, will you be able to stomach the medicine?" The little turtle, the main body of the big iron pot, jumped out and complained to Lu Ning in an annoyed tone. Damn it, as soon as Lu Ning mentioned a national treasure, he heard the little turtle say that he would use it to make soup for him in the future, and then he thought of Zhang Linger's situation, causing him to vomit uncontrollably. Lin Qingwan next to Lu Ning thought that Lu Ning was feeling unwell. She kindly asked, "Lu Ning, what's wrong? Did you get injured somewhere?" Before he could finish speaking, Lu Ning felt a surge of bitterness in his mouth. After struggling to swallow it down, he replied, "Don't worry about me, let me vomit for a while." Lu Ning's strange behavior left everyone present puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Then, Lu Ning heard the frogs and little turtles emit lascivious laughter, which infuriated him. However, only Lu Ning could hear the voices of the frogs and little turtles. Lu Ning almost vomited out everything in his stomach from the past few days, even the feces in his intestines surged into his stomach before finally stopping. After this little incident, with the support of Lin Qingwan, Lu Ning pointed to the mountains inserted into the clouds in the distance and said angrily, "I'm not climbing this mountain anymore. Whoever wants to climb can climb." However, despite his words, the team eventually set foot on the mountain path. Only Lu Ning and Lin Qingwan were left behind, mainly because they had no choice but to climb. There was only a magma lake behind them, and they couldn't possibly dive into it. After climbing for 3 days, everyone finally reached the mountaintop. They saw a huge beam of light reaching into the sky, and on a nearby stone tablet were the words teleportation array. It seemed that this was the exit. However, Lu Ning still had some unfinished business. He turned his head and looked down the mountain. This journey through the secret realm had left him with too many questions. Why were there bronze ancient ships in the Tianyun secret realm? And what did the scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the ancient ships represent? What about the wall that reached the sky and the man who seemed godlike and demonic at the same time? Everything felt like a dream, but this dream was incredibly real. Lu Ning touched his chest, where he still had a book called Record of Strange Flowers and Exotic Grasses and another book called Eternal Blue Sky. "Lu kid, put those things in the big iron pot, otherwise, you'll be walking into a dead end," the frog kindly reminded Lu Ning. After all, even in the previous era, these 2 items were treasures that could cause countless countries and sects to fight to the death. After putting the 2 secret techniques into the big iron pot, Lu Ning's gaze became firm. No matter what the future held, he would persevere. He would come back to this place, only to find the direction in his heart. Lu Ning, what are you daydreaming about? It's just the two of us left. Lin Xingwan pulled Lu Ning, and the two of them stepped into the teleportation array. After being pulled into the teleportation array by Lin Xingwan, Lu Ning felt his body enveloped in a gentle light. Then, just like inside the bronze ancient ship, he felt the vastness of the starry sky. He didn't know how long had passed. Under a flash of white light, Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan fell from the sky. If it weren't for the black pot protecting them, they would have definitely suffered broken bones. Although they wouldn't have died, it was normal to lie in bed for a few days. Lu Ning stood up first, then helped Lin Xingwan up. However, everything in front of him felt incredibly unfamiliar. He saw several humans wearing animal skins, with an old man at the forefront. His eyes were fixed on the two of them, and he was babbling, but Lu Ning couldn't understand what he was saying. Lu Ning looked around and used his perspective ability, but he didn't find any traces of other people. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Frog, where are we? Lu Ning called out to the frog. Ribbit, Lu kid, this isn't the world you live in anymore. What the hell? Lu Ning had never heard of other worlds before. Could it be that this wasn't the same place anymore? In fact, Lu Ning's guess was correct. The teleportation array in the Tianyun secret realm was a top-grade teleportation array. According to its original settings, it was supposed to send them back outside the Tianyun secret realm. However, due to the interference of the frog, Lu Ning had deviated from the intended direction. Of course, this matter has been bothering the toad for a long time. It is afraid to speak up because it is afraid that Lu Ning will make a stew out of it, considering that he always carries an iron pot with him. This world can also be called a secret realm, another secret realm connected to the Tianyun secret realm. The reason why the toad did this was solely to help Lu Ning become stronger quickly, as the spiritual energy here is abundant and suitable for cultivation. Lu Ning looked at the old men wearing animal skins and didn't understand what they were trying to express. Toad, what are they talking about? As expected of a toad that has survived from ancient times to the present, it deciphered this ancient language in seconds. Croak, they are talking about the great ancestral god. They are begging you to lead us into the light and away from the darkness. The toad explained. So, according to what you're saying, they consider me and Wanner as gods? Lu Ning had some doubts. Think carefully. If you admit to being their god, you will receive their worship. If you don't admit it, they will use all their strength to kill you. The toad kindly reminded. Damn, how did I provoke these people? I accidentally attracted a group of god-worshipping followers. Lu Ning was always someone who didn't like to lose out. He tried to integrate himself among these people, so he walked down from the platform and came to the old man in front of him, slowly helping him up. Unexpectedly, this action seemed to make the old men even more afraid. They pressed tightly against the ground, their foreheads touching the floor. Toad, is there any way for me to understand their language? Lu Ning asked. Croak, there is, but it will cost you 10,000 points of awesomeness. The toad demanded. Lu Ning opened the system and selected the option for awesomeness points. Suddenly, he realized that he had unknowingly gained hundreds of thousands of awesomeness points again. This time, Lu Ning didn't refuse the toad's request because compared to the hundreds of thousands of points the toad demanded, 10,000 points was already a friendly price. Congratulations, host. Language communication software has been implanted. Now you can speak freely. The system prompt sounded. This time, Lu Ning finally understood clearly what the old man was saying. God, please bestow your grace and free my people from suffering. Take me to see what has happened to your people. Lu Ning spoke in the local language, startling Lin Xingwan. Soon, the old man guided Lu Ning into a huge thatched house, and the scene before Lu Ning made him feel sad. He saw hundreds of people wearing animal skins, men and women, mostly elderly and children. They were all emitting heat from their bodies, their faces flushed. Elder, what's wrong with you? A young man following behind Lu Ning suddenly supported the old man who was about to fall. What kind of illness is this? It's spreading so rapidly. Lu Ning was secretly shocked. He approached one of the women, reached out to feel her breath, and found that she was still breathing, but her forehead was burning hot. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in through the open door, followed by a series of coughing. The illness came without warning, and they couldn't be exposed to cold wind. Isn't this a viral infection? It's almost the same as the new coronavirus in that world. Lu Ning was very familiar with the new coronavirus because before he awakened, almost all the students in the school he attended had been infected. Since they had a fever, the appropriate treatment would be to reduce the fever first, then stop the coughing, and rely on their own bodies to overcome it. Lu Ning directed the few remaining young people, who were the only ones left in the village. In the previous world, there was a saying, the chosen ones are the ones who cook, work, and take care of children. And these people were the chosen workers that Lu Ning could find. He had these people carry the sick individuals outside and put them one by one into the small stream in front of the village. The typical symptom of fever is feeling cold all over the body, even when covered with several blankets. However, a high temperature is actually hidden inside the body and needs to be released. Because of the cold, when these people come into contact with the creek water, they shiver like pendulums. But Lu Ning did it for their own good, so he unhesitatingly put all these people into the creek water. Knowing that Lu Ning was saving people, even Lin Xingwan joined in and started helping to transport the patients. After about 10 minutes, when everyone had entered the creek water, Lu Ning asked a few young people to find some ginger and loquat leaves, but these things were not called by these names in this world. In desperation, Lu Ning had to ask if there was a place nearby where herbs could be collected, and a few young people pointed to the back mountain. Soon, Lu Ning entered the back mountain, with only Lin Xingwan accompanying him, while the rest of the people stayed by the creek to take care of the patients. After entering the back mountain, Lu Ning quickly discovered patches of mugwort, which was a treasure that could be used to soak in water and keep warm. Frog, I ask you, are there ginger and loquat trees in this world? Lu Ning called the frog's name. Croak, don't you have a book called Record of Strange Flowers and Herbs? It's recorded in there. Yes, he carried a treasure without even realizing it. Lu Ning slapped his head and quickly took out the book. In the sections on cough relief and fever reduction, Lu Ning actually found hundreds of herbs with such effects, and two of them, golden bamboo flower and thousand vine grass, were available in this back mountain. Golden bamboo flower relieves coughs, and thousand vine grass reduces fever. Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan quickly started collecting a large box of herbs and stored them in a storage ring before descending the mountain. When they returned to the village, the people in the creek water had visibly improved, but two of the 7 young people who had fallen before collapsed again. They were conscious enough to run into the creek water themselves. Lu Ning called the remaining 5 young people and set up a large iron pot. After filling it with water, he threw all the herbs into it. According to the book, these 2 herbs could be boiled together. After half a day, the pot of herbal soup was reduced to less than half, emitting a unique herbal fragrance that tasted good. Lu Ning had someone bring ladles and bowls, and he fed each person with a bowl. Then he lit a big bonfire and moved this group of people near the fire, intending to dry their clothes. After a night of rest, these people recovered very well, and some of them could even walk on their own. They worshipped Lu Ning repeatedly. After saving these people, Lu Ning also felt a great sense of accomplishment and couldn't help muttering to himself, "Isn't it just the new coronavirus? When I, Lu Ning, take action, it retreats." As time passed, after about 2 or 3 days, these people had all recovered well, without any sequelae. Lu Ning couldn't help but be amazed at their strong recovery ability. If it were in his own world, coughing, weakness all over the body, and profuse sweating would take at least a month to recover, or even half a year for some. Soon, the tribal chief decided to organize a sacrificial ceremony to thank Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan for their treatment, but Lu Ning refused. He found that although these people were not intellectually developed, they were simple and believed in the ancestral gods in the mountains. Each tribe had different deities. Some tribes believed in a half-male, half-female deity, said to be a witch god, and these tribes were skilled in various witchcraft, capable of killing people invisibly. Some tribes believed in a towering tree, and these tribes were skilled in healing and saving lives, with a strong life force. There were also tribes that believed in a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god, and these tribes were cruel and bloodthirsty, considering themselves descendants of the demon god. In the mouth of the old patriarch, Lu Ning learned that this small village was called Shurtsuan, a tribe that had been living in the 100,000 mountains for generations. However, in recent years, with the rampant expansion of another tribe called the Greedy Wolf tribe, the activities of the Shurtsuan residents have been repeatedly restricted. The Greedy Wolf tribe worships the Greedy Wolf star, also known as the Troublemaker star, which is a disaster-causing star that brings devastation wherever it goes. The Greedy Wolf tribe has inherited the cruelty of the Greedy Wolf star, and when they encounter people from other tribes, they either maim them or kill them as sacrifices. But for Lu Ning, he didn't care about any of this. His immediate priority was to find a way back, as he still had loved ones in that world. However, before Lu Ning could think too much, people from the Greedy Wolf tribe actually came to attack. A few days later, a sudden cry for help came from outside the village, and the old patriarch hurriedly rushed into the thatched hut where Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan lived. Although it was just one room, at Lin Xingwan's request, it was divided into 2 rooms, with each of them occupying one. Ancestral God, something terrible has happened. The Greedy Wolf tribe is attacking. Please save my poor people. The old patriarch panicked and urgently pleaded with Lu Ning. Let's go out and take a look. Wanner. Lu Ning put on his coat and followed the old patriarch outside. The scene before Lu Ning's eyes made him furious. He saw a group of people wearing animal skins, with various patterns painted on their faces and bodies. They had bloodshot eyes and, after defeating the people from Shurtsuan, they pounced on them, tearing at their flesh. Enough is enough. As a young man of the new era, Lu Ning had seen bloody scenes before, but this scene still made him tremble. Taidan, it's your turn. I'm hungry. Lu Ning brought out a large iron pot and used all his strength to smash it towards a member of the greedy wolf tribe. Bang! The person from the greedy wolf tribe who was hit stumbled, then got up from the ground, their bloodshot eyes fixed on Lu Ning. Damn it, Lu Kid, you hurt me. Little Turtle flew out and cursed at Lu Ning. At that moment, before Little Turtle could react, the person from the greedy wolf tribe who was hit suddenly increased their speed and charged towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning couldn't dodge in time, so he decided not to dodge at all because he had his own reliance. His red bitter tea could automatically protect him. As expected, when the person from the greedy wolf tribe pounced on him, the red bitter tea automatically appeared and rebounded with triple force, directly blasting the person into a rain of blood, not even leaving behind bone fragments. The loud explosion and this shocking scene quickly stunned everyone present. The chief of the Shurtsuan tribe had his mouth wide open, as if he could swallow an ostrich egg in one bite. Run, run! Suddenly, a sound of woo-woo-woo came from a distance, which was the signal for the greedy wolf tribe to retreat. The greedy wolf tribe, who had just been fierce like wolves and tigers, were terrified when they saw the red bitter tea floating around Lu Ning. They wished they had grown 2 more legs. Lu Ning touched his nose. He couldn't believe that his deterrence was so great. He couldn't help but feel a little self-satisfied. It wasn't until a loud voice sounded, snapping Lu Ning out of his self-indulgence. Greetings, Underpants Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor, your magical powers are boundless. Lu Ning was startled. When he regained his senses and saw the people kneeling in front of him, he couldn't help but shudder. The expressions on their faces were as if they had seen their own parents. What did you just call me? Underpants Old Ancestor? What nonsense is this? Yes, respected Divine Lord, you are our Underpants Old Ancestor. You are immortal, with boundless power, revered in heaven and earth, the old village chief said devoutly. At this moment, Lin Qingwan was already covering her mouth, laughing non-stop. The scene that was bloody just now seemed somewhat festive. Underwear ancestral god? Who worships underwear as a god? Do they kneel before a pair of underwear every day? Put it on a high platform? Why does Lu Ning feel so unreliable? However, what Lu Ning didn't know was that the people of the greedy wolf star tribe who had just retreated heard the words underwear ancestor and were directly scared to pee themselves. After the people of Shurtsuan finished dealing with the bodies on the ground, Lu Ning called the old patriarch over and asked him to explain why he was called underwear ancestor. This title was really ridiculous. Lu Ning didn't want to walk around with such a name in this land. Unexpectedly, the old patriarch insisted on bathing in incense and then telling Lu Ning the story to express his admiration for him. Later, Lu Ning really found out the origin of the title from the old patriarch's mouth, and this old story has been passed down by the people of Shurtsuan for over 1,000 years. It is said that 1,000 years ago, Shurtsuan could only barely survive in this vast mountain range because they did not have an ancestral god to worship. A tribe without an ancestral god would eventually become slaves to other tribes, and even be treated as commodities to be sold, living a life worse than death. Therefore, in order to survive, the people of Shurtsuan could only live underground and cautiously go out to find a few odd fruits in the dead of night to barely survive. Until one day, the old patriarch remembered it very clearly. A man descended from the sky, wearing only a pair of red underwear. This man was incredibly powerful, not only able to control fire and wind, but also able to move mountains and fill seas. After this man came, Shurtsuan began to develop rapidly, and now over 1,000 years have passed, with a population of hundreds of people. However, 20 years ago, this man said he had to go out and do something, and left the underwear as a deterrent, saying that he would come back. Who knew that in these 20 years, this man never appeared, and the rise of the greedy wolf tribe plunged Shurtsuan into dire straits. Until a few days ago, under the devout prayers of the people, Lu Ning and Lin Qingwan descended from the sky, and Lu Ning's appearance was 70% similar to that man. The people of Shurtsuan thought he had returned. So what are the characteristics of this person? When he heard the patriarch's serious introduction, Lu Ning became a little interested. The old patriarch said that this person liked everyone to do one thing, which was to have someone shout loudly behind him when he went out. Underwear ancestor, with boundless power, revered in heaven and earth. Damn, who is this person, so narcissistic? Afterwards, the old patriarch walked into the house and rummaged through the boxes and cabinets under the bed, and finally took out a box made of pure gold, making Lu Ning's eyes shine. The old patriarch placed the box solemnly in front of Lu Ning, then carefully washed his hands, and then opened the box cautiously. Lu Ning saw a touch of red, and inside was indeed a pair of red underwear. Then, this pair of underwear unexpectedly turned into a red light at lightning speed and drilled into Lu Ning's crotch. Lu Ning only felt a chill in his body, and then something firmly stuck to his body, hanging inside his pants. Damn, what the hell is this? Lu Ning reached out to touch it, but only felt a layer of cold and elastic material. He tried tearing and pulling, but couldn't get rid of it. Looking at Lu Ning's strange appearance, anyone who didn't know would think he had fleas on him. Seeing that this thing couldn't be pulled down, Lu Ning began to carefully recall the words of the old patriarch. He said that this person has been here for thousands of years. Could it be that he has lived for so long? This already exceeds the human lifespan by tens of times. Then, Lu Ning thought that this person disappeared 20 years ago, and now he is exactly 20 years old. Could there really be some kind of relationship between him and this person? After listening to the words of the old patriarch, Lu Ning's inner doubts grew more and more. He couldn't even distinguish whether he was in reality or in a dream. After returning to his residence, Lu Ning asked Lin Qingwan to go to sleep first, and then he himself secretly pondered the bitter tea child that was forcibly put on him today. Lu Ning looked down and saw that he was wearing a red bitter tea child. Its texture was like ice silkworm silk, and it felt incredibly comfortable on his body. What on earth is this thing? Whenever he thought that this was someone else's underwear, he felt a sense of disgust in his heart. Who knows if this person is clean? Does he have any strange diseases? Will he infect himself? And how should he wash this bitter tea child that can't be taken off in the future? Faced with an unsolvable problem, Lu Ning thought of the toad again, so he called out, "Toad, quickly help me see what's going on with this bitter tea child?" Croak, congratulations to the host, for obtaining a pair of magical underwear, nourishing yin and invigorating yang, tonifying the kidneys and treating deficiency. This is an essential item for home and travel. I'll nourish you, I'll tonify your head. Lu Ning cursed loudly and knocked the toad's head with his hand. The toad desperately dodged, but still sprayed a mouthful of toad gas at Lu Ning, making him dizzy. Talking aside, the toad was indeed a knowledgeable toad. It quickly recognized that this was a treasure from the previous era, underwear that didn't need to be washed. It is said that this underwear has a self-cleaning function. After wearing it, it can change colors and styles at will. It was created by a powerful being from the previous era. Its material is Tian Shan snow silkworm silk. It takes 100 years for a Tian Shan snow silkworm to produce an inch-long silk, and the powerful being spent a whole 10,000 years collecting the silk to weave this underwear. Who is this person? How could they make such a perverted thing? Lu Ning shouted, feeling like crying without tears. However, the toad also told Lu Ning some good news. This underwear not only can be worn for a lifetime without needing to be changed, but it also has super strong defensive power. It is said to be able to resist water, fire, thunder, and all poisons. However, despite the toad's long-winded explanation, Lu Ning didn't hear a single useful sentence about how to take off this bitter tea child. Unexpectedly, the toad's next words directly drove Lu Ning crazy. This underwear can never be taken off once it is worn, unless the owner dies. Because over time, the bitter tea child has also developed intelligence. It has chosen its host with great difficulty and will be well protected by the host. Even if the host wants to die, it is very difficult to achieve. Not only that, this bitter tea child also has 3 switches. One tap activates the protective function of the bitter tea child, forming a protective film. 2 taps retract the underwear into the body, making it convenient for the host's physiological needs. 3 taps activate the automatic cleaning function and release the scent of herbs, which can treat stubborn hemorrhoids. If there is no movement, it has no functions and is worn on the body like ordinary underwear. Lu Ning decisively tried it out, and the toad's words were indeed true. I don't know where this toad learned so much about the uses of these treasures. It truly lived up to its reputation as a toad that has inherited knowledge for hundreds of thousands of years. With this trial, Lu Ning felt that this bitter tea child seemed to have some usefulness after all, and it had many benefits. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. Just as Lu Ning was focused on studying the bitter tea child, the door of the thatched cottage suddenly pushed open, and the old patriarch came in. What's going on? The old patriarch has seen the world, but he has never seen someone bowing down and playing with himself. Who? Lu Ning looked up, and the two of them stared at each other, stunned. Lu Ning's face turned from yellow to red, and then from red to purple. If there was a crack in the ground, he would have jumped in. Patriarch, it's not what you think, Lu Ning said incoherently. Anyone in this situation would feel embarrassed. When the old patriarch heard Lu Ning's words, he thought he had done something wrong, so he quickly covered his eyes and explained, I didn't see anything, you can continue, don't mind me. Continue? I didn't do anything, Lu Ning said anxiously. Little did he know that things would only get worse, and it could even become an unsolvable problem. Perhaps due to nervousness, Lu Ning didn't even remove his hand from his pants pocket. The old patriarch pointed at it, startling Lu Ning. If you like that, patriarch, I can take care of it for you, or I can find you some young people. After considering for a long time, the old patriarch seemed to have made up his mind and took a step forward. You pervert! What do you mean by that? End this. I'm studying this bitter tea leaf, don't you dare think otherwise. Lu Ning was furious. Lu Ning's righteous words frightened the old patriarch, who fell to his knees in front of Lu Ning, trembling. Ancestor, I didn't mean that, I just wanted to help you. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Lu Ning decided not to say anything more and simply threatened the old patriarch. No one is allowed to speak of today's events. If I find out, your life will be at stake. The old patriarch nodded quickly. Ancestor, rest assured, I will take this secret to my grave. Only you, me, heaven, and earth will know. After saying that, the old patriarch's face showed a knowing expression, and he even gave Lu Ning a meaningful look, as if to say, I understand. Since the matter was already too complicated to explain, Lu Ning changed the subject and asked the old patriarch why he had come to find him. Patriarch, the leader of the greedy wolf tribe wants to see you. He asked me to inform you, the old patriarch said. Lu Ning stood up, put on his pants, and followed the old patriarch out of the door. Outside, there was a tense atmosphere, with dozens of young people from the stone village surrounding the leader of the greedy wolf tribe, Tuoba Lang, with knives, guns, sticks, and clubs in their hands. Tuoba Lang came alone and did not bring any weapons. If he had, the people of Stone Village would have attacked him long ago. Tuoba Lang, leader of the greedy wolf tribe, pays respects to the underpants ancestor. Tuoba Lang knelt on one knee, showing a very humble attitude. Lu Ning was good at pretending, so he put his hands behind his back and coldly asked, So, Tuoba Lang, what do you want from me? Ancestor, our greedy wolf tribe hopes to form an alliance with you. Please help us awaken the great greedy wolf lord. It turned out that Tuoba Lang came seeking help, and this decision was made after a meeting of the tribe's elders. To be honest, Lu Ning had no interest in Tuoba Lang's proposal, but he pretended to inquire, How do you want me to help you? Afterwards, Tuoba Lang revealed a secret. Their tribe's ancestral god, the greedy wolf lord, actually came from another dimension, rumored to be a higher level than the current one. However, 300 years ago, the greedy wolf lord accidentally fell into a secret cave while chasing a wild rabbit and disappeared ever since. Just half a month ago, Tuoba Lang had a strange dream in which the greedy wolf ancestor asked him to occupy more tribes and convert their resources into spiritual energy through a special method, so that he could come out. It is precisely for this reason that the greedy wolf tribe began to aggressively seize land and resources in order to resurrect their ancestors. However, to their surprise, after breaking the first seal, they discovered 3 more seals that could not be destroyed by spiritual attacks. The greedy wolf tribe had already heard of Lu Ning, the old underpants ancestor. The greedy wolf tribe is located deep within this secret realm, where there are countless wild beasts and various obstacles. However, when they were slaughtering the stone village, they encountered Lu Ning, the old underpants ancestor. Tuoba Lang wanted to take this opportunity to rescue the greedy wolf ancestor. Respected old underpants ancestor, we beg you, as long as you can help us rescue the greedy wolf ancestor, we will do everything we can to fulfill your needs. The chief of the greedy wolf tribe knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing, making a sound that was irritating to the ears. Lu Ning looked at the crying old man in front of him, unsure of whether to agree or not, considering that this tribe had killed many people from the stone village. If he didn't agree, seeing the old man in this state, it was very likely that he would kowtow to death. Seeing Lu Ning's lips move, the old chief of the stone village hesitated, and Lu Ning said, Old chief, what do you think we should do? I want to hear your opinion. The old chief said, Old ancestor, ask him why he wanted to kill the people of my stone village. We must avenge this grudge. Hearing the words of the old chief of the stone village, Tuoba Lang was shocked and said, Old underpants ancestor, I have never given the order to kill anyone. I only suggested that the tribe plunder resources. I had no choice. Hearing this, Lu Ning and the others present were surprised. If Tuoba Lang didn't give this order, then someone in the greedy wolf tribe must have acted on their own and killed recklessly. Immediately, Tuoba Lang patted his chest, promising to thoroughly investigate his tribe and give an explanation to the stone village. Regardless of whether Tuoba Lang's words were true or not, Lu Ning did not directly refuse. He said that he would personally visit the greedy wolf tribe in half a month. Originally, Tuoba Lang didn't have any hope for this matter, but he never expected that the old enemy, the old ancestor of the stone village, would not refuse his request. He was moved to tears. In fact, Lu Ning was not such a kind person. He was just temporarily appeasing the old man based on the secret communication from the toad. After all, this world was too mysterious. The small stone village could hide the treasure of the heavens and earth, the unwashed underpants. Perhaps the greedy wolf tribe also hid some secrets, and it would be best if there were 1 or 2 treasures. For the toad, it hoped that Lu Ning would become stronger so that it could get closer to the truth of the previous epic's catastrophe. Moreover, it was possible that the toad's previous owner was not dead yet. Otherwise, how could it see the divine demon wall and is back in the world of the bronze ancient ship? Why abandon it? This was the obsession of the toad and iron egg. As long as this obsession remained, they would not live happily. After sending Tuoba Lang away, the toad urged Lu Ning to quickly practice the eternal blue sky technique because his previous owner had defeated all his opponents in the mortal realm with this technique. Later, the Emperor of the Desolate Sky even came down to the mortal realm to search for the third piece of beast bone, but his spiritual body was shattered by the eternal blue sky technique. Lu Ning thought that the toad made sense, so he also sent the old chief away and let Lin Xingwan rest in another room. After all, if the descendant of Kunlun Su became unhappy and threw a tantrum, Lu Ning would also have a headache. Moreover, in this different world, there are only the two of them. There is no need to keep any secrets from each other, except for the toad and the big iron pot, which is their own request. For Lu Ning, there are no secrets about Lin Xingwan because he has entered her sea of consciousness before, but this is something that cannot be said. Cross-legged, Lu Ning took out the Eternal Blue Sky secret book from his arms. The toad asked Lu Ning to spit some blood on it to make the book recognize its master. Do I really have to spit blood on this thing? Lu Ning muttered discontentedly. Seeing Lu Ning hesitating and not producing a single drop of blood for a long time, the toad became impatient and jumped out, saying, "Quack, if I tell you to spit, then spit. Why so much nonsense? If you don't spit, the system will erase you directly." Spit. Lu Ning finally prepared himself and forcefully punched his chest, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the book. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Lu Ning immediately felt weak, but with a burst of green light, strands of spiritual energy began to enter Lu Ning's body, making him feel warm in his chest. After a while, Lu Ning felt a tremendous pain in his chest. He realized that the massive amount of spiritual energy had almost filled his entire body. If he didn't release it, he would surely explode and die. "Lu Ning, what are you doing?" The spiritual energy enters the Baihui acupoint, penetrates the whole body, and condenses the virtual elixir. The toad shouted, waking Lu Ning up. He began to desperately compress the spiritual energy into his dantian. Just as the external spiritual energy had far exceeded the speed at which Lu Ning was compressing it, the eternal blue sky emitted a soft light, and a line of green characters appeared in the void, in idle dreams, ethereal like immortals. Cold mountains wrap around the waist, entering a meditative state to wander in the heavens. The three pure ones' mysterious acupoint opens, divine light illuminates the front hall. The Baihui acupoint finally enters the sea, breathing in and containing the five elements. The heart is like a clear mirror, connecting heaven and earth through the feet. A voice like morning bells and evening drums narrated this divine technique, but Lu Ning became anxious and cursed. "What the hell, can't you speak in plain language?" However, this was the secret book Eternal Blue Sky, a book without any soul aura, so how could it answer Lu Ning's words? Fortunately, the toad was there. When it encountered its previous owner, it had already completed the cultivation of the Eternal Blue Sky, so it had some experience. "Lad, listen to me, don't be in a hurry, take it step by step. Close your eyes, imagine yourself as an invincible immortal, and then enter a meditative state, letting your consciousness replace your thoughts to manipulate the spiritual energy. First, impact the Yongquan acupoint, then the Laogang acupoint. After opening both acupoints, make a concerted effort to impact the Baihui acupoint. At a critical moment of life and death, Lu Ning forced himself into a meditative state and followed the toad's guidance step by step. After breaking through the three acupoints, a strange phenomenon occurred in the heavens and earth. Lad, don't be distracted. Starting from the Baihui acupoint, guide the spiritual energy into the dantian. If you can't compress the violent spiritual energy, release it through the soles of your feet into the ground. After this series of operations, Lu Ning was already panting, but he felt extremely excited mentally. He felt that his hearing and vision had greatly improved. At this moment, through a small gap in the grass mat that separated the rooms, Lu Ning unexpectedly saw Lin Xingwan in the adjacent room. She was lying on the bed in a long dress, but her expression was somewhat strange as she covered her nose with one hand. Lu Ning even noticed the pores on Lin Xingwan's face, her delicate skin that seemed as fragile as a bubble, causing his nose to bleed again. Then, Lu Ning's gaze slowly moved down and stopped on Lin Xingwan's full figure. Just before Lu Ning was completely engrossed in watching, the toad suddenly shouted, "Lu Ning, close your eyes. I forgot to tell you, the Eternal Blue Sky has a characteristic that it cannot be used to peep at women. Otherwise, you will get pinhole eyes that take a whole day and night to disappear." "Damn it, why didn't you say it earlier?" Lu Ning suddenly realized that he could see his own face with his eyes. Lin Xingwan covered her nose and left the room. When she saw Lu Ning, She almost drew her sword to kill him because Lu Ning looked too strange, almost making her think a stranger had come in. Lu Ning was covered in sticky black paste, emitting a foul smell. What shocked Lin Xinghuan the most was that Lu Ning's eyes had grown out of his eye sockets as flesh pillars, with two large eyeballs hanging on top of them. Lu Ning, did you fall into a cesspool? What happened to your eyes? Lin Xinghuan asked. The matter of peeping was something that could never be mentioned, so Lu Ning could only reply, I was practicing my skills, washing my marrow and refining my eyes. My eyes are fine, I'm practicing the 1,000-mile eye. Lin Xinghuan had heard of the 1,000-mile eye, but that was about having a clear view of everything within sight, not like Lu Ning's eyes popping out. Lu Ning, I don't recommend you continue practicing this 1,000-mile eye, because think about it, if your eyes grow this long when you use your skills, the enemy can easily cut off your two eyeballs with one sword strike. Lin Xinghuan said seriously, judging from his expression, she seemed to think her deduction was correct and she was trying to save Lu Ning. Bang bang bang, the sound of knocking on the door came. Lu Ning, who was already frustrated, angrily asked, who is it? Elder, it's me, I just wanted to ask Elder, there was a super big pair of underpants in the sky just now, I don't know what happened. The voice of the old clan leader came. The toad told Lu Ning that it was a phenomenon caused by his practice of the eternal blue sky. Lu Ning said, you may leave, it was caused by my practice. Upon hearing this, the old clan leader finally felt relieved. While walking away, he couldn't help but think to himself, the elder is truly the elder, those underpants were really big, they could probably fit 108 people. Back inside the house, Lin Xinghuan told Lu Ning to hurry up and wash, otherwise it would suffocate people. After speaking, she returned to another room, opened the window for ventilation, and covered her nose, pretending to rest. Lu Ning asked the old clan leader to arrange for someone to bring him hot water, but everyone who came in to deliver the water thought that Lu Ning had fallen into a cesspool. It's said that the village-level gossip system is really amazing, spreading false news even better than the CIA in the United States. Do you know? The elder fell into a cesspool while going to the bathroom yesterday. The water I brought him was so stinky. After this person finished speaking, he vividly described the scene at the time, even subconsciously covering his mouth and nose, and dry heaving twice. That's not right, I heard that the elder was peeping at Fairy Lin while she was going to the bathroom, and accidentally fell into the cesspool. Otherwise, why would he get pinhole eyes? You're all wrong, the elder was peeping at the old clan leader while he was going to the bathroom, and was seen by Fairy Lin, who then beat him into the cesspool. Big Head is right, I saw it too. The elder was beaten by Fairy Lin, and at that time, he looked so miserable. He even sent his bitter tea leaves flying into the sky. In short, the story became more and more bizarre and strange as it spread. The next afternoon, Lu Ning's pinhole eyes finally recovered. After getting dressed, he walked out of the thatched hut. However, when he opened the door, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Many people from Shurtsuan were gathered at the door, looking at him with strange eyes, as if they wanted to see through him. Why are you all standing here? Why are you looking at me like that? Did something happen to my face? Lu Ning asked. When they heard Lu Ning's question, everyone thought that their secret thoughts had been discovered by Lu Ning, and they all lowered their heads. It's unclear who spoke first. Congratulations, Elder Ancestor. Congratulations, Elder Ancestor. Elder Ancestor's divine power is boundless, and your magic is unparalleled. Lu Ning touched his nose, surprised at how quickly the news had spread and how many people knew about it. Feeling the inexhaustible strength in his body, he began to show off again. Oh, everyone is praising me, how enjoyable. I haven't succeeded yet. I just tried a little bit, and only achieved a little bit of success. Lu Ning stretched out his arms and gestured, indicating that this was what he meant by a little bit. Everyone suppressed their laughter and whispered among themselves, but Lu Ning heard every word. You see, I was right, even the elder ancestor himself admitted it, he said he tried it. Yes, brother, you are well informed. I doubted you before, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect the elder ancestor to be so amazing, he did something I've always wanted to do. Damn, stay away from us, you old fart. As Lu Ning walked down the steps, Lin Xinghuan followed behind him with a cold expression on her face, and the crowd made way for them. Before Lu Ning and Lin Xinghuan left Shurtsuan, they inquired about the location of the greedy wolf tribe and planned to go and take a look. Walking in the dense forest where fierce beasts roamed and trees grew thick, Lu Ning and Lin Xinghuan were cautious because they never knew when a wild beast might charge out or a venomous snake might appear. What's that? Lu Ning saw a huge flower tree in the forest, with a giant flower blooming on top, emitting a fragrant scent. The scent was peculiar, not only sweet but also seemed to attract one's nerves. That's why Lu Ning and Lin Xinghuan ran to the bottom of the flower tree. At that moment, a giant bird suddenly flew from above the flower tree, its wings spanning more than 2 meters. Just as Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan were amazed by the bird, a huge, elongated tongue emerged from the middle of the flower on the tree, and the bird disappeared. Amidst the sound of teeth grinding, the bird was dragged into the mouth of the giant flower, then it followed the flower path underground, becoming fertilizer for the giant flower to absorb. In fact, the giant flower had already noticed the presence of Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan, but it had no interest in these two humans who emitted weak energy. At that moment, the voice of a toad sounded, ribbit, little Lu, this is the devouring heaven flower. You're really lucky. The juice of this flower can assist you in cultivating the eternal green heaven technique. Hurry up and take some flower juice. In fact, the eternal green heaven technique was created based on the ancient poem Wildfire cannot burn at all, spring breeze blows again. It means eternal and indestructible, even if the Tao disappears, it can be reborn with the wind. Therefore, as a plant, the devouring heaven flower, even though it is a carnivorous animal, still possesses plant attributes. Its devouring ability happens to enhance the ability of the eternal green heaven technique to absorb spiritual energy. However, looking at the devouring heaven flower in front of him and recalling the sound of chewing from earlier, Lu Ning decided to give up. Just as Lu Ning was about to tell Lin Xingwan to run, the cold voice of the toad sounded, Host, don't even think about running. Believe me, the system will wipe you out. However, this time, the toad's threat had no effect at all because Lu Ning had already figured out that the toad definitely didn't want him to die. However, just as Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan were about to escape, the devouring heaven flower refused to let them go. Its large tongue stretched out, a flash of red light, and Lu Ning was sucked into the flower's mouth. At the last critical moment, a force surged in Lu Ning's hand, throwing Lin Xingwan out of the attack range of the devouring heaven flower. Wanner, don't worry about me, I have iron egg and underpants to protect me, I'll be fine. After being swallowed by the devouring heaven flower, Lu Ning immediately chanted a spell, I'm hungry, and the big black pot quickly grew larger, covering Lu Ning inside. However, the big black pot didn't have a matching lid, and the corrosive substance at the bottom of the pot continued to desperately drill inside. The humans living in this mysterious forest all knew that the venom of the devouring heaven flower had the ability to corrode various objects in the world. Not to mention the flesh and blood of a person, even pure steel could be corroded. When the venom of the devouring heaven flower surged in, Lu Ning smelled a scent that was 100 times stronger than what he smelled outside, going from fragrant to extremely foul. Enduring the nausea in his heart, Lu Ning also summoned the super bitter tea seeds and covered the bottom of the big black pot with them, which resulted in the turtle spirit of the pot complaining, Lu brat, you shameless thing, you actually made me wear red bitter tea seeds, you've completely embarrassed me. However, at this moment, Lu Ning was already in a state of chaos, he couldn't even free up his hands to hit the little turtle, so he could only let it talk nonsense. However, the bitter tea seeds couldn't stop the venom, as it slowly seeped in through the cracks. A little bit of venom contaminated his hand, and without any precautions, Lu Ning ended up with a burn the size of a soybean on his hand. Damn it! Lu Ning, in pain, quickly withdrew his hand, and as a result, the bitter tea seeds, which had nowhere to borrow strength from, directly burrowed into Lu Ning's body. Seeing that the venom was already surging towards him, the little turtle spoke up, Lu brat, at a critical moment like this, you're eating shit, don't you know how to activate your underpants skill that doesn't need washing? Lu Ning slapped his head and suddenly remembered that he was wearing a magical item like underpants that didn't need washing, so he moved his lower body a bit and activated the automatic cleaning function. It must be said that this thing was really useful, as it actually emitted a layer of golden light, completely isolating Lu Ning from the venom, and any venom that came into contact with the golden light melted away at a visible speed. What's even more rare is that this magical item didn't even consume a bit of Lu Ning's spiritual energy, it was simply an essential item for everyday life and travel. The devouring heaven flower outside also sensed the changes inside its body, and it began desperately producing venom, intending to corrode Lu Ning. Moreover, producing venom and chewing prey were its only two skills, and at this moment, it deeply regretted why it didn't just bite Lu Ning to death earlier. When Lu Ning was swallowed, the devouring heaven flower had the idea of filling its stomach with a person, so it didn't even bother chewing. Unexpectedly, it swallowed such a troublesome individual. The devouring heaven flower, which was desperately producing venom, became powerless after a short while, because this venom was actually equivalent to its blood, and too much of it had been melted away, causing it to go into hemorrhagic shock. Lin Xingwan, who was watching from a distance, saw the devouring heaven flower go from lively to sluggish, and finally, with a loud thud, its head drooped and it died. After a while, a huge bulge appeared at the root of the devouring heaven flower, and Lin Xingwan, holding a sword with a vigilant expression, didn't relax until she heard Lu Ning's voice, Wanner, this thing is hard and tough again, help me make a hole from the outside so I can crawl out. Lin Qingwan was overjoyed. She didn't expect Lu Ning to still be alive, and she finally didn't owe him any favors. Otherwise, the favor of saving her life just now would have become the biggest obsession in her cultivation journey. Holding the sword, she activated her true power, and quickly cut open the root of the devouring heaven flower, allowing Lu Ning to crawl out unharmed. Lu Ning, are you okay? It was really scary just now. However, Lu Ning seemed to not hear Lin Qingwan's words, and quickly took out a white bowl, starting to catch the yellow liquid that was oozing out from the root of the devouring heaven flower. He happily filled a big bowl, only stopping when the devouring heaven flower could no longer produce any more liquid. Lin Qingwan took a glance and said disdainfully, Lu Ning, what did you pick up? It looks disgusting. Lu Ning shook the solidified liquid in the bowl and said happily, this is a good thing. I'm going to drink it slowly when I get back. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Lu Ning's words made Lin Qingwan nauseous and she vomited. Because that bowl of stuff was like the legendary Aligay, and it was even diluted. Lu Ning solemnly put the Shishianua juice into a box, then stored it in his storage ring, and held Lin Qingwan's hand, saying, Wanner, let's go. Stop vomiting, it's not for you to drink, and besides, drinking that stuff won't do anything. Upon hearing Lu Ning's words, Lin Qingwan started dry heaving again. After Lin Qingwan felt better, the two of them quickened their pace and headed towards the greedy wolf tribe. Probably because there was still some Shishianua scent on Lu Ning, all the beasts and carnivorous plants along the way, without exception, avoided Lu Ning and Lin Qingwan from a distance. After walking about 250 miles, they saw a large fence surrounded by locust trees in the distance, where some cows and sheep were being raised. Who are you? Stop right there! A young man wearing animal skins jumped out, his bow and arrow coldly aimed at Lu Ning, and a black substance could be seen on the arrowhead, which was a poison made from cow tendon and hemp juice, with the effect of paralyzing nerves. Excuse me, brother, please announce, I'm here to find Tuoba Lang. Lu Ning unusually spoke to the man with a friendly tone. However, this young Tuoba tribesman had received a good family education. His mother had told him, a handsome man, especially one who speaks with a smile, is a fierce beast that eats people. In fact, this was because his mother had been deceived by her husband, and as a result, she told her son, who had always remembered it in his heart and would pass it on to his own son and his son's son in the future. Looking at Lu Ning's smiling face, the Tuoba tribesman tightened his bow and arrow in his hand, and then, without paying attention, the arrow was shot. And then, there was no and then. Lu Ning's red underpants automatically protected him, and the arrow shot back with 3 times the force, piercing through the Tuoba tribesman's heart. He died instantly, without any pain. Lu Ning didn't waste any words and shouted directly, Tuoba Lang, come out and see me. After practicing the eternal blue sky, Lu Ning's voice had also become much louder. With a full force shout, a strong wind rose from the ground. Lin Qingwan, who was standing behind Lu Ning, was fine, but the cows and sheep of the greedy wolf tribe were unlucky. Those who were drinking water and eating grass had their mouths filled with air, and their bellies visibly swelled. Those who were doing nothing were blown over by the strong wind and rolled into the surrounding fence. Quack, quack, kid, I didn't expect you to be so good at blowing cows. You've blown up their bellies. Lu kid, I really have a new level of respect for you now. Not only can you blow cows, but you can also blow sheep. The frog and the little turtle, this pair of jokers, seemed to have agreed upon it and jumped out together to tease Lu Ning. After the strong wind subsided, a figure appeared in the distance, and it was Tuoba Lang. At this moment, he admired Lu Ning even more. If it weren't for the underpants ancestor, who else could shout with such great power? Perhaps being blown by the wind just now had made Tuoba Lang a little unsteady on his feet. When he walked up to Lu Ning, he quickly knelt down and said, Underpants ancestor, please spare me and put away your great power. Lu Ning raised his hand to signal Tuoba Lang to stand up, and after noticing that his belly had also swelled, Lu Ning asked, You old man, you've been eating well these days, your belly is even round. At this moment, there was a poochie, bang, sound, and Tuoba Lang let out a loud fart, expelling all the air he had just swallowed. Lu Ning was dumbfounded. It turns out that the greedy wolf tribe is so poor that even the chief has to go hungry? However, he did not realize that all of this was actually caused by his loud roar. Following Tuoba Lang, Lu Ning and Lin Qingwan entered the interior of the greedy wolf tribe, which was not much different from the stone village in terms of the overall environment. As they walked in, Lu Ning saw a huge altar with a majestic creature painted on it. Seeing Lu Ning looking at the altar, Tuoba Lang immediately explained, Elder, this is our tribe's ancestral god, the greedy wolf ancestral god. In Tuoba Lang's words, Lu Ning could still hear the respect and awe. However, as Lu Ning looked left and right, even staring intently, this thing didn't look like a wolf at all, and it seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Ning asked with a hint of doubt, Chief Tuoba, are you sure this is your ancestral god? Is it a wolf? Elder, this is indeed our ancestral god, the one worshipped by our greedy wolf tribe for generations. The ancestral god possesses great power and has always been protecting the prosperity of our tribe. As Tuoba Lang spoke, his legs trembled and he knelt down on the ground, kowtowing frantically. What surprised Lu Ning was that the statue on the altar seemed to have a hint of expression, as if saying, "Look how awesome I am." At this moment, Lin Qingwan, who was following behind Lu Ning, suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Lu Ning, take a closer look. Isn't it the Chinese rural dog from our world?" As the saying goes, a single word can awaken the dreamer. Lu Ning suddenly realized that indeed, this was the Chinese rural dog, commonly known as a mongrel. Suppressing his laughter, he realized that the greedy wolf tribe, which had been worshipped for generations, actually worshipped a mongrel. However, Lu Ning didn't say this out loud, otherwise Tuoba Lang would definitely be furious with him. After Tuoba Lang got up, Lu Ning suggested that he take him to see the ceiling formation and try to establish contact with the mongrel. Tuoba Lang got up, ignoring the dust on his body, and led Lu Ning and Lin Qingwan towards the forbidden area of the greedy wolf tribe. The forbidden area was a place that only the chiefs of the greedy wolf tribe could enter throughout the generations. If anyone else entered, they would have their eyes gouged out and tongues cut off, enduring torture. Listening to Tuoba Lang's explanation, Lu Ning felt a chill in his tongue, but apart from him, even if the greedy wolf tribe had 108 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to touch Lu Ning, the underwear elder. As they went further in, the Yin energy grew stronger, and the cold wind made their noses run. Poor Tuoba Lang, who was thin, stumbled along the way, like a drunk person. Elder, can I not go any further? The formation is just ahead, but I'm too cold, I can't bear it anymore. Tuoba Lang held his hands in his arms, his face and lips already turning white and purple from the cold. Following the principle of respecting the old and caring for the young, Lu Ning waved his hand and let Tuoba Lang retreat first. In fact, the extreme coldness here was a kind of cold that could bypass clothing and skin, directly penetrating into the bones and organs of the body. Even Lu Ning and Lin Qingwan were having a hard time. Lu Ning activated the ancient green heaven divine technique, and a soft green light radiated from his body. Lin Qingwan suddenly felt the coldness from outside disappear, replaced by a warm feeling. Step by step, Lu Ning and Lin Qingwan approached the formation. It was a huge formation covering an area of about 20 square meters, currently emitting a golden and yellow light. However, with Lu Ning's perspective ability, he could see the faint black energy dispersing from the formation, which was invisible to the naked eye, but he managed to capture it. Receive. Lu Ning made a move, and the green light of the eternal blue sky forcefully invaded the golden light of the formation, forming the shape of a palm, capturing a trace of blackness in his palm. However, when Lu Ning opened his palm, he was stunned. There was no trace of black energy. What lay in his palm was clearly a dog hair. Woof woof woof, who are you? Why are you grabbing my hair? Let go of me. With 3 barks, a fierce voice came from within the formation. After hearing this voice, Lu Ning confirmed his suspicion that this guy was indeed just a stray dog. Then, a layer of black mist rose, and millions of stray dogs appeared, baring their teeth and snarling at Lu Ning and Lin Qingwan. Stray dog, you are not the ancestral god of the greedy wolf tribe at all. You are just a stray dog that has become a demon and was suppressed by an ancient powerful being. Lu Ning voiced his judgment, feeling that this stray dog was not ordinary. Throughout the encounter, it never mentioned the greedy wolf tribe, so Lu Ning wanted to get some information from its mouth. Who are you? Where do you come from? The stray dog seemed a bit anxious, feeling that its thoughts had been exposed. In fact, Lu Ning's guess was correct. The stray dog came from the outside world, from another advanced realm. After entering this secret realm, it began to enslave humans recklessly. This caused dissatisfaction from a reclusive powerful being, who eventually sealed it. Later, when the powerful being left, it found the greedy wolf tribe and bestowed upon them the responsibility of guarding the formation, as well as some cultivation techniques. However, millions of years passed, and the stray dog not only survived, but its strength also increased greatly. It even mastered the art of illusion. Afterward, the stray dog began to use illusions to deceive the people of the greedy wolf tribe, making them believe that it was the ancestral god of their tribe, in order to find an opportunity to escape. After listening to the stray dog's complaints, Lu Ning had made up his mind. He would temporarily ignore the stray dog and investigate the forest deeper when he had the chance. After all, he already had the chatter of the toad and the little turtle by his side, and he didn't want another stray dog. Ribbit, Lu Ning, I think it's necessary for you to explore the depths of the forest. That dog just now gave me a familiar feeling. The toad appeared and persuaded Lu Ning to go and see where the stray dog was sealed. Having been fooled before, Lu Ning was not willing to easily agree to the toad's request, but in reality, he was overjoyed. He had planned to explore that place as the next destination anyway, as the stray dog, having lived in the secret realm for thousands of years, might know the way out. Upon hearing the toad's request, Lu Ning decided to make a bold request. "Toad, give me some benefits, and I will go find the stray dog." "What benefits do you want? I absolutely won't sell my body." Seeing Lu Ning's enthusiastic gaze, the toad crossed its two little paws over its chest. "What are you thinking? You pervert! Just give me tens of thousands of pills from the system, and that will do." "Damn, are you trying to rob me? Tens of thousands? You might as well swallow the whole system." The toad jumped up and down in anger. In the end, an agreement was reached. Lu Ning was given one of each pill, such as the marrow cleansing pill, the muscle strengthening pill, the bone strengthening pill, the aphrodisiac pill, and the beauty pill. Moreover, in the future, Lu Ning would enjoy a 10% discount when purchasing pills. Not only that, he would also have a chance to win a grand prize every day, with various valuable rewards worth millions of awesome points. How could Lu Ning miss out on such a good opportunity? He immediately clicked the lottery button. A huge lottery wheel appeared before Lu Ning's eyes. After a dazzling rotation, it stopped at 18 million awesome points. Of course, in this lottery, the prizes are not necessarily physical, they can also be virtual Nyobi points, just like cash that ordinary people use. Lu Ning was already overjoyed because with 18 million Nyobi points, he could buy a large number of treasures in the system. However, the Nyobi points that the toad swallowed would not be easily regurgitated. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in the system, stating that in order to obtain Nyobi points, the host needed to invite 3 people, both 3 times, and unlock the grand prize after obtaining the points. Damn! What kind of dog coin system is this? Lu Ning cursed silently. But the temptation of tens of millions of Nyobi points forced Lu Ning to compromise. His eyes turned to Tuoba Lang, and Lu Ning decided to treat her as a target for boasting. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 Nyobi points, please continue to find targets for boasting." Soon, Lu Ning encountered other members of the greedy wolf tribe and successfully boasted again, earning 2 Nyobi points. Then, Lu Ning casually brought in another member of the greedy wolf tribe and boasted wildly. However, this time, the system prompt was different. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 0.5 Nyobi points, please try harder." From then on, Lu Ning started frantically inviting people, but the increase in Nyobi points decreased from 0.1 each time to eventually only 0.0001. After inviting everyone from the greedy wolf tribe, Lu Ning was still short of 0.0001 Nyobi points and became extremely frustrated. "Toad, tell me, what's going on? Can't the system afford the rewards? Isn't this just a scam?" Lu Ning was trembling with anger, bombarding the toad with a series of questions. "Ribbit, little Lu, these are the rules set by the system, even I can't intervene. You're just a little bit short of Nyobi points, you should be able to succeed if you invite one more person." Seeing that there was no one left to invite from the greedy wolf tribe, Lu Ning thought of one more person, Lin Xingwan, who was standing behind him. "Wanner, do you think I'm handsome?" Lu Ning asked. For Lin Xingwan, Lu Ning was currently the person she relied on, so she subconsciously nodded and said, "Quite handsome. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 25 gems. Collect 75 gems to exchange for 0.0001 Nyobi points. Fuck, get lost." Lu Ning jumped up in anger and punched the lottery wheel. The cold voice of the system came, "The host's anger has been detected and it is not suitable for boasting. Should the lottery be closed? The prizes will expire in 21 hours, but you can continue during that time. I'll punch you, get the fuck out of here." Lu Ning cursed loudly. The system prompt sounded again, no recognizable speech detected from the host. "Please repeat in standard Mandarin." Damn it, Lu Ning was almost driven crazy. He squatted on the ground, holding his head, and couldn't stop sobbing. Lu Ning was actually crying because of the system. "Lu Ning, what's wrong with you? How can a grown man cry?" In the gentle comfort of Lin Xingwan's voice, Lu Ning cried even louder. After a full half hour, Lu Ning finally stopped crying. Then he decided to summon the toad, but this time, the toad was reluctant to appear. If it appeared now, it would definitely bear the brunt of Lu Ning's anger. Although the toad was unscrupulous, it wasn't foolish. Filled with anger, Lu Ning ultimately decided to vent his frustration on the earth dog. With Lin Xingwan by his side, he walked deep into the forest amidst the laughter of the greedy wolf tribe members. As they walked, Tuoba Lang asked to join them, but was scolded by Lu Ning. "You're as thin as a bamboo pole, a gust of wind could knock you down. Go back to your earth dog tribe and live out your days." Tuoba Lang felt wronged. In the past, he was also a talented person, standing at a height of 8 zhang, a true muscular man. Heroes don't mention their past bravery, and Tuoba Lang was also helpless, only able to watch the figures of Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan getting farther and farther away. Along the way, they didn't encounter any wild beasts or terrifying creatures like the devouring flower. However, as they continued forward, the fog seemed to become denser. Lu Ning, do you feel that something is strange here? My senses are suppressed, I can't see anything beyond 10 meters. Lin Xingwan's hand gripping the sword hilt was already slightly sweaty, and she cautiously spoke up. Lu Ning gestured for her to calm down, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Just follow my footsteps closely." In reality, Lu Ning had already activated his clairvoyance ability. He discovered that within this fog, there were numerous spiritual auras, but they seemed to lack any attacking power. After advancing about 300 steps, Lu Ning suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Lin Xingwan was startled, her footsteps became somewhat panicked, and then she sidestepped, causing a rune on the ground to light up. Not good. Lu Ning was greatly surprised. He saw a circle rising from the ground, layer upon layer of light barriers ascending from the sky, trapping them in a trap set by someone else in advance. Gaga, you finally arrived. Today, don't even think about leaving here alive. In the gloomy fog, a strange figure suddenly appeared, wearing a black robe and a mask that seemed to be both crying and smiling. From their voice, it was impossible to tell if they were male or female. Lu Ning had already taken out the large black pot, and both he and Lin Xingwan felt the pressure decrease. He pointed at the person in the black robe and shouted, "Who are you? Stop playing tricks, or I'll smash you with this iron pot." The person in the black robe laughed in anger. "Gaga, you should first look around. Let's see if you become food for these lost souls and wild ghosts." Suddenly, numerous spiritual bodies emerged around the magic array, exactly as Lu Ning had detected before, with no attacking power. However, at this moment, it was unknown what incantation the person in the black robe recited. These spiritual bodies began to attack Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan. Ancient Green Heaven. Lu Ning activated the Ancient Green Heaven technique. When these attacking spiritual bodies came into contact with the green light on his body, they immediately melted away like ice and snow, emitting a sizzling sound. The person in the black robe was greatly shocked and took out a black prayer flag. With a wave, a gloomy wind rose, eventually converging into a fierce wind that enveloped Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan. In the face of this emergency, Lu Ning covered himself and Lin Xingwan with the large iron pot, while also activating the invincible bitter tea technique. With the added protection of the Ancient Green Heaven technique, they remained unharmed. Being passively attacked was definitely not an option, so Lu Ning decided to take the initiative. After the wind dissipated, he left a green light shield for Lin Xingwan, then charged forward with the large iron pot in hand. It must be said that the large iron pot was indeed a divine artifact. Under Lu Ning's fierce strikes, the magic array shattered in less than half an incense stick's worth of time. The person in the black robe was greatly surprised and tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Lu Ning directly trapped the person in the black robe inside the large iron pot. "Sir, I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please spare me." The sound of knocking could be heard from inside the large iron pot. Lu Ning couldn't help but laugh. This person had appeared mysterious and acted all high and mighty just now, but now they knew they were no match and were particularly aware of the situation. Opening the large iron pot, the person in the black robe continued to kowtow while revealing all their secrets. It turned out that this person in the black robe was the witch god of the Miao tribe. They had come to the depths of the forest this time because the ancestral god had guided them, saying that two individuals with rare bloodlines would arrive, and they were to ambush them here. Lu Ning had the person in the black robe reveal the whereabouts of their ancestral god, and the person said that the ancestral god had been sealed in the depths of the forest. "Lead the way." Lu Ning didn't waste any words and directly instructed the black-robed person to lead the way to find the ancestral god of the Miaozheng tribe. Following behind the witch god, Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan remained cautious. Who knows if there are any dangers behind them? Lu Ning may not care about himself, but Lin Xingwan, who was with him in this place, what if he can't protect her? How will he explain to the Kunlun market master in the future? What shocked Lu Ning was that this witch god had quite a bit of ability. At least, there were a total of 7 traps along the way, and each one was more formidable than the last. However, the witch god was under the protection of the big black pot, so he didn't dare to make any moves. Most importantly, the witch god was truly afraid of death. He had lived for over 90 years, and the older he got, the more afraid of death he became. In this way, under the guidance of the witch god, Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan safely entered the depths of the forest. The witch god explained that this place was the ancestral land of this continent, and their many tribes were born from the ancestral gods. In front of Lu Ning, there was a huge black wall with numerous inscriptions on it. Over the passage of time, many of them had been worn away. "Where is the ancestral god you mentioned?" Lu Ning asked. The witch god pointed to the wall in front of them, then pressed on one of the inscriptions, and the image on the wall changed, revealing a dog's head. Damn! Luning jumped 3 feet high. Wasn't this the earth dog he had seen in the greedy wolf tribe? The only difference was that this dog's head was wearing a mask that looked like it was crying and smiling at the same time. Luning's mind quickly calculated and came to the conclusion, could it be that the ancestral gods of these tribes were actually the same kind of creature? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the void. Old Underpants, I know you're here. If you help me break the seal, I can give you this land. However, for Luning, he didn't care about this place at all because he was also an outsider and would eventually return to his own world. Are you the earth dog? Luning asked in response. The voice in the void sounded again, what earth dog? I am the supreme god of the greedy wolf, the creator god of the witch clan. So that's how it was. Hearing the earth dog admitted himself, Luning immediately understood that he felt this was a trap. Ever since he came to this world, someone had been deliberately guiding him step by step, and finally led him directly to this forest ancestral land. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why a pair of big underpants appeared when he arrived. And now, the witch god in this place was planning to kill him. Luning didn't have time to verify these doubts one by one, so in the end, he only said one sentence, Earth dog, you say you're the ancestral god, but I don't believe it unless you bark a few times for me to hear. Woof woof woof. Old Underpants, don't push your luck. Do you believe me if I come out and bite you? The earth dog seemed a little impatient. Haha, you still claim you're not an earth dog, but your barks sound exactly the same. Luning laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. At this moment, the earth dog realized that Luning was playing him and became furious. Old Underpants, I will make you pay. Suddenly, various runes lit up in the void, densely packed like tadpoles. Then, these runes connected end to end, forming a chain of runes. Old Underpants, die. The chain of runes flew up and directly wrapped around Luning. Luning immediately took out a large iron pot for defense and released the protective bitter tea seeds. When the chain of runes hit Luning, flames sizzled and rose up, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning. Ribbit, little Luning, be careful. This is the order chain and the 5 thunder heavenly technique, specifically targeting various protective treasures, the voice of the toad sounded. Luning didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately displayed the ancient green heaven technique. A layer of green light spread out, and the divine chains composed of runes loosened. Even the thumb-thick lightning dared not touch the green light. You, who are you? How do you have his ancient green heaven technique? Who are you? The trembling voice of the earth dog came out. Luning was immediately confused, not knowing who the earth dog was referring to as you. What you are you talking about? What about me? Are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, I'm leaving. At this moment, the earth dog fell silent but did not remove the formation. Luning was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the earth dog to say something next. But the premise was that if the earth dog wanted to escape, it had to offer conditions that Luning couldn't refuse. In fact, Luning was very confident in helping the earth dog escape. After all, he had 2 creatures that survived from the previous era, a small turtle and a toad. Which one of them was easy to provoke? After a while, the earth dog's voice came out softly, and it slowly revealed a secret. This land was actually cursed by the heavens. In the great battle of the previous era, the heavens and myriad realms were shattered. The land where Luning was now was the one that fell from the heavens back then. In that battle, a man named Jifan emerged and had a great battle with the Emperor of Ruthlessness and the Emperor of No Beginning, as well as the strange creatures from beyond the domain. That battle caused the heavens to collapse, the mountains and seas to change color, and the myriad realms to be in ruins. The gods and demons in the sky all died, and the survivors were severely injured and on the verge of death. In the end, Yifan won a tragic victory, but all his friends, relatives, and loved ones died. Emperor Yitian made a vow that if he didn't die, he would reshape the heavens, earth, and human realms and return everything to before the great battle. At this time, Yitian's friend, Duanda, returned from the South Sea battlefield, only with half a breath left. Duanda was proficient in divination and predicted that in this era, a person who did not belong to the gods, demons, or ancient history would appear, capable of determining the world with their own power and bringing back the glory of the heavens and myriad realms. Therefore, Duanda made a request. He asked Yitian to bury him under this eternal land, but he didn't expect that this land was transformed by the palace of the Emperor of Ruthlessness and was filled with the curse of bronze. Along with Duanda, his earth dog, known as the Dog Emperor, was also buried in the previous era. However, after tens of thousands of years, Duanda couldn't resist the curse and eventually died. Before his death, Duanda used his divine abilities to create a small world within the curse and protected the Dog Emperor inside. Now, the earth dog that Luning saw was the Dog Emperor. It had been waiting for the arrival of a person who possessed the ancient green heaven technique for countless years. 1,000 years ago, the Dog Emperor felt that the power of the curse had slightly weakened, so it transformed into 3,000 forms and bestowed countless techniques, desperately cultivating the tribes on the continent, allowing them to provide spiritual energy to break the seal. After Luning displayed the ancient green heaven technique, the Dog Emperor no longer had any hostility towards him. The killing formation was also deactivated, leaving only the witch god standing alone in the wind. However, for Luning, he couldn't determine whether the earth dog's words were true or false, so he summoned the toad and the small turtle. As soon as the Dog Emperor sensed the aura of the toad and the small turtle, it immediately became excited, and distant memories began to emerge in its mind. Toad King, Jinxiu, is it you? But why are you both in soul form? And why does Jinxiu look like an iron pot? I remember it was a pure white jade pot. The earth dog spoke up. Ribbit, ha, Dog Emperor, I didn't expect it to be you. We actually have a day to meet again. As for what you said about my body, it's a long story. Luning was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the three of them actually knew each other. It seems that what the Dog Emperor said was true. However, there is no record of this so-called Yi Tiandi, Hanran Dadi, and Wusher Dadi in any of the historical records of this era. What exactly happened back then? Why did such a great war occur? Beyond the domain? Could there be other worlds outside of this world? What does beyond the domain refer to? Luning felt that he had been drawn into a series of interconnected historical processes, but the only thing he could be certain of was that he was a flesh and blood human being, and all of this was not a dream. In the toad's mouth, the Dog Emperor learned Luning's name and said, Luzi, quickly break the seal and use the Wan Gu Qing Tian Dafa with all your might. Luzi was the catchphrase of the toad in Jinxiu. Unexpectedly, the Dog Emperor learned it without even trying. Luning didn't make a fuss about being called Luzi. After all, being called Luzi meant getting a piece of meat, and compared to these monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years, they didn't even call themselves grandsons, so it was considered fair treatment for Luning. Without saying a word, Luning fully activated the Wan Gu Qing Tian Dafa. The sky was filled with green light, slowly converging into one place, and began to desperately erase the curse power on the seal formation. In the green light of the Wan Gu Qing Tian, the runes formed by the curse power were gradually erased. Just as it seemed that they were about to break free, an unexpected event occurred. Amidst the howling of the gloomy wind, some unknown red substance suddenly appeared. Not good, Luzi, defend yourself quickly. Those things are the anomalies from beyond the domain. The toad, the dog, and the little turtle shouted in unison. The forest, which was already filled with the howling wind, now displayed a scene of extraordinary phenomena. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning intertwined, and the wind and rain gathered into a tremendous energy. Luning didn't dare to be careless. He quickly summoned a large iron pot and then summoned his red underpants. In the surging energy, he was like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. Threads of red energy poured into Luning's protective shield. The green light of the Wan Gu Qing Tian was unable to stop this energy and was instead penetrated by it, although its power was slightly weakened. The second line of defense was the large iron pot. When the red energy touched the pot, the voice of the little turtle came, Cold, Luzi, it's too cold. The surface of the large iron pot was instantly covered with a thick layer of frost, and a chilling aura began to spread on Luning's body. Luning's face turned pale, and his whole body trembled from the cold. He looked at the red anomalies, which were as thick as strands of hair, and felt that his life was about to end. At the moment of life and death, Luning didn't blame the dog, nor did he complain about the toad and the little turtle. Just as Luning closed his eyes and waited for death, the toad shouted loudly, pulling Luning back from despair. No, I can't die like this. I still want to go home. Luning suddenly opened his eyes and began to fully activate the Wan Gu Qing Tian Dafa. He also tightly wrapped the red bitter tea leaves around his body. Only by not wasting even a bit of energy would he have a chance to resist the invasion of the red anomalies. In an instant, the red energy had already approached Luning's body. With a flash of red light, it directly broke through the defense of the bitter tea leaves and entered Luning's body. Ah! Luning's painful voice echoed. He felt that his mind was suddenly occupied, and the excruciating pain tore through every meridian and every pore. He tilted his head back, his long hair flying in the strong wind. With a ferocious face and bloodshot eyes, he looked like a wild beast. He was on the verge of losing his sanity. At this moment, the Dog Emperor finally escaped from confinement. He is the only living being who has witnessed the strange red phenomenon and survived. His owner, Duanda, was struck by a strand of red light and met a tragic end. For the toad and the little turtle, they feel as if a part of their memories has been deliberately erased, and they look at the familiar yet unfamiliar red energy. Don't move. At this moment, Lu Ning can only rely on himself. The red phenomenon will attack a person's mind, the dog emperor quickly shouted. At this moment, Lu Ning's mind has entered a land he has never seen before, not even recorded in the classics. Tens of thousands of steps lead straight to the sky, piercing through the clouds. Lu Ning is walking on these steps, accompanied by a large number of people who resemble walking corpses. Their mouths are bleeding, their faces pale, and their steps unsteady, as if they have just experienced a great battle. It is unknown how long they have been walking, but Lu Ning finally reaches the end of the steps, where a giant bronze gate stands before everyone. Countless intricate patterns are engraved on the gate, stained with numerous bloodstains, turning the entire gate a deep red. A sense of ancient history and a powerful pressure from the heavens and earth rush towards them. In the face of this pressure, Lu Ning is almost unable to hold on. His knees are bending, almost touching the ground. Struggling to look around, Lu Ning discovers that everyone is kneeling in front of the bronze gate, constantly murmuring something. Feeling the increased power of the bronze gate, Lu Ning's bitter tea automatically protects him, and he immediately feels the pressure around him lessen, allowing his knees to slowly straighten. What terrifies Lu Ning is that no matter how he calls for the toad and the little turtle, there is no response, and his ancient Qingtian technique cannot be activated. At this moment, a chilling energy suddenly emanates from the bronze gate, and except for Lu Ning, everyone is turned into blood mist amidst a series of explosions. The pungent smell of blood makes Lu Ning feel nauseous, but as a consciousness, he has nothing to vomit. After this energy fluctuation disappears, only Lu Ning is left in front of the bronze gate. He wants to turn back, but a strange force pulls his footsteps forward. After walking hundreds of steps, Lu Ning finally notices a gap between the two doors of the bronze gate. It was too far away before, and under the pressure, he can only see it up close now. When he is 10 meters away from entering the bronze gate, Lu Ning suddenly feels the pressure on his body loosen, and the oppressive feeling he had before disappears. Lu Ning jumps a few times and realizes that he is unharmed. Curiosity rises in his heart, and he decides to take a look through the gap in the door. After all, a huge bronze gate standing in the void is already unbelievable, and the pressure in front of the gate and the countless dead humans make Lu Ning curious to find out more. Lu Ning cautiously approaches the bronze gate, puts his face close to the gap, and what he sees inside startles him. The interior of the gate is filled with countless strange red phenomena, and 3 giant statues, like eternal giants, stand in 3 different directions. Almost all of the red phenomena revolve around these 3 statues, constantly intertwining and fluctuating. Faintly, Lu Ning also sees that among these 3 figures, there is an exceptionally beautiful woman. She holds a bronze ancient pagoda that emits a chaotic aura of black and white. The other 2 men, one holds a long sword, and the sword emits a green light as it continuously eradicates the surrounding red phenomena. His jet-black long hair was gently tied behind his head, and his determined gaze revealed a compassionate look towards all living beings. This was the only giant statue facing Lu Ning, and the sword aura emanating from him seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth, making it impossible for people to look directly at him. Lu Ning looked at it for a while, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes, so he had to shift his gaze and look at the third statue. This statue had a square face, and although his face was covered in a beard, it couldn't hide his righteous and resolute expression. Above his head, a Taoist bell was suspended, from which faint deafening roars could be heard. Who is this person? What are they doing here? Could it be guarding the Red Strange? Lu Ning couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. You, the newcomer, are the first person to reach this place alive. This era is about to end, and you must become stronger. Even stronger. Who are you? Lu Ning shouted loudly, but apart from his own voice, there was no other sound in the void. Suddenly, the scene changed, and Lu Ning felt a complete upheaval. The previous bronze giant gate disappeared before his eyes like ripples in water. Pooh! Lu Ning woke up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, everything he had experienced before seemed to have been erased from his memory by some force. He only remembered one voice: you must become stronger. Even stronger. Lin Qingwan immediately went forward to support Lu Ning, while the witch god who had brought Lu Ning to the formation had long turned into ashes amidst the gusts of wind. The first words Lu Ning said when he woke up were, "Where's the mutt? It almost killed me. I'll make it regret it by turning it into a pot of dog meat soup." However, Lu Ning was destined not to taste the dog meat soup because while he was unconscious, the mutt had already left ahead of him. It was eager to find out the truth about the Red Strange that had once swept through the entire era. As for the toad and the little turtle, after Lu Ning fell unconscious, they had done their best to help Lin Qingwan resist the Yin wind, but they had both suffered serious injuries and were currently recovering. Lu Ning called for the toad and the little turtle and found that their spiritual bodies had been damaged and had become dim and lifeless. "Tai Dan, Toad, how are you? Are you all right?" Lu Ning asked anxiously. After all, they were comrades who had fought together and lived and died together. The toad weakly replied, "Ribbit, Lu kid, you're awake. I'm fine, just temporarily unable to endure it. But Jinxiu's situation is not looking good, his soul has been severely damaged." As soon as Lu Ning heard this, he became anxious. "Is there any way to help?" The toad told Lu Ning that in the far north of the continent, there once bloomed a white lotus called the Nine Nether Soul Lotus, which could nourish the soul and bring many benefits to oneself and the little turtle. "Alright, I'll go find the soul lotus. You guys must hold on." Lu Ning was really in a hurry. With the support of Lin Xingwan, Lu Ning quickly walked out of the forest and headed towards the secret realm exit provided by the Dog Emperor. He didn't say goodbye to anyone because this world was not where Lu Ning belonged, and he didn't have much attachment to it. Looking at the scenery behind him, Lu Ning felt a bit uncomfortable because he felt like it was all just a dream, and after waking up from the dream, everything seemed so unreal. Soon, Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan arrived at the exit mentioned by the Dog Emperor. They saw a platform with 8 stone pillars engraved with mysterious patterns. This was a teleportation array that had been passed down from ancient times. After placing 4 blue crystals into the slots of the teleportation array, a huge beam of light radiated from the center of the array. "Wanner, let's go." Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan stood inside the beam of light in the teleportation array, and in a flash of light, they disappeared without a trace. However, the two of them absolutely did not expect that at the moment they were being teleported away, an invisible trace of the red strange attached itself to Lu Ning's body. After experiencing the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Lu Ning and Lin Xingwan appeared on a grassland. It was spring, and various wild grasses and flowers were competing for beauty, creating a thriving scene. "Ah, we finally made it out. It feels like we just had a dream." Lu Ning lay on the grass, while Lin Xingwan sat beside him. Without stopping, the two of them randomly chose a direction and walked along the grassland towards the outside. After a long time, they finally saw signs of human habitation. They didn't know how long they had been in the secret realm, so Lu Ning asked a passerby, "Excuse me, sir, what is the date according to the imperial calendar this year?" "Ah, young man, are you from out of town?" "It is September 250th according to the imperial calendar," the old man replied. It had been 6 months since they entered the secret realm on March 250th. Lin Xingwan was shocked. She didn't know how worried her master must have been during her absence. She not only respected but also loved the Kunlun market master, who was both her mother and teacher. Lin Xingwan asked Lu Ning if he wanted to go to the Kunlun market together, but he refused, saying, "I want to take a walk alone and reminisce about the things I've experienced these days." "Alright, be careful. I'll go first." Lu Ning wasn't worried about Lin Xingwan because in this world, even without her identity as a successor of the Kunlun market, her cultivation level was unmatched among cultivators. After bidding farewell to Lin Xingwan, Lu Ning walked alone on the road, watching the bustling crowd around him, but feeling like a passerby, devoid of joy or sorrow. What exactly was in the bronze ancient ship? That towering figure in the wall of gods and demons that reached the sky, the 3 great emperors behind the bronze door, and those red and mysterious things, what were they? Lu Ning felt that all of this seemed to be connected, but he couldn't say how. This strange feeling made him feel particularly uneasy. He had intended to ask the toad, but then he remembered that it and the little turtle were currently in hibernation, so Lu Ning didn't say anything. Oh, how could I forget about this? Lu Ning remembered that he wanted to cure the little turtle and the toad, and for that, he needed to find the 9 Nether Soul Lotus in the far north. Since the far north was extremely remote, and he didn't know how long it would take to return, Lu Ning first went to the War God Academy to search for some information. The return of Lu Ning didn't come as a surprise to the people at the War God Academy because they had already learned about his situation from Lin Xingwan. After leaving the War God Academy, Lu Ning visited his hometown and met with his parents before embarking on the journey to the far north. The world has 4 poles, namely the South Pole, North Pole, West Pole, and East Pole. The place Lu Ning was going to was the North Pole of this continent. According to human exploration, it was covered in ice and snow all year round, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive. Only a few cultivators liked to go to the North Pole in search of opportunities. Because this place was rarely visited by humans, it preserved many ancient relics, including the caves left by cultivators from the previous era, which had now become ownerless. Inside these caves, there were incredible opportunities. Legend has it that someone once obtained a cultivation manual in a hidden cave, which eventually allowed them to soar to the top and become one of the best experts on the continent. There were also rumors that someone in these caves obtained a white sun ascension pill, and after consuming it, they experienced a vision and directly entered the ranks of top experts. There were multiple versions of such legends, but it was impossible to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Moreover, these caves were buried deep underground, covered by tens of meters of ancient ice, making them impossible to detect. Of course, none of this mattered to Lu Ning. He just wanted to pick a 9-nether soul lotus. However, what Lu Ning didn't expect was that his simple idea almost led him into a life-threatening situation. Starting from Bailey City, Lu Ning used a blue crystal and was transported to the city closest to the Arctic, called Manhwa City, with a 3-person adventure team. The reason for its name is that it is the place where the spiritual energy of the world finally disappeared at the beginning of this era. Manhwa City is nothing compared to Bailey City. It is desolate, with ice houses shining white under the sunlight, but there is no one inside. What can be seen here are mostly fully armed warriors and a small number of national technology personnel exploring the Arctic. Stepping into Manhwa City, Lu Ning's first impression was cold, a bone-chilling cold that started from the feet and spread to the limbs. Taking a breath, Lu Ning found that the gas was frozen into tiny crystals before it even touched the ground. Lu Ning stayed in Manhwa City for a while, mainly inquiring with some adventure teams about whether anyone had found the trace of the 9-nether soul lotus over the years. After paying 13 blue crystals, Lu Ning actually found out. Legend has it that more than 30 years ago, someone discovered a black lotus from the far north of the Arctic. However, when they tried to pick it, their hand froze into pieces. In the end, the person had to cut off their arm from the shoulder to save their life. Lu Ning was overjoyed after hearing this because this black lotus was the 9-nether soul lotus described by the toad. It's just that people don't know that when picking it, they must use spiritual energy as a guide and then store it in a jade box. Taking out another blue crystal, Lu Ning had this person guide him in a direction and brave the wind and snow to go to the place where the 9-nether soul lotus was discovered. Because of the bone-chilling cold, Lu Ning could only activate the protection of bitter tea seed, and the red underpants he obtained in the Tianyun's secret realm stone village also had the ability to resist the cold. On the way, Lu Ning encountered several adventure teams, but when these people saw him, they mostly kept their distance. Not for anything else, but because in the far north, humans who can walk in single clothes are not to be trifled with. However, there were still greedy people who didn't believe in this and thought that Lu Ning must be carrying a treasure, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the cold. Therefore, these people began to gather together, following behind Lu Ning, preparing to kill him and take the treasure. This road was opened by me, this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass, leave behind your wealth. As Lu Ning was walking, suddenly a group of people emerged from an ice mound. They were holding long knives and short sticks, and there were even 10 or so female war goddesses among them. Seeing this group of people approaching aggressively, Lu Ning had no fear at all. Not to mention his invincible protective underpants, even if he just threw a big iron pot, he could definitely smash a few people to death. Lu Ning didn't say a word, but instead walked towards the crowd on his own. When these people couldn't figure out his details, they were actually afraid and made way for him. "Ah, you little shrimp, who do you think you are?" A man wearing a black tight cotton jacket stepped forward, wielding a large knife and slashing towards Lu Ning. Then a red light flashed, and Lu Ning's bitter tea seed automatically rebounded with 3 times the force, causing the man's arm to be broken by his own knife. "What do you want to do? Kill and rob?" Lu Ning asked in return. "Don't be afraid, let's attack together." The man whose arm was broken, in a mix of shock and anger, tried to drag others down with him. However, Lu Ning hadn't even made a move, but his opponent's hand broke and the knife fell, causing everyone to hesitate and not dare to be the first to attack. Seeing this group of people surrounding him without attacking, Lu Ning was both angry and amused, and then he began his bragging mode. "Why don't you retreat? I have been alive for 100,000 years and have never seen such incompetent people like you." Lu Ning's words made everyone uncertain, even though it was clear that what he said was false. After all, who could live for 100,000 years? However, Lu Ning's confident expression made everyone hesitant to act rashly. Seeing that the crowd didn't back down, Lu Ning suddenly beckoned and pointed at a tall and thin person, saying, You, it's you. Stop hiding and come hit me." Arrogant, truly arrogant. These people had lived their whole lives and had never seen such an arrogant person before. After a few moments, as if they had planned it, some people quickly retreated while others stayed in place. One of the burly men with a beard said, "Friend, may I ask who your master is and what your name is? You insignificant people are not worthy of knowing my name." These words seemed to anger some people, and they all rushed towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning unleashed the ancient green sky technique, and it seemed like all these people were trapped in mud, moving as slow as snails. In the midst of everyone's confusion, Lu Ning walked out of the crowd. It was only after he had walked 100 meters that the restriction of the ancient green sky was lifted. Being robbed on the road was just a small incident that only delayed Lu Ning's time a little. In fact, in this world, with the defensive artifacts, the big iron pot and the red underpants, and having cultivated the ancient green sky technique, Lu Ning was already invincible. In this era, with a lack of spiritual energy and declining inheritances, everything left by humans was inherited from their ancestors. After hundreds of thousands of years of changes, many things have disappeared into the vast river of history. After entering the extreme north for 10 kilometers, there were no traces of humans to be seen because it was too cold. Ordinary people couldn't even set foot here, and even cultivators could only explore the outskirts. However, Luning did not stop, as he was heading towards the border between the inner and outer circles of the extreme north, where it was rumored that the 9 nether soul lotus grew. At this moment, Luning's hair, eyebrows, and clothes were covered in frost. With each step he took, he had to consume a large amount of ancient green sky energy to defend against the severe cold. Suddenly, on the vast and transparent ice surface, a small black dot appeared. With his excellent eyesight, Luning recognized it as the shape of a lotus flower. It's the 9 nether soul lotus. Luning was overjoyed and quickened his pace towards the direction where he discovered the lotus. As the saying goes, when you want to plant flowers, they won't bloom, but when you don't want to plant willows, they will grow luxuriantly. Luning didn't expect to find the 9 nether soul lotus so easily. You should know that over hundreds of thousands of years, countless cultivators had come to explore, including some powerful ones, but the legend of the 9 nether soul lotus had only been passed down once. Luning had already increased his pace, but the 9 nether soul lotus seemed close yet far away. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Luning finally arrived within 100 meters of the 9 nether soul lotus. However, what surprised him was that as soon as he stepped into this area, he felt a sense of rejection. The 9 nether soul lotus resembled a lotus flower, but it was completely black, making it very conspicuous on the pure white ice surface. At first glance, Luning even thought he was mistaken because he never expected such a peculiar creature to appear on the eternal frozen soil. In the Book of Exotic Flowers and Plants, it was described that the 9 nether soul lotus had the incredible ability to control life and death, turn flesh into bones, nourish souls, and capture 3 souls. However, the 9 nether soul lotus in front of Luning seemed slightly different because it emitted a black halo around it. After staring at it for a while, it seemed like it could capture one's mind. Luning took a step forward, feeling as if a small mountain was pressing down on him, and the eternal frozen soil under his feet sank half a centimeter. This oppressive force, Luning felt it emanating from the 9 nether soul lotus. Surprisingly, this force even awakened the sleeping toad. A weak voice sounded, ribbit, Lu kid, I didn't expect you to actually find this thing. This 9 nether soul lotus has already gained sentience. What? Plants can gain sentience too? Luning asked in astonishment. Have you forgotten about the devouring skyflower? Indeed, wasn't the devouring skyflower a sentient being? Ribbit, Lu kid, try activating the eternal green heaven with all your strength. The everlasting green light is the favorite life force of plants. A flash of light appeared on Luning's body as he fully activated the eternal green heaven technique. Layers of green light, like water ripples, began to spread towards the 9 nether soul lotus. Hiss, like a bubble being popped, Luning felt the pressure on his body disappear without a trace. The black light emitted by the 9 nether soul lotus was actually assimilated by the green light of the eternal green heaven. Luning was overjoyed and quickly walked towards the direction of the 9 nether soul lotus. He even took out a jade box, ready to pick the 9 nether soul lotus. However, what Luning didn't expect was that as soon as his hands, covered in green light, touched the branches and leaves of the 9 nether soul lotus, a swooshing sound came, and the 9 nether soul lotus disappeared without a trace. Ribbit, Lu kid, it ran over there. The toad also didn't expect that the 9 nether soul lotus actually had the ability to escape. The lotus flower ran ahead, with Luning chasing behind, creating a scene that was both astonishing and amusing. In the icy world, everything looked the same. After chasing for a while, Luning realized that he had lost his way. The feeling of coldness around him, however, was becoming stronger. Luning's whole body was covered in hundreds of ice crystals. Every step he took, some of the ice crystals would fall off, only to be replenished by the moisture in the air in less than a breath's time. As he ran, the 9 nether soul lotus arrived under an ice mountain, surrounded by towering ice walls. There was only one path for Luning to chase after. Little one, let's see how you escape this time. Luning rubbed his frozen palms together and slowly approached the 9 nether soul lotus. To his surprise, the lotus suddenly stopped running and, after a burst of smoke, transformed into a black-clothed girl. A pleasant voice came, Fortunate one, congratulations on coming here. What? Plants can actually speak? And transform into human girls? Luning jumped up in astonishment, and his peculiar action caused the black-clothed girl to burst into laughter like silver bells. What exactly are you? Are you a human or a ghost? What do you mean by Fortunate one? Luning asked loudly, pointing at the black-clothed girl. Fortunate one, Congratulations on entering the abode of the ice and snow goddess, the great Empress Qingnu. I am a lotus flower left behind by the Empress. You can call me Qingxue, the black-clothed girl replied. What ice and snow goddess? What great Empress Qingnu? Lu Ning had never heard of them, but the toad's mouth was wide open, big enough to swallow a pig. Others might not know about Qingnu, but the toad did. She was a supreme empress from the previous era. Although her reputation was not as great as the Wild Heaven Emperor, the Ruthless One, or the Beginningless, she governed the world of frost, snow, and ice, and was a true deity. Lu Kid, you struck it lucky. Qingnu was a figure from the same era as the previous owner. She was an immensely powerful and extraordinary empress. The treasures left behind in her abode are bound to be unimaginable. Lu Ning was also shocked. He never expected that within this eternal frozen land, there would be an empress's abode. Upon hearing the toad's words, Lu Ning also felt a strong desire to try because he himself had a keen interest in the treasures of the previous era. After all, there were still many mysteries that needed to be explored. Hey Shua, what should I do? Actually, I came here to find the 9 nether soul lotus and save my 2 soul companions. The girl in black pouted. What 9 nether soul lotus? That name is so cheesy. Its real name is chaotic green lotus. After speaking, the girl in black emitted a faint aura. Lu Ning saw a trace of black and white aura swirling together, forming a tai chi pattern. Ribbit, good stuff. The toad saw this trace of chaotic aura and almost drooled. You see, the chaotic green lotus was born at the time of the destruction of the era. The chaotic aura on it was the force of the interface that was generated when the upper realm and the lower realm collided. Call out your little companions, I will heal them, but the condition is that you have to follow me into the master's cave and accept her inheritance. Ribbit, Lu Kid, call out Qingxue, we're really lucky this time. The toad excitedly jumped up. After Lu Ning released the toad and the little turtle, the chaotic aura on the girl in black split into 2 and entered the bodies of the toad and the little turtle respectively, circulating once before retracting. Lu Kid, Qingxue and I have received great fortune and need to continue to fall into a deep sleep. If you really encounter danger, just mention the name of the master Emperor Huangtian. Lu Ning originally had the intention to leave. After all, the Emperor's cave was not so easy to enter. However, Lu Ning couldn't bear to deceive the girl in black. After all, he had just promised her, and deep in Lu Ning's heart, there was also a voice telling him that he should enter this cave. Qingxue, let's go, lead the way. Lu Ning said, then watched as Qingxue entered a wall of ice and disappeared. Lu Ning followed suit, approaching the ice wall and extending his hand. He felt a suction force, causing his whole body to tilt, and eventually he disappeared completely. Following behind Qingxue, Lu Ning successfully entered the cave of the ice and snow goddess, the great Empress Qingve. Lu Ning's first impression was one of shock. As far as his eyes could see, the entire cave was a long corridor paved with blue crystals. The walls on both sides were carved from a single piece of cold jade, embedded with a large number of night pearls, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were daytime. Lu Ning noticed that his exposed skin was wet, covered with a layer of milky white liquid, cool and comfortable. Lu Ning touched it and found that it was actually liquefied spiritual energy. He felt his pores opening up all over his body, desperately absorbing the spiritual energy, and the ancient Qingtian technique automatically started running. In a short period of time, Lu Ning felt that he was about to break through the second level of the ancient Qingtian technique. He thought to himself that even if there were no benefits, this trip was not in vain. Lu Ning, hurry up, the great Empress Qingve has left behind her inheritance for you. Qingxue urged from the front. Lu Ning woke up from his meditation and quickly caught up with Qingxue's footsteps. He asked in confusion, Qingxue, how did the great Empress Qingve know that I was coming here? What inheritance did she leave for me? Upon hearing Lu Ning's words, Qingxue said with admiration, Lu Ning, if we were compared to specks of dust, then the great Empress is the bright moon. The great Empress Qingve is extraordinary. As early as 10 years ago, she had already deduced that you would appear in the long river of history. Lu Ning was shocked after hearing this. He couldn't imagine that a human could predict events that would happen thousands of years later, but in a sense, the great Empress was no longer human. Qingxue, have you been waiting for me here all this time? Lu Ning asked again. No, the Empress Qingve sealed me here. I woke up 1,000 years ago and transformed into a lotus flower to attract cultivators, but none of them were the person I was waiting for. So that's how it is, Lu Ning suddenly realized. The legend he heard outside about the 9 nether soul lotus turned out to be Qingxue voluntarily appearing to attract cultivators. Qingxue, where did Empress Qingve go afterwards? Upon hearing Lu Ning's question, a hint of sadness appeared in Qingxue's eyes. I don't know either. When the Empress left, she only instructed me to give the inheritance to you. As for her whereabouts, it has a lot to do with the destruction of the previous era. In reality, Xingxue really didn't know where Empress King went. However, some records about the Empress's whereabouts were passed down in later scriptures, and they were mostly related to the color red and its strangeness. Before coming to the Arctic, Luning had searched through all the scriptures in the War God Academy, and one of them contained information about the ice and snow goddess. It read, "Through the ages, there was an empress named King, unparalleled in beauty." At the end of the corridor was a huge stone door, engraved with flowers, plants, insects, birds, and towering ice peaks. Xingxue approached and extended her snow-white crystal-clear hands, releasing a chilling aura that struck 2 grooves on the door. The sound of sha-sha echoed as the stone door slowly opened. Luning saw that the door was actually made of obsidian, a stone that was said to only come from the depths of the universe's black holes. When crafting weapons, adding a dust-sized obsidian could make the weapon invincible and even elevate it by several levels. There were no records of such a large obsidian in any of the scriptures, indicating the grandeur of Empress King's actions back then. Furthermore, black holes in the universe had always been feared by the strong because they could absorb and decompose anything, including various spiritual energies. The fact that Empress King could bring obsidian out from a cosmic black hole showcased her extraordinary talent. After the stone door opened, Luning was stunned by what he saw. The entire hall covered an area of tens of thousands of acres, all made of ancient ice and drifting snow. There was no sense of coldness, but instead emitted a refreshing and vitalizing cold air. Within the cave, countless ice sculptures and snow sculptures surrounded them, each one lifelike, as if one could still hear their faint breaths. In the center of the cave, there was a towering ice throne, and sitting on it was the ice and snow goddess, Empress King. Luning saw that Empress King was dressed in a white robe, with a white jade belt around her waist. Her skin was as fair as jade, her eyes like water, and her expression calm. Although it was a sculpture, it couldn't hide the unparalleled beauty of Empress King in her prime. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, with each strand seemingly dancing in the breeze, emitting a crystal-clear radiance. In her hands, she held a pure white snow lotus, which emitted a faint glow, breathtakingly beautiful. This was a beauty that had reached its pinnacle, beyond the description of any language. At this moment, Luning's only feeling was that the beauty of Empress King had transcended ordinary life, something to be admired from afar, not dared to approach. Suddenly, Luning seemed to feel that the statue of Empress King came to life because he saw the statue smile. That smile intoxicated Luning, and within that aura, he even felt as if he had traversed countless ages and witnessed that distant and mysterious era. It was an era of emperors vying for supremacy, a time when the heavens and earth were ruled by humans. In front of Empress King, Luning felt like a speck of dust, and despite being fearless of the heavens and earth, he now had a feeling of being seen through by the statue. Luning, wake up! The great emperor is immortal throughout the ages, and even the jade carving carries a trace of the emperor's charm. It's not advisable to observe it for too long, Xingxue said from the side. Luning snapped back to reality, feeling a cold sweat. His mind had almost been engulfed by the passing years of that era. Xingxue, what is this inheritance you're talking about? Luning asked curiously. Xingxue pointed to a lotus platform beneath the throne of the Empress King and said, "Sit on that, and the emperor will have another test for you." Luning didn't think much and walked towards the lotus platform. However, he didn't expect that the hundreds of steps leading to it would exert immense pressure. With each step, Luning felt as if his mind was being struck by a hammer, his blood boiling, and the ancient Qingtian Grand technique accelerating within him. The green light that emanated from him and the white light radiating from the Empress King intertwined, seemingly familiar, and were able to slightly alleviate the pressure on Luning. It took Luning half a day to climb the 100 steps, and when he finally reached the lotus platform, he was exhausted and sat on the ground, unwilling to get up. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and Xingxue appeared beside Luning. Luning, why haven't you sat on the lotus platform yet? Accept the emperor's inheritance. Luning asked curiously, Xingxue, why aren't you affected by the pressure? I'm almost exhausted, let me rest for a while. He, I am originally the lotus flower in the emperor's hand, so I won't be affected by the pressure. Luning looked up and saw the Empress King's feet hanging vertically, crystal clear and as if meticulously carved from jade. The lotus flower in her hand was pure white. Wait a minute, Xingxue, the lotus flower in the Empress King's hand is white, why are you completely black? Xingxue's expression seemed to change slightly, but in reality, Luning was testing her because he felt that something was off. Xingxue didn't speak and after a while, she said, Luning, as a cultivator, your ancient Qingtian should also be the emperor's inheritance. Don't you understand the principle of the anode giving birth to the cathode and the cathode giving birth to the anode? My true form is pure white, but after reaching the supreme realm of cultivation, it turned black. This is an extreme transformation. Qingshue's words didn't seem wrong to Luning, but the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Luning, calm your mind and focus on accepting the emperor's inheritance. Qingxue waved her hand, and a gust of wind pushed Luning onto the lotus platform. After sitting on the lotus platform, Luning suddenly felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. He quickly calmed his mind and pulled his consciousness back into his body. Strange forces began to desperately penetrate Luning's body. The ancient Qingtian technique first rejected these forces, but then accepted them, all within a few breaths of time. These forces made Luning feel as if he was trapped in an icy abyss. At this moment, his consciousness was immersed within his body, completely unaware that his body was already enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Qingxue, standing outside the ice, no longer had her previous lively and adorable appearance. Instead, her brows furrowed, her face filled with anxiety, but her eyes emitted a look of anticipation and surprise. In reality, it was true that Luning was accepting the emperor's inheritance, but he never expected that this Qingxue was not the same as the one from years ago. Luning, sitting on the lotus platform, was now at a critical moment of life and death. Within his body, the green light of the ancient Qingtian technique and the white light that had penetrated him were competing for the position of his dantian. In Luning's mind, a secret technique with countless carved characters appeared, and 4 prominent words stood out: eternal void of 10,000 generations. The white light within him emanated from these characters, and this was the inheritance of the Empress Qingve. As the emperor who controls ice and snow, Qingnu possesses a unique secret technique, which is the ability to freeze oneself in the past using the power of ice and snow. For example, if Luning were to learn this secret technique, he could freeze his severely injured body in the past and continue fighting with his past self when he is on the verge of death during a battle. In other words, mastering this secret technique is equivalent to mastering the essence of time reversal. However, the concept of time is intangible and endless, and there has never been a mention of an emperor who has mastered the secrets of time. Because no matter what creature it is, no one can escape the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death in the face of time. Therefore, anyone who masters time means that their life is infinite, which goes against the truth of heaven and earth. At this moment, Luning's consciousness immersed in his body feels like it is about to be torn apart, and his external body is already trembling, with bloodstains flowing from the corners of his mouth. Qingxue, who is standing in front of Luning, is already overjoyed because Luning's state clearly indicates that he has entered a deep level of inheritance. Speaking of Qingxue, it is indeed the manifestation of the lotus platform in the hands of the Qingnu emperor. However, the previous Qingxue always showed a benevolent side when the emperor was still alive. The current black Qingxue is actually the manifestation of the evil thoughts of the lotus platform. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Qingnu emperor found Qingxue in the eternal frozen soil. At that time, it was still vague, but later it gained intelligence and developed a sense of good and evil, just like humans. While the Qingnu emperor was alive, she suppressed the evil thoughts of Qingxue. Now, 100,000 years have passed, and in endless loneliness, Qingxue has turned from awe to resentment. The evil thoughts have grown, and the good thoughts have disappeared. Seeing that Luning is already on the brink of death, a dangerous smile appears on Qingxue's lips. It transforms into a black and white light and directly enters Luning's body. However, Qingxue would never have expected that Luning's body has already become a battlefield. The white light that has existed for countless ages and the green light of the eternal sky are fiercely fighting each other. When the black and white light transformed by Qingxue enters Luning's body, it immediately becomes a third party. Luning, you damn person, what have you done? Qingxue's hysterical voice resounds. Because after it entered, the green and white lights unexpectedly sealed off all its escape routes, making it impossible for it to leave. However, Luning, who has already lost consciousness due to the pain, is destined to be unable to answer Qingxue's question. After Qingxue joins the battle, the white and green lights stop fighting and start to fully attack Qingxue. However, Qingxue is not an easy opponent. The black and white light it transforms into is the original chaotic energy of the world, which cannot be extinguished by the white and green lights. This battle continues for a long time, and when Qingxue feels that there is no danger, it immediately bursts into laughter and starts to search for Luning's soul, preparing to devour it. In fact, Qingxue had been planning to take over someone's body thousands of years ago. It had long been tired of its previous lonely life and intended to seize a suitable body and leave this eternal frozen land. Before the Qingnu emperor left, she placed a restriction on Qingxue, and after researching for 1,000 years, Qingxue concluded that only by taking over someone's body could the restriction be broken. 3 forces seem to have reached some kind of agreement within Luning's body. The white light occupies the purple mansion, the green light occupies the dantian, and the black and white light occupies the Baidhui and Rindu meridians. Lu-ning wakes up slowly and also notices the presence of the black and white light. Isn't this the chaotic energy that Qingxue revealed earlier? Lu-ning, you're awake. I never expected that you would be the inheritor of that person. As for Lu-ning himself, he is not clear about the identity of the inheritor of the eternal sky. The toad and the little turtle have always said that it was left by their master, but they never mentioned who their master is. After Qingxue uttered these words, her consciousness was immediately extinguished by the green and white light, and no sound could be heard. Chaos has yin and yang, and it initially separated heaven and earth. With the addition of Qingxue's chaotic energy, the green and white light gradually became distinct, forming the appearance of a Taiji diagram. The black and white chaotic energy transformed into the two yin and yang eyes of the Taiji diagram. Just as the crisis was about to be resolved, Lu-ning also woke up from his meditation. He felt his body being torn apart, the pain piercing his soul, and even his soul was about to be torn apart. Just as Lu-ning breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that at least his life was saved, a huge accident occurred. Do you still remember when Lu-ning fell from the Tianyun secret realm into another secret realm, and later saw the three great emperor statues guarding the red and strange behind the bronze giant gate? When Lu-ning left the secret realm, a hidden red strangeness turned into a mist as thin as a hair and secretly entered Lu-ning's body, being brought out of the secret realm. Normally, this strand of red strangeness did not manifest itself, but at this moment, the energy of it within Lu-ning's body suddenly erupted after undergoing a great battle. Pain, excruciating pain. The red strangeness had merged into Lu-ning's spiritual energy before, but now it decomposed and formed into something resembling a hair, beginning to travel through Lu-ning's body. It passed through the meridians, causing them to rupture. It passed through the flesh, causing it to dissolve. It passed through the dantian, causing it to shatter. Ah! Ghostly thing, get out of my body! Lu-ning roared. He looked up, howling in pain at the sky, his jet-black long hair fluttering in the wind, and finally, in a short period of time, it turned from black to white. Due to the intense pain, Lu-ning had already ignited his own life and soul. He was unwilling to become a puppet controlled by the red strangeness. At this moment, the radiance of the eternal blue sky and the endless emptiness seemed to sense the presence of the red strangeness. They began to rotate rapidly around the yin and yang eyes formed by the chaotic energy. The Taiji diagram, at an invisible speed, sucked the red strangeness into it. The chaotic energy also joined the battle, transforming into a black and white pair of shackles, controlling the red hair from both ends. The strangeness struggled incessantly, but in front of the chaotic energy that had existed since the birth of heaven and earth, its struggle was destined to be in vain. As the white and green light continued to press down, the speed of the red strangeness's struggle became slower and slower. In the end, it directly formed a strange shape. The chaotic energy slowly pulled the red strangeness into the Taiji diagram, attempting to refine it. After the red hair fell, it happened to cover the dividing line of the Taiji diagram. At this point, this great battle finally came to an end. The chaotic energy, along with the white and green light, used up most of their power and suppressed the energy fluctuations of the red strangeness. However, Lu-ning's body, both internally and externally, had been completely destroyed. His entire body was like a mess of tangled threads, and he was in so much pain that he passed out. In his unconsciousness, Lu-ning had a strange dream. He dreamt that he was alone, tracing back to ancient times, going against the flow of time along the river. Along the way, he encountered figures who were unrivaled in the world, including an extraordinary empress and a man who stood above all. After an unknown period of time, Lu-ning finally woke up. He attempted to use the technique of the endless emptiness to transcend his past and overcome his present tribulations. However, as soon as the technique started to operate, Lu-ning felt his body falling apart, frightening him into stopping. Through internal observation, Lu-ning discovered something strange inside his body. It was floating above his dantian, greedily absorbing spiritual energy. Some of this spiritual energy was generated by Lu-ning himself, while most of it came from the outside world. What is this? Lu-ning couldn't help but wonder. Because this thing looked like a Taiji diagram, but it had some differences from the Taiji diagram, so for now, let's just call it the Taiji diagram. Lu-ning saw that this Taiji diagram had a green light on one side and a white light on the other, with a black and white yin and yang eye in the middle. However, at the boundary between the green and white light, there was an extremely dazzling red color. What is this thing? It looked strange and unfamiliar to Lu-ning, and he wanted to guide it out of his body, but as soon as he touched it, it felt like being electrocuted, causing intense pain throughout his body. After several attempts, Lu-ning was drenched in sweat and decided to let go. After all, it was a blessing in disguise, and misfortune couldn't be avoided. When Lu-ning's body was in chaos, the toad and the little turtle were awakened by the tremendous movement. Ribbit, 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 host, what are you doing? Self-harm? "Luning, what is inside your body?" It scared the turtle. Seeing the two lively fellows awake, Luning grinned, but blood couldn't help but drip from the corners of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Self-harm? Damn toadhead, it hurts so much that I'm almost dying. Think of a solution." The toad and the little turtle naturally saw the situation inside Luning's body, but they were also helpless, because from ancient times until now, no one has ever simultaneously received the inheritance of two great emperors, with the chaotic chi that gave birth to the world, and the eerie red color that could make the great emperors regret. "Luning, can you still move? This place feels very strange. Leave as soon as possible and seek a way to cure it," the toad asked. Luning tried to move, but his whole body was filled with excruciating pain. "No, I can't move. It hurts." The toad summoned the system and spent half an incense stick's time rummaging through the medicine section, resulting in a pile of painkillers. "Here, Luning, take this. It's acetaminophen, it relieves pain," the toad said, holding a large board of white capsules. Luning couldn't help but curse. "What the hell, how do you have this? And you've hoarded so much? Can this stuff deal with the eerie red color?" Taking advantage of Luning opening his mouth, the toad didn't say a word and swiftly stuffed all the capsules into Luning's mouth, then held his mouth shut with its little paw. Seeing Luning swallow all the medicine, it said, "Digest it first. If it doesn't work, I still have more." After speaking, the toad's four legs were filled with various medications, including ibuprofen, aspirin, acetaminophen, and celecoxib. Luning was almost infuriated. It turns out this toad runs a pharmacy? Who knows where it managed to gather so many painkillers? In fact, during this period of time, when this world was in the midst of a fever pandemic, the toad always heard people talking about how these medications were hard to come by, so it secretly raided dozens of pharmacies. It must be said that as a humanoid creature, these acetaminophen pills really had some effect on Luning. He felt much lighter. After the pain in his body subsided a bit, Luning tried to activate his cultivation technique. Amidst waves of excruciating pain, the Tai Chi diagram slowly moved. Then, a terrifying aura rose from Luning's body, frightening the toad and the little turtle, who shouted, "Luning, stop quickly." Luning could only urge the Tai Chi diagram to rotate half a millimeter. Even if the toad didn't want him to stop, he had to. "What on earth is this thing? Why is it so terrifying?" Luning felt that this Tai Chi diagram on his body was like a time bomb that couldn't be thrown away or removed. "Luning, hurry and leave. I feel the presence of a powerful being awakening," the toad urged. Luning struggled to stand up from the lotus platform and staggered down the steps. But suddenly, his feet slipped and he rolled down like a gourd. "Damn it, who tripped me?" Luning cursed as he stood up, feeling a tearing pain all over his body. At this moment, a surge of life force rose, accompanied by an extremely cold icy power. Luning couldn't help but look up and found that the statue of the Green Empress had opened its eyes, like a divine being overlooking all living beings, coldly staring at Luning. Eternal green sky, chaotic energy, mysterious red. "Who are you?" The statue's lips didn't move, but a voice came out, cold and devoid of any emotion. Luning's body couldn't move, and then he felt a burning sensation in his dantian. The Taiji diagram within his body was slowly leaving his body under the pull of a mysterious force. Originally the size of a fingernail, the Taiji diagram quickly grew larger, eventually becoming the size of a millstone, floating above Luning's head and slowly rotating. With the Taiji diagram leaving his body, Luning felt no pain. He couldn't help but plead, "Great and compassionate Green Empress, please help me get rid of this calamity." There was silence in the void for a long time, and then a sigh came. "Fate, destiny, the eternal battle against the green sky throughout the ages, the fleeting years will never return. Whether it's fortune or misfortune, you will know in the future." The voice of the Green Empress came, and then the Taiji diagram slowly returned to Luning's body. Luning felt that the outer layer of the Taiji diagram was enveloped in a rich life force. He felt warm all over, and his previously damaged tendons, meridians, and flesh were rapidly repaired under this power. Feeling the changes in his body, Luning was overjoyed and quickly thanked, "Green Empress, thank you so much." After the appearance of the Green Empress, the toad and the little turtle trembled and hid behind Luning. However, the presence of the toad and the little turtle had long been noticed by the Green Empress. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air condensed into two beautiful palms, grabbing the toad and the little turtle and slowly flying towards the lotus throne. "Toad, Jinshio, what about you? Please, Green Empress, don't harm my companions," Luning anxiously shouted. The toad quickly spoke, "Luning, it's all right, the Empress has no ill intentions." But Luning's heart was still in his throat. The God-making system, the shields of the various heavens, so this is how it is? But in this life, where is he? The voice of the Green Empress, like coming from an endless starry sky, as if traversing the river of time. Of course, this voice was deliberately hidden by a protective shield, and Lu Ning did not hear it. Green Empress, the master entrusted me to bring you a message. The toad also felt a bit melancholy. What message? What could he possibly have to say to me? The Green Empress's voice fluctuated. The master said, throughout the ages, there is a divine being named the Green Empress, unparalleled in beauty. Stars shine between her eyebrows, breaking through clouds and brushing away long hair. Autumn wind carries tears as it falls, melancholy lingers, returning to the old hometown. If there is a next life as a mortal, I will not waste the prime of my life, nor will I forsake you. Silence filled the void, and after a long time, a sigh came, you may leave. The toad and the little turtle fell directly from the void, and Lu Ning caught them in his hands. Toad, little turtle, are you all right? Lu Ning asked with concern. Ribbit, 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 Lu Ning, let's go. The Green Empress has no ill intentions. She is a friend of the past and one of the great emperors who fought against the mysterious Red in the previous era. Lu Ning looked around, wanting to leave but not seeing a way out. Suddenly, everything started spinning, and everything began to crumble like withered leaves in the wind. How could this be? When Lu Ning came back to his senses, he was still standing on the eternal frozen soil in the same position as before, because there were still footprints on the ice. However, what made Lu Ning unable to believe was that the 3 icebergs that had pierced the sky were now nowhere to be seen. Only an endless expanse of ice and snow, shimmering with dazzling white light. Could it have been a dream? Lu Ning quickly looked inward and saw that the Tai Chi diagram was still there, wrapped in a layer of life force. This was not a dream, but it felt like one. Ribbit, 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 Lu kid, come out, let's go. The voice of the toad startled Lu Ning out of his contemplation. Toad, you're knowledgeable. Can you take a look at this Tai Chi diagram and see if there's any problem? The toad had already prepared his response. Ribbit, 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 Lu kid, the life force of the Green Empress can protect you for 3 years, but after 3 years, you will only have 2 paths to choose from. What? 2 paths? The toad's words made Lu Ning's heart race. The first path is for the Tai Chi diagram to kill you, and the second path is for you to assimilate the Tai Chi diagram. These 2 paths the toad mentioned were actually choices between life and death. Lu Ning became anxious and quickly asked, Toad, is there any way to get rid of this Tai Chi diagram? Or to assimilate it? There is, but it's very difficult. The toad replied confidently. That's good. Toad, how do I do it? What should I do now? Lu Ning was truly panicked this time, not because he was afraid of death, but because the aura emitted by the Tai Chi diagram would amplify the pain in his body 1,000-fold. He didn't want to experience that unbearable pain of wanting to live but not being able to die. Ribbit, 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 it is rumored that in this world, there was once a 3-live stone. This object can allow a person to cultivate 3 avatars of heaven, earth, and man. As long as you find this object, you can cultivate an avatar and transfer the Tai Chi diagram onto it. Even if the avatar dies, the main body will not be affected. It is even possible for all 3 avatars to appear simultaneously and refine the Tai Chi diagram for their own use. Then, where can I find this thing? Lu Ning asked urgently. After searching through the system's records for a while, the toad said, it should be in the Great Xia imperial family. Because people didn't know its true purpose, it was eventually made into a jade seal by the Great Xia emperor. When Lu Ning heard about the whereabouts of the stone, he couldn't wait any longer. After all, 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't afford to waste any time. Just the thought of the pain he felt in the cave made him shudder. Toad, let's go. We're going to the Great Xia Palace to snatch their imperial jade seal. With a solution in mind, Lu Ning felt a sense of relief and walked confidently towards the outskirts of the Arctic with big strides. Accompanied by the toad and the little turtle, Lu Ning began his journey towards the outskirts of the Arctic. Little did he know that there were already numerous legends about him circulating among the adventurers in the Arctic at this time. Since ancient times, he was the only one who had ventured into the depths of this eternal frozen land. Outside the Arctic, thousands of media reporters had gathered, along with satellite trucks and helicopters, waiting for Lu Ning to emerge. Based on the adventurers who had interacted with Lu Ning before, the reporters speculated that he was the one who had entered the inner circle of the Arctic, the one who had awakened the cosmic-level red bitter tea. What's going on? As Lu Ning approached the outer circle, a large crowd of adventurers had already gathered there. When they saw Lu Ning, they were respectful and no longer showed any signs of disdain or arrogance. Soon, someone ran out to report, and the media reporters stood ready, pointing their cameras in the direction where Lu Ning would appear. He's here. He's here. It's him. It's him. The crowd suddenly became restless, and Lu Ning was a bit puzzled by the overwhelming scene. Mr. Lu, hello, I'm Li Xin, a reporter from today's headlines stationed in the Arctic. Can you tell us what you saw inside the Arctic Inner Circle? Mr. Lu, I'm Zhang Ming, a journalist from Douyin Media. Can you tell us what you were looking for when you entered the Arctic Inner Circle? Mr. Lu, I'm a reporter from Tomato Network. Did you find any signs of life inside the Inner Circle? Mr. Lu, I am a reporter from the Watermelon platform. May I ask what you are doing in the Inner Circle of the Arctic? What kind of scenery is it there? Lu Ning had a good impression of platforms like today's headlines, Douyin, Tomato Net, and Watermelon platform, so he answered the question seriously. However, Lu Ning had not been foolish enough to reveal the inheritance of the Green Empress, the matter of Qingxue, or any of his secrets. Suddenly, a reporter squeezed next to Lu Ning. This was a reporter from the gossip platform Baidu, and he asked a ridiculous question. Mr. Lu, may I ask where Miss Lin Qingwan, who was with you, went? Did you leave her deep in the Arctic? Do you have other women? It must be said that gossip reporters are truly gossip, and their imagination knows no bounds. Lu Ning frowned. He had originally wanted to leave the crowd as soon as possible, but this reporter kept talking beside him. Even a clay figure has a temper, and Lu Ning, who was annoyed by the noise, directly shouted, "What business is it of yours whether I have other women or not? Mind your own damn business." The reporter was confused for a moment, then suddenly seemed to have a sudden realization and shouted, "Then you must be my dad." Lu Ning was both angry and amused. How could someone with such low intelligence become a reporter? It was completely inexplicable that he had achieved such a high position without doing anything. Lu Ning was completely speechless. He pushed the reporter aside and ignored the questions from others, continuing to walk forward on his own. The onlookers became annoyed, and Lu Ning leaked a hint of his aura. The people around him felt as if an invisible wall had appeared, pushing them involuntarily to the sides. At this moment, Lu Ning saw several familiar faces: the Dean of the War God Academy, the Master of Kunlun Market, Lin Qingwan, and Princess Huang Suliu of the Great Xia Imperial family. Lu Ning, you finally showed up. You made us old folks worry. The Dean approached, smiling at Lu Ning as if trying to find something special about him. Lin Qingwan also stepped forward and said, "Lu Ning, you've become stronger since we last parted. You can even venture into the Arctic alone." The voice of the Master of Kunlun Market came, "Lu Ning, are you interested in visiting my Kunlun Market?" Huang Suliu of the Great Xia Imperial family also didn't want to be outdone. Like a lively bird, she hopped and skipped to Lu Ning's side. "Lu Ning, my father asked me to ask you if you would like to visit the Imperial City." It was exactly what Lu Ning had in mind, because what he wanted was the 3 live stone of the Great Xia Imperial family. Without much small talk, Lu Ning apologized to the people from the War God Academy and the Master of Kunlun Market, then boarded the special vehicle of the Great Xia Imperial family and left in a cloud of dust, driven by 8 spirited horses. Others may not have noticed, but as cultivators, the Master of Kunlun Market and the people from the War God Academy all sensed that Lu Ning was different. They could feel a terrifying aura emanating from him. The journey was silent. Although the Imperial family's vehicle couldn't compare to modern transportation like helicopters, its speed was still swift as the wind. In just half a day, they had left the extreme north and were heading east. After another half-day of travel, a majestic city appeared before Lu Ning. The ancient city walls towered into the clouds, magnificent and grand. The city gates were adorned with numerous stone carvings, naturally formed and exquisitely carved, stretching high into the sky like a winding dragon. It was the first time Lu Ning had seen such a huge human city. Although it couldn't compare to the divine walls of the gods and demons inside the bronze ancient ship, or the eerie bronze giant gates of the 3 emperors, seeing it up close still left him incredibly shocked. "Lu Ning, look, this is our imperial family's city," Huang Suliu said proudly. "Yes, it's really big. It's the first time I've seen such a large city." Lu Ning sighed with emotion. The car drove closer to the city gate, and saw 2 rows of 18 guards at the gate. Each of them wore shiny black armor, held feathered spears, and carried long knives. They looked imposing. "Who goes there? Stop for inspection." One guard stood with his spear, blocking Huang Suliu's car. In fact, the guards recognized the car, but there were rules in the imperial city, and the emperor had to be inspected like any other commoner when traveling, so the guards were just conducting routine checks. Lu Ning cooperated with the guards and slowly got out of the car. The guard looked at Lu Ning, who seemed fragile, and his mind was in turmoil. He never expected that Princess Qi, who had always been highly respected in the imperial city and looked down on any man, would actually ride in a car with a stranger. This is my friend, let us pass quickly." Huang Suliu's pleasant voice rang out. The guard didn't dare to be negligent and was about to open the city gate when suddenly a young man on a tall horse appeared. He held a folding fan and tapped it in his hand, saying, "No one is allowed to pass." The imperial city is a restricted area, not just anyone can enter. Lu Ning's face darkened. He hadn't done anything to provoke this person in front of him. Huang Suluo trembled with anger. Li Tianyi, you've gone too far. Lu Ning is an honored guest of the imperial city, invited by the emperor himself. You must not be disrespectful. Lu Ning approached and asked Huang Suluo loudly, Suluo, who is this arrogant doghair that thinks he's so great? The young man naturally heard it and became furious. Huang Suluo whispered to Lu Ning, his name is Li Tianyi, his father is Li Gang, the mighty general of our clan, and he is favored by the emperor. He is skilled in martial arts and is evenly matched with the emperor. Upon hearing Huang Suluo's introduction, Li Tianyi couldn't help but raise his head proudly. In fact, he wasn't deliberately targeting Lu Ning, but because he had been pursuing Huang Suluo, who didn't have any interest in him, he naturally saw Lu Ning as a rival. Lu Ning didn't care about this so-called mighty general or whether his father was named Li Gang. He directly said with a killing intent, so you're just a useless person who relies on your father. People like you are a waste of air when alive and should be fed to wolves and dogs when dead, so as not to waste land for burial. Li Tianyi had already dismounted from his horse, and his long sword was already drawn. Today, he and Lu Ning were destined to fight to the death. You! How dare you insult me? I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. My father won't let you off either. Li Tianyi held his sword and assumed a stance, ready to stab Lu Ning. Just as Huang Suluo was about to intervene, Lu Ning stopped her and coldly said to Li Tianyi, I will stand here today. As long as you can pierce through the clothes on my body, I will call you grandpa from now on. Li Tianyi, who had always been praised by everyone, couldn't bear being so despised. He let out a roar and stabbed with all his strength towards Lu Ning. Huang Suluo was ready to step forward, but she was 3 or 4 meters away from Lu Ning and couldn't stop Li Tianyi in time. Clang, a sound like steel colliding echoed, and Li Tianyi's sword was like hitting a copper wall and iron barrier. Then, a huge rebound force surged, causing Li Tianyi to lose his grip on the sword and tumble away. Suluo, let's go. Without even acknowledging the dazed Li Tianyi, Lu Ning held Huang Suluo's hand and walked towards the imperial city amidst the astonished gasps of the guards, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Stepping into the heart of the great Xia imperial city, Lu Ning felt the profoundness and dreadfulness of this ancient city. Faintly, there was a lingering aura of killing in the air. Lu Ning activated his perspective ability and discovered a faint yellow aura surrounding Huang Suluo and the others. This is the dragon's aura of the imperial city, which can protect them from the influence of killing and fighting energy that exists in this ancient city all year round. However, Lu Ning is different. He is a newcomer and has no means of defense at all. Fortunately, he obtained the artifact No Need to Wash Underwear in the Tianyun secret realm, which also has a certain resistance to this killing and fighting energy. Lu Ning, what's wrong with you? Oh, right, how could I forget about this? Huang Suluo saw Lu Ning stop and slapped her head. Only then did she remember that Lu Ning is an outsider and would be affected by the killing energy in the imperial city. Here, Lu Ning, take this. Huang Suluo took out a jade pendant from her pocket, still warm, and intended to give it to Lu Ning. Lu Ning smelled the faint fragrance of the girl on the jade pendant, which was so close to him, and suddenly felt his blood boiling. He suppressed it forcefully and said to Huang Suluo, no need, you keep it for yourself. Huang Suluo urgently said, Lu Ning, hurry and take it. The killing energy in the imperial city is not a joke. Oh no, you're injured, you're having a nosebleed. Lu Ning also felt the hot flow coming out of his nostrils. It was caused by forcibly suppressing the boiling blood. So he did something that left Huang Suluo dumbfounded. Suck, 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 suck. Lu Ning forcefully sucked the 2 lines of nosebleed back into his nose. Lu Ning, you're simply disgusting. To be honest, Huang Suluo was disgusted. She felt that it was no different from sucking snot, at least the actions were very similar. As a royal princess, Huang Suluo had received many etiquettes since childhood, so naturally she had reservations about such behavior. Seeing that Lu Ning didn't want the jade pendant, Huang Suluo had to put it in her pocket. Faced with something that was about to come out, Lu Ning didn't look at it. Walking on this ancient land that has been passed down for 30,000 years, Lu Ning's first impression was grandeur and magnificence. The majestic and magnificent architectural complex, the dragon and phoenix carvings in the long corridors and halls, the stone carvings, sculptures, and city gates all displayed the nobility and majesty of the royal family. The city walls were thick and imposing, flags fluttered on the beams of the city gates, and dazzling gemstones were embedded on the sharp corners of the carved components, shining with a breathtaking light. Led by Huang Suluo, Lu Ning also climbed onto the city wall and looked out at the city. He felt as if he was in another world. Kid, you're Lu Ning, the one who injured my son? Just as Luan Ning was enjoying the beautiful scenery of the imperial city, a sudden voice sounded. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a square face and a full beard standing in front of him. "Who are you?" Luan Ning asked. Huang Suluo, who was standing aside, said cautiously, "Luan Ning, this is Li Gang, Li Tianyi's father, and also the mighty general of our Xia imperial family." From Huang Suluo's careful description, Luan Ning knew that this Li Gang in front of him must have a powerful background. But Luan Ning was least afraid of this kind of person. After all, he was standing on top of the human pyramid, a figure who inherited the legacies of two great emperors. Let's not talk about whether he could withstand this kind of pressure. He couldn't let the glory of the great emperors be tarnished. So, Luan Ning calmly said, "I see who it is. It turns out to be the father of that waste. It's true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. A dog barks, and its father barks even louder." Puff! Seeing Li Gang getting angry and smoke coming out of his head, Huang Suluo couldn't help but laugh. As a veteran of two dynasties and a family that has been in the military for generations, Li Gang couldn't tolerate such insults. He immediately drew his long knife from his waist. "General Li, please don't take action. Luan Ning is a distinguished guest of the emperor." Seeing that Li Gang was about to attack for real, Huang Suluo quickly stood between the two of them. "Princess Qi, please step aside. If I don't skin this little bastard today, my name is not Li Gang, and I will change my surname to his." Lu Ning pulled Huang Suluo aside, clapped his hands, and added fuel to the fire. "Alright, another big one has come. I reluctantly accept it." Li Gang's body was covered in a yellow light, which was the result of his mastery of the Huang Long Gong technique, a skill of the Xia royal family. This dragon energy not only had powerful attacking power but also had impressive defensive capabilities. It could also constantly strengthen the body, making one immune to diseases and evil spirits. "Stop, General Li. If anything happens to Lu Ning, the emperor will blame you, and you won't be able to bear the consequences." Huang Suluo shouted desperately, but it was in vain. "Wait!" This time it was Lu Ning who shouted, while also striking a strange pose. This sudden shout caused Li Gang, who was about to attack, to break urgently, with black smoke rising from his feet. "Kid, what are you doing?" Li Gang cursed, not because he didn't dare to attack, but because Lu Ning's posture was too strange, making him suspect that there was a trick. Lu Ning squatted down, then stretched out his hands. His left hand remained motionless in front of his chest, while his right hand rhythmically moved up and down, forming a cross shape with his left hand. Then, he coordinated the movement of his hands, feet, and buttocks, rhythmically stretching and contracting, swaying left and right. It was truly bizarre. Of course, this was a unique skill that Lu Ning learned from a mysterious book called Electric Mockery. "Old turtle, do you believe that I can beat you until you shit yourself?" Lu Ning mocked, not holding back his words. "What shit? Kid, stop pretending to be mysterious. Watch me cut you down with one sword strike." After confirming that Lu Ning's mockery didn't harm him, Li Gang's courage grew, thinking that Lu Ning was just showing off. After recharging, Li Gang charged again. He was now furious and had unleashed all his power, covering his body with a substantial layer of Huang Longgong dragon energy. Bang! The long sword pierced Lu Ning, but Hong Kuch-Aziz's red light flashed, and Li Gang felt as if he had stabbed into cotton, unable to exert any force. Just as he was about to pull back his sword, Li Gang saw a flash of black light and was hit hard on the head with a large iron pot. Whoosh! Li Gang quickly retreated, not even bothering to pull out his sword. After retreating 50 steps, Li Gang touched his head and found that a deformed horn had grown on it. This was the result of the blow. "Kid, what evil magic did you use? How dare you ambush me? Today, I will tear you apart and avenge my anger." Li Gang's beard stood on end with anger. Lu Ning took out the large iron pot and sat on it, saying with a smile, "If your skills are inferior, they are inferior." It seems that this old man has also become skilled with his mouth. Lu Ning didn't move, and Li Gang didn't dare to move either. The piercing pain in his forehead made him realize that this young man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. If he wasn't careful, his lifelong reputation might turn to nothing today. Seeing that Lu Ning was confident and fearless, Li Gang became anxious and shouted, "Where are the Imperial Guards? Bring out the strong crossbows." Li Gang couldn't believe that Lu Ning, who was alone, could withstand the barrage of hundreds of strong crossbow shots. Huang Suluo, who was still on the side, became anxious. She knew that persuasion was useless and hurriedly said to Lu Ning, "Lu Ning, hold on, I will immediately inform the emperor." After speaking, Huang Suluo hurriedly ran towards the imperial city. However, Lu Ning shook his head. He didn't believe that the lord of the imperial city would be unaware of such a commotion. Therefore, Lu Ning deduced two possibilities: either Li Tianyi and Li Gang were sent by the lord of the imperial city to test him, or the lord of the imperial city and the Li family were at odds and wanted to use him to get rid of Li Gang and his son. However, regardless of the situation, Lu Ning was already prepared and even ready to make a good profit. Let me go. Just as Lu Ning was contemplating this issue, Li Gang had already ordered the release of the crossbows. Well done. Lu Ning put away the large iron pot and then used the rebound force of the red underwear. When the smoke cleared, Li Gang's furious voice could be heard. I told you to shoot that kid, not shoot me. Ha ha ha. It seems, old man, your subordinates aren't that great either. This crossbow is impressive. It turns out that under the rebound of the bitter tea leaves, all these crossbows were inserted next to Li Gang and on his body. At this moment, there was one on each of his legs, forcing him to kneel in front of Lu Ning. With a smile that was not quite a smile on his face, Lu Ning put on a calm smile and slowly said, "Good boy, you're already bowing to me so quickly. How obedient." Under Lu Ning's mockery, Li Gang was truly enraged. Ah, ah, ah. A thunderous roar, Li Gang's voice grew even louder. Artillerymen, prepare to bombard with full force. Then, the leader of the artillerymen came up with a clever remark. Lord Li Gang, may I ask if we should bomb you? Or bomb him? It's not really the artillerymen's fault. Before receiving the order, they heard the brothers from the crossbow team say, I heard Lord Li Gang went crazy today and had someone shoot him with a crossbow. Bomb that damn. My mother is at home, the range isn't enough. I'm so angry, bomb him. Li Gang was already so angry that his blood was boiling. Dozens of fireballs the size of bowls were seen shooting towards Lu Ning. These fireballs not only had flammable substances on them, but their surface temperature could reach 1000 degrees. Moreover, when the fireballs hit slightly hard objects, they would produce a violent explosion. But Lu Ning's red bitter tea leaves were mainly for rebounding all attacks in the world. Only the sound of explosions could be heard, as if a grand firework display was set off inside the imperial city. After a few moments, Li Gang's weak voice could be heard. You bunch of bastards, I told you to bomb him. Why did you bomb me again? Li Gang's hair was all gone, his exposed skin had turned into charcoal-like color, and his clothes were all torn into strips, hanging tough on his body. That's enough, stop it. A powerful voice came from deep within the imperial city, followed by a figure flying through the air from far to near. Lu Ning saw that it was a middle-aged man, his body exuding a golden dragon aura as if it was about to materialize. He was wearing a yellow straight-robed court dress, with a gold spider pattern belt tied around his waist, and his black hair was tied up with a gold crown. Lu Ning's first impression of him was that this person exuded innate nobility within his handsome appearance, making him seem unattainable, while ordinary people were as insignificant as dust. You are the master of this imperial city, the great Xia imperial family. Lu Ning spoke first. The middle-aged man smiled and said, ha ha ha, Lu Ning, my young friend, you're joking. I am Huang Jitian. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother. Father, how can this be? He's the same age as me, what should I call him in the future? Huang Siyuo was unhappy. Ha ha, Lu Ning cannot be measured by titles. His potential is unprecedented, and he is likely to have no equal in the future. In the end, Huang Jitian became Lu Ning's big brother, and Huang Siyuo had to call Lu Ning uncle, which made Lu Ning very happy. Then, Huang Siyuo extended a hand, and Lu Ning was a bit confused, not knowing what she wanted to do. You can't just call me uncle for nothing, where's the gift? Huang Siyuo said with her hand on her waist. Lu Ning touched his nose, realizing that he had fallen into a trap. Alright, here you go. Lu Ning took out dozens of blue crystals from his spatial ring. Huang Siyuo pouted, I thought it was something good? We don't lack lapis lazuli in our house, but we don't want it for free. Thank you. That being said, Huang Suluo's hand didn't stop for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, all the lapis lazuli was in her hands. Luor, don't be rude, Huang Jitian said. However, when he saw the lapis lazuli that Lu Ning took out, he was immediately attracted to it. It turned out that Lu Ning's lapis lazuli was exchanged with bullshit points in the system. It was almost entirely composed of solid spiritual energy, with only a thin layer of crystalline wrapping on the surface. You should know that in this post-apocalyptic era, although there are still many lapis lazuli stones, the spiritual energy of these stones has dissipated to a certain extent over the years. The spiritual energy contained in Lu Ning's lapis lazuli was tens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary lapis lazuli. Not only that, these lapis lazuli stones with abundant spiritual energy can activate higher-level teleportation arrays, and their effects are much better than other lapis lazuli stones when practitioners break through. Because when practitioners break through, they need to absorb the spiritual energy of the lapis lazuli piece by piece, and after absorbing it, there is a period of stagnation before absorbing the next piece of spiritual energy. Don't underestimate this period of stagnation, perhaps it is the opportunity for practitioners to break through. Brother Lu, you are really generous. I thank you on behalf of my daughter. No problem, Brother Huang, to be honest, I came here today with a request. Lu Ning spoke up. We are brothers, so feel free to speak. Lu Ning organized his words and said, I heard that the royal family has a national jade seal. I want to take a look at it and, if possible, exchange it for a treasure. Unexpectedly, when Huang Jitian heard Lu Ning's words, his face immediately turned serious. He never expected that Lu Ning would come up with this idea. Brother Lu, theoretically, as brothers, it's not a problem for you to take a look at the jade seal. However, this national jade seal is related to a secret of our clan. Huang Jitian looked around and lowered his voice, saying, Brother Lu, this is not the place to talk. Follow me to the inner hall, and we can discuss it in detail. Under Huang Jitian's guidance, Lu Ning followed him all the way to the inner hall, while Li Gang, who was lying on the ground, was picked up by someone at Huang Jitian's order. In fact, Lu Ning's guess was correct. Huang Jitian had already been informed and knew what had happened here. However, there were two reasons why he didn't come out to stop it. One was to suppress Li Gang's arrogance. After all, this person relied on being an elder of two dynasties and had numerous military achievements in the family. He even wanted to forcibly marry Huang Su Luo, his daughter. Second, although Lu Ning had a reputation outside, Huang Jitian had also had several dealings with him. However, he wanted to test Lu Ning through Li Gang's hands. No matter where you are, having a strong fist is the truth. Therefore, after Lu Ning showed such strong combat power, he also gained Huang Jitian's respect. Following behind Huang Jitian, Lu Ning entered the inner courtyard of the imperial city. Compared to the outside, there was a bit more tranquility here with small bridges and flowing water. Opening the door of a side hall, Huang Jitian said, Brother Lu, this is where the national jade seal is kept. Ribbit, little Lu, there's something wrong with the atmosphere here. The toad suddenly jumped out. In fact, Lu Ning also felt it. As soon as he entered this side hall, he felt a cold and eerie aura, and his body couldn't help but shiver. Brother Huang, forgive me for speaking frankly, but there's something wrong with this place. It seems that there is something extremely mean and evil present. Lu Ning spoke up to test the waters. Huang Jitian's footsteps paused, he turned around and looked at Lu Ning, and then slowly spoke, Brother Lu, you truly are extraordinary. There is indeed something in this place that has become a great disaster for our royal family. I would like to hear the details. Lu Ning said. Afterwards, Huang Jitian revealed a secret. More than 100 years ago, a sinister event occurred in the Dixia imperial family. The noble concubine who lived in this palace became pregnant and gave birth to a child. However, since the noble concubine had never been favored, she didn't know who the father of the child was. When Huang Jitian learned of this, he became furious and wanted to kill the noble concubine and her unborn child. Helpless, the noble concubine begged for mercy and, in the end, Huang Jitian spared her life. Little did Huang Jitian know that his act of mercy would later lead to the deaths of many members of the imperial family. On the day the noble concubine gave birth, strange phenomena occurred in the heavens and the earth. A fierce red wind blew, and eventually, this wind entered a side hall and a monstrous creature, neither human nor non-human, emerged from the noble concubine's belly. This creature was vicious and slaughtered many imperial guards and members of the imperial family, including the noble concubine herself. Later, Huang Jitian intervened and temporarily subdued the red-haired monster, but it transformed into a strand of red light and entered the statue enshrined in the side hall. The place was sealed, and the only thing that could restrain this creature, the national jade seal, was taken by Huang Jitian. In other words, the entire Dixia imperial family had not moved the jade seal for 100 years and had no idea what the suppressed monster had become. However, in recent years, there have been more and more supernatural events in the imperial city, and Huang Jitian knew that they must be related to the red-haired monster. Ribbit, young Lu, what the old man said should be about the red-haired anomaly. You can try to absorb it since you already have a trace of it inside you. The toad immediately analyzed part of the truth. Brother Huang, I have a way to help you resolve this hidden danger, but after it's done, I want to take the national jade seal. It's very useful to me. Huang Jitian was somewhat skeptical because even with the full power of the impoverished imperial family back then, they couldn't eliminate the red-haired monster. Could Lu Ning do it? Brother Lu, it's not that I don't trust you, but this matter is of great importance and cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. Your Majesty is right. What can a little brat like you do? Suddenly, a voice as loud as a bell came from outside the side hall. Old ancestor, why are you here? Huang Jitian bowed respectfully. The person who came was his grandfather, the former head of the imperial family from the previous generation. Lu Ning couldn't stand hearing these kinds of words. The more others thought he couldn't do it, the more he wanted to prove himself. This was a case of I can do it, but you can't, and the fact was that Lu Ning's boasting had almost all come true. Take a good look. Is it this thing? Lu Ning shouted and began to fully activate the Tai Chi diagram within his body. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a chilling aura emanated from Lu Ning's body. You, how do you have the aura of the red-haired monster? Huang Jitian and his grandfather became extremely vigilant, assuming an attacking stance one by one. Soon, the aura on Lu Ning's body subsided, and after adjusting himself, he said, "You don't need to be nervous. This thing is called an anomaly, and I have already assimilated it once." The fact proved to be more effective than any words, and in the end, Huang Jitian agreed to let Lu Ning assimilate the creature, with the reward being the National Jade Seal. Compared to the National Jade Seal, which was also very precious, Huang Jitian didn't want to take the risk because once the red-haired monster appeared, he didn't know how many members of the imperial family would suffer, and he himself might even die. Huang Jitian and his grandfather stood guard outside the hall, and Lu Ning instructed them to temporarily evacuate the people within a 3-kilometer radius of the side hall. In fact, since the strange event 100 years ago, there had been no permanent residents near the side hall. With everything ready, Lu Ning sat cross-legged in front of the National Jade Seal. With the guidance of the toad, he slowly activated the Tai Chi diagram within his body. Because of the protection of the life aura of the Empress Qing, Lu Ning no longer felt the excruciating pain when operating the Tai Chi diagram. The Eternal Qingtian Dafa and the Eternal Void secret technique, stimulated by Lu Ning, slowly began to rotate. The yin-yang eyes formed by the chaos aura also followed suit. On the entire Tai Chi diagram, only the boundary line that had turned mysteriously red remained motionless. A terrifying aura emanated from the Tai Chi diagram, causing Huang Jitian and his grandfather outside the hall to feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lu Ning exerted all his efforts to transform the green light of the Eternal Qingtian and the white light of the Eternal Void into 2 giant palms, slowly grasping the Imperial Jade Seal. At this moment, Lu Ning could clearly feel a tremendous vibration coming from beneath the Imperial Jade Seal, as if some wild beast was colliding. "Rise!" Lu Ning shouted loudly, then infused all his spiritual energy into the 2 ethereal palms, forcefully lifting the Imperial Jade Seal. This was no small matter, it was like opening the gates of hell. A gust of yin wind suddenly emerged within the entire hall. In an instant, the hall was enveloped in a dense black mist, obscuring visibility. Moreover, this extremely yin and cold yin wind even caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The previous red sun was quickly covered by dark clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed, and heavy rain poured down, followed by hail mixed with falling snowflakes. At this point, within a radius of 10 li, a powerful aura had formed, forcing ordinary people to take shelter indoors and cover themselves with whatever they could find. The most pitiful were Huang Jitian and the old emperor, who had to rely on their dragon energy to withstand the invasion of this force. Similar to the previous time, after the Imperial Jade Seal was lifted, a strand of red mist quickly entered Lu Ning's body. Ah! Lu Ning's hair danced wildly, and the Tai Chi diagram within his body spun uncontrollably, emanating waves of terrifying aura. Beads of sweat the size of beans seeped out of every pore on Lu Ning's body, accompanied by a piercing pain that made him wish he could discard this body. Croak, 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 Lu Ning, hold on, the real master has yet to appear, it's testing you. The voice of the toad sounded. The yin wind blew stronger and stronger, and the entire hall became invisible, shrouded in a layer of dense black mist. Not only that, this extremely yin and cold yin wind even caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The previous red sun was quickly covered by dark clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed, and heavy rain poured down, followed by hail mixed with falling snowflakes. At this point, within a radius of 10 li, a powerful aura had formed, forcing ordinary people to take shelter indoors and cover themselves with whatever they could find. The most pitiful were Huang Jitian and the old emperor, who had to rely on their dragon energy to withstand the invasion of this force. Similar to the previous time, after the Imperial Jade Seal was lifted, a strand of red mist quickly entered Lu Ning's body. Ah! Lu Ning's hair danced wildly, and the Tai Chi diagram within his body spun uncontrollably, emanating waves of terrifying aura. Beads of sweat the size of beans seeped out of every pore on Lu Ning's body, accompanied by a piercing pain that made him wish he could discard this body. Croak, 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 Lu Ning, hold on, the real master has yet to appear, it's testing you. The voice of the toad sounded. Encouraged by the toad, Lu Ning desperately operated the Eternal Qingtian and the Eternal Void, tightly enveloping the strand of red with the green and white light. The two sides fought relentlessly, evenly matched. Even the chaos aura in the yin-yang eyes joined the battle. With the emergence of the chaotic aura born from the creation of heaven and earth, Lu Ning felt the pressure suddenly decrease, and the red mist was gradually compressed, slowly descending towards the boundary line of the Tai Chi diagram. The previous absorption of the strand of red strangeness remained motionless, and just as the two were about to make contact, a sudden change occurred. The two strands of red strangeness merged into one, doubling in size. Suddenly, the red mist filled the air, rendering the entire Tai Chi diagram almost invisible. Lu Ning's control over the Qing light, white light, and chaotic energy was completely enveloped by red mist. Then, the red mist slowly contracted and condensed, eventually turning into a small figure sitting in the center of the Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram rotated, but the red figure remained motionless, seemingly separated from the Taiji diagram, standing above it. What's going on, Hama? Lu Ning's pain disappeared, and the terrifying aura around him melted away like snow. The once silent side hall seemed to regain its previous tranquility. Huang Jitian and the old emperor entered through the door and saw Lu Ning sitting quietly on the ground, holding the imperial jade seal in his hands, but there was no trace of the extreme yin and cold aura. Brother Lu, how are you? Huang Jitian asked with concern. Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes, and then a mouthful of blood sprayed out. He intentionally bit his tongue to prevent Huang Jitian from discovering that he was unharmed. The old emperor acted quickly, intending to seal Lu Ning's Ren and Du meridians, thinking that Lu Ning was seriously injured and wanted to help him heal. Unexpectedly, as soon as the old emperor touched Lu Ning, the red bitter tea seed flashed and rebounded the old emperor's finger with 3 times the force. Ouch! The old emperor's 2 fingers broke, and he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. Young friend Lu, what kind of technique is this? The old emperor was shocked. Lu Ning ignored the old emperor and slowly said, Brother Huang, the red monster has been eliminated. According to our previous agreement, I will take the imperial jade seal. To be honest, in Huang Jitian's eyes, the imperial jade seal had not been used for 100 years and could be considered dispensable, so he felt no heartache at all. With a flash of white light, the imperial jade seal was collected into Lu Ning's spatial ring. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lu Ning clasped his fists and said to Huang Jitian, Brother Huang, I still have important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Huang Jitian hesitated to speak, although he wanted to keep Lu Ning and ask about the process of eliminating the red monster. He realized that someone as powerful as Lu Ning couldn't be kept with just a few words. As he passed by the old emperor, Lu Ning took out a pill bottle from his spatial ring and said, Old man, here are 10 pills that can heal your fingers and extend your life by 100 years. What? The old emperor was shocked. He had never heard of pills that could extend one's life in this world. Before the old emperor could speak, Lu Ning had already floated away, following the same path he came from. Huang Jitian and the old emperor watched Lu Ning's figure, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The old emperor opened the pill bottle and poured out a green pill. What is this? A third-grade pill? His hands trembled slightly. It turned out that there were 3 patterns engraved on the pill, symbolizing a third-grade pill. In this era of the end of the law, even a first-grade pill was considered a divine medicine and was priceless. As for a third-grade pill, it only existed in legendary texts. Your Majesty, we must not become enemies with Lu Ning, the old emperor said with emotion. Huang Jitian nodded. He knew the stakes involved, and as a member of the royal family, he had a keen eye for judging people. That's why Huang Jitian treated Lu Ning as a brother, a privilege that no one else had. Lu Ning ran all the way, and after leaving the imperial city, he headed southwest at top speed. At this moment, the ancient Qingtian technique and the eternal void secret technique in his body had reached a critical point, showing signs of a breakthrough. Guided by the toad, Lu Ning ran for nearly a day and night, finally stopping in front of a cliff. Ribbit, young man Lu, there is a cave under this cliff, hurry down. Lu Ning followed the instructions and quickly found a small entrance behind a huge rock that only allowed one person to enter. Unexpectedly, as he went further down, the space became larger. After walking 500 steps, the passage in the cave was wide enough for a dozen people to pass through. However, Lu Ning felt that the temperature on his body was getting higher and higher, and he started sweating profusely. Ribbit, Lu Ning, this is an underground cave that leads to the underground fire vein. It's a great place for you to break through the inheritance of the great emperor. Earlier, while Lu Ning was running, the toad had already searched the entire world map in the system and finally found this good place for Lu Ning. When he reached the end of the cave, Lu Ning's clothes had already shown signs of burning. If it weren't for the artifact, no need to wash underpants protecting his hair, it would have been completely burned. He had already reached the end of the cave, and a shocking scene appeared before Lu Ning's eyes. In a huge underground space, there was an endless river of magma emitting a despairing temperature. Kid, sit over there. The toad pointed in a direction where there was a protruding stone hanging above the river of magma. After sitting cross-legged, Luning felt an intense burning sensation on his buttocks. After activating the inheritance of the Great Emperor, the green and white lights formed a protective shield, instantly reducing the surrounding heat. Under the guidance of the toad, Luning took out the Imperial Jade Seal he had brought from the Great Xia Imperial clan. Previously, in the side hall, Luning didn't have a chance to carefully examine the appearance of the Jade Seal due to the strange battle with the red figure. Now, under the reflection of the magma, he discovered that the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand was truly a divine artifact that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. This object resembled jade but was not jade, measuring 8 inches in diameter. On the front, there were 5 intertwined dragons, and on the back, there was a seal with the words, "Bestowed by heaven, eternal prosperity." However, all of this was just the surface of the Imperial Jade Seal. According to the toad, it was a waste because its true form was an incredibly precious 3-life stone. Legend has it that the 3-life stone was a stone used by the ancient goddess Manhwa to repair the flaws in the heavens and earth when the universe was first opened. Only 3 pieces of such stones were left behind. In the previous era, the toad's master had also searched the 9 heavens and 10 earths but failed to find it. When mentioning this matter, the toad felt somewhat regretful because it believed that if its master had relied on the 3-life stone to cultivate a clone, he would not have died. Luning fully activated the ancient Qing Tian technique and the Eternal Void secret technique. The 2 streams of energy, one green and one white, were transmitted into the Imperial Jade Seal. With a poochie sound, as if a bubble had burst, the layer of jade on the surface of the Imperial Jade Seal was erased by Luning's impact. The original appearance of the Imperial Jade Seal turned out to be a diamond-shaped tricolored stone, shimmering with enchanting colors. The method of refining a clone had already been taught to Luning by the toad. It should be noted that a clone refined with the 3-life stone was different from the previous clone skill that Luning had obtained. Because the 3-life stone was a divine object born in accordance with the creation of heaven and earth, the clone refined with it could cultivate on its own. When it reached the realm of perfection, it would have the same combat power as the main body. Luning absorbed the 3-life stone into his body, and then his soul power began to madly pour into the stone. The first step was also the most difficult one. Luning had to forcibly divide his soul into 3 parts and then inject them into the 3-life stone. The pain of tearing his soul was even worse than the pain of his physical body. Luning felt as if he was being torn apart from the inside out. A person has 3 souls and 7 spirits, and what Luning is doing now is to divide his soul into 3 parts, and then use one soul to give birth to 7 spirits, allowing the other 2 clones to derive their own 7 spirits. After a full stick of incense time, Luning finally separated his soul and began to slowly inject it into the Sanshang stone. However, neither the toad nor Luning expected that the Sanshang stone would actually block Luning's soul power and start to counterattack with all its might. A loud voice sounded in Luning's ear. "Who dares to covet our clan's sacred object? Ribbit, 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 lousy, this Sanshang stone has restrictions set by ancient powerhouses." However, at this moment, Luning couldn't stop. His only way was to increase the output of his soul power and erase the restrictions left by this powerhouse. This time, the toad was not stingy. It took out all the pills from the system's treasure inventory. "Luning, open your mouth. This is the revival pill. This is the divine soul pill. This is the chi transformation pill. This is the purple cloud pill. This is the cultivator's golden wheel. This is the cultivator's spiritual infant. This is the cultivator's divine sea. These are all my treasures." Countless good things were stuffed into Luning's mouth by the toad, until the moment he closed his mouth, the aura formed by the spiritual energy continued to emanate from his nostrils. With the support of various pills, Luning's soul power doubled, and finally, with a loud explosion, the restrictions were completely destroyed. Then, something unexpected happened to Luning. A new restriction appeared, and a voice like a bell resounded from within the Sanshang stone. "Who are you? How dare you covet our clan's treasure?" Feeling his soul power gradually weakening, Luning had the urge to curse, and this layer of restriction seemed even more complicated than before. Then, in the toad's roar, the previous steps were repeated, and the restriction was finally erased. Just as Luning and the toad relaxed a bit and were ready to continue refining the Sanshang stone, a loud voice rang out again. "Insignificant beings, dare to spy on our clan's sacred object, die." A new restriction formed and slowly covered Luning's soul power. At this moment, Luning directly cursed, "Damn it, you're a broken record. You only know this one sentence." The toad was also dumbfounded. According to reason, the Sanshang stone originated from ancient times and belonged to ownerless objects. Unexpectedly, there were powerhouses who placed restrictions on it, and there was more than one. Judging from the tone, it seemed that they were all arranged by the ancestors of the royal family. Luning and the toad were regretful now. They should have made sufficient preparations knowing that the Sanshang stone had so many restrictions. However, now they couldn't retreat because Luning's soul power had already connected tightly with the Sansheng stone. The toad almost bit off its own tongue, and Luning gritted his teeth. In the end, they had to compromise and follow the previous steps. It took them half a year to refine the Sansheng stone. In Luning's impression, a total of 108 restrictions appeared, and each one was different. Almost all the voices that appeared were coveting our clan's treasure. Die. Exhausted, Luning felt a buzzing sound in his ears, and for a while, he couldn't get rid of this buzzing sound. After refining, the Sansheng stone had undergone tremendous changes. It was divided into 3 parts and formed 3 spherical light balls, nurturing Luning's 3 soul clones inside. At this moment, Luning felt that his head was not very clear. The toad said that this was a normal phenomenon. After all, a person's soul being divided into 3 parts would definitely cause some discomfort. At this time, the toad suddenly alerted, Luning, someone is coming outside the cave, quickly hide. Luning struggled to get up from the ground and walked to the hanging stone, grabbing onto a protrusion. It should be noted that in his current state, although he had the red bitter tea to protect himself, he was unable to activate any techniques. In the words of a toad, even an ant could easily overpower Luning. As a rustling sound approached, Luning estimated that there were about 7 or 8 people coming. I felt a spiritual energy fluctuation here earlier. Why is it gone now? A strong man's voice came. Senior brother, could you have been mistaken? This is the magma river. There shouldn't be any living creatures here. Impossible, my spirit worm would never make a mistake. Either a treasure has appeared or someone is cultivating here. At this moment, a soft voice sounded, Senior brother, look, there's something on this stone. Luning shouted in alarm. He knew what was on the stone. It was his clothes that had been burned by the magma when he was sitting on it, now turned into charcoal. There's still heat coming from it. This person must not have gone far. Let's search everywhere, using the spirit worm as a guide. Although Luning had hidden very carefully, his traces were still discovered under the thorough search of the group. Everyone, come over here, he's here. It was the woman who discovered Luning. Unfortunately, after undergoing the transformation of the ancient green sky and the eternal void emperor's inheritance, Luning's appearance had changed somewhat, causing this group of people to not recognize him as the man who awakened the cosmic level red bitter tea. Who are you? What are you doing here? Did you cause the spiritual energy fluctuation just now? Faced with the strong man's inquiry, Luning said, Greetings, gentlemen. I came up the mountain to collect herbs and accidentally fell into this cave. As for the spiritual energy you mentioned, I have no idea what it is. Seeing the fierce appearance of this group of people, Luning didn't want to provoke them at this time. However, this group of people were not fools. In the entire magma cave, there was only Luning as a living being, and judging from Luning's appearance, although he acted innocent, his words were full of loopholes. The soft and charming woman spoke again, Senior brother, this person is suspicious. Normally, an ordinary person would have turned into ashes in this temperature, but he seems fine. In fact, if this group of people hadn't cultivated special techniques, they would not have been able to withstand such high temperatures. Let's retreat for now and take him back to the sect leader for punishment. This place is too hot, I can barely hold on. And so, the strong man grabbed Luning by the collar. Faced with a strong man who was a full meter taller than him, Luning was like a child. Luning had considered resisting, but his body was weak and he had to endure the excruciating pain of his torn soul. Even moving a finger was difficult. Kid, what's your name? The strong man asked Luning as they walked. This person was indeed quite rude, first grabbing Luning by the neck, then switching to the arm, and finally directly grabbing his leg. Luning's feet were up and his head was down, feeling dizzy, and said, My name is Li Dai, Die for falling. Li Dai, that's an interesting name. No wonder you fell into the melting cave, blame your father for not giving you a good name. The big man was just a rough person, how could he understand that Luning was insulting him? Senior brother, he's insulting you, saying he's your father. After thinking for a moment, the big man cursed, Damn it, you little brat, you want to die, don't you? You dare take advantage of me. Putting Luning on the ground, the big man prepared to beat him severely, so that Luning would understand why flowers were so red. What the big man didn't know was that a strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Luning's mouth, because he had achieved his goal. The big foot of the big man stomped heavily on Luning's body, triggering the rebound force of the bitter tea child. How could the force of triple rebound be bearable for the person exerting it? With a loud bang, the big man soared into the sky, and when he fell from the sky, he directly crushed dozens of big trees. Damn it, who the hell attacked me? Show yourself. Just as he landed, the big man went into a rage, attacking the air around him frantically, thinking that someone was attacking him. After attacking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the big man was already exhausted, panting heavily as he leaned against a broken tree. Senior brother, let's go quickly. This place feels strange, and the sect leader told us to find spirit grass. We've only found a few so far, and if we go back late, we'll definitely be punished. What junior sister said is right, let's go. However, at this moment, Lu Ning was greatly disappointed. According to his original plan, he would anger these people, make them attack him together, and then the rebound force of his underwear would erupt, allowing him to escape. They traveled in silence, and Lu Ning didn't know how long the horses had been running. He only felt that it was getting bright again in his dazed state. The first thing Lu Ning saw when he woke up was a beautiful face appearing in front of him. It seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Right, it was Zhang Linger. Could it be that this was the Western Xinjiang Miao tribe? Lu Ning never expected to see Zhang Linger here. He moved his body and suddenly felt a cool breeze in his crotch. He stuck his head under the blanket and saw that his clothes had been stripped off completely. What did you do to me? Lu Ning pointed at Zhang Linger, his face turning red with anger. He, Lu Ning, you are Lu Ning, right? The person who brought you back said your name is Li Dai, but that's a lie. Although your appearance has changed a bit, the red underwear doesn't lie. Zhang Linger laughed. She stripped Lu Ning's clothes mainly to confirm if he was really Lu Ning. In fact, the girls of the Western Xinjiang Miao tribe were very open-minded. Although they were not promiscuous, they were very accepting of such things. At this moment, Lu Ning, a grown man, was not as composed as Zhang Linger, a girl. Despite Lu Ning's flirtatious words, he had never even had his first kiss. Zhang Linger, what do you want? Let me go quickly. Lu Ning struggled, but unexpectedly, he felt a heart-wrenching pain inside his body again, as if his soul had been cut and hacked. At this moment, a woman wearing embroidered clothes with raised soles, a back veil, and an exquisite silver headdress walked to the door. Her face was cold but not lacking in charm. When Zhang Linger saw this woman, she immediately held her breath and muttered "sect leader" under her breath. Who are you? Lu Ning asked. The woman glanced at Lu Ning's appearance, furrowed her brows slightly, and then spoke with a particularly pleasant voice. My name is Zhang Yuyan, you can call me sect leader. This is the Western Xinjiang Illusory Spirit Sect. As for you, nothing will happen. After saying these words, Zhang Yuyan, who called herself Zhang Yuyan, turned and left. After confirming Lu Ning's identity, she already had an astonishing plan in her mind. Zhang Yuyan had naturally heard about Lu Ning awakening as a universe-level bitter tea child, and she also knew a secret. That is, as universe-level awakeners, there is a high probability that their descendants will become the same level of powerful beings. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Yuyan was urgently summoning the disciples of the sect who were outside, especially the female disciples. Not a single one could be missing. The reason for doing this was that Zhang Yuyan wanted to use Lu Ning to make all these disciples pregnant, so that the illusory spirit sect could potentially give birth to several or even dozens of universe-level powerhouses. Without fighting or using any secret techniques, just by performing a fusion operation, the illusion spirit sect can become a top sect in one leap. It's such a profitable thing. As for seeing Lu Ning frown, it's because Zhang Yuyan thinks Lu Ning is too young. She plans to be the first to try, but she is dissatisfied with Lu Ning's age. As more and more female disciples of the illusion spirit sect return, although Lu Ning is well taken care of by Zhang Linger, he has a feeling that something is about to happen. What worries Lu Ning the most is that dozens or even hundreds of women come to the window of this house every day, of all heights and sizes, and they all look a bit strange. Enduring the pain in his soul, Lu Ning summoned the toad. Ribbit, Lu kid, you've been doing well these days, accompanied by beautiful women and good food and wine. When the toad came up, it looked at the special wine and food from the western regions in front of Lu Ning, and almost drooled, but as a spiritual body, it couldn't eat the delicacies of the mortal world. Hearing the toad's words, Lu Ning smiled bitterly and said, Toad, you still have the heart to tease me. Look around, I always feel something is not right. Hearing Lu Ning's words, the toad also looked around. After all, as Lu Ning's host, it should ensure his safety. Ribbit, Lu kid, why do I feel like these women want to eat you? I think it's not suitable to stay here for long. Let's run away as soon as possible. The toad and Lu Ning had the same idea, so Lu Ning asked the toad if there was any good way to escape without being noticed. The toad took out a pill. Lu kid, this is a transformation pill. It can maintain its effect for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Run away quickly. Lu Ning looked around and found that no one was coming at the moment, so he immediately swallowed the transformation pill and turned into Zhang Linger's appearance, swaggering towards the outside. Usually at this time, Zhang Linger would go to report to Zhang Yuyan, so Lu Ning guessed that she wouldn't come back for a while. However, what Lu Ning didn't expect was that halfway through, he actually saw Zhang Linger walking slowly towards him with Zhang Yuyan by her side. Damn it, It's really bad luck to run into a dead mouse like this. Why is it so unlucky? Lu Ning wailed, then quickly squeezed into a crevice in a rockery and didn't dare to come out until the two of them passed by. Without caring about disguising anymore, Lu Ning ran as fast as he could, because he knew that when Zhang Yuyan found out he was missing, she would definitely be furious, and it would be too late to run then. Using his perspective skill all the way, avoiding a large number of illusion spirit sect disciples, Lu Ning wished his parents had grown 3 legs. Suddenly, a shocking aura came, and Lu Ning felt that it was Zhang Yuyan's aura. He knew he had been discovered while trying to escape. Lu Kid, about 3 miles ahead, it seems that the spiritual energy is particularly rich. Run there. The toad's voice came, and Lu Ning accelerated his pace and rushed straight ahead. What he never expected was that the Western Xinjiang Miao tribe, known for their ability to raise and use goo, was there. Zhang Yuyan, the sect master of the illusion spirit sect, had long placed a tracking goo on Lu Ning. Unless Lu Ning could run more than 100 miles away in a short time, the goo worms would sense each other. Zhang Yuyan was in front, and hundreds of female disciples of the illusion spirit sect were behind, forming a huge pursuit team, rushing towards Lu Ning's direction. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Lu Ning, faster. That woman is too fast. She will catch up in a few breaths. The toad urged Lu Ning while constantly taking out pills from the system. These pills, which were considered good things in the previous era, were swallowed by Lu Ning as if they were free. With the help of the elixir, Lu Ning's speed increased, and finally he arrived in front of a huge deep valley, from which an astonishing spiritual energy emanated. What should I do? Jump or not? I wonder what the illusionary spirit sect is planning. Ribbit, 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 young Lu, where there is spiritual energy, there are treasures of heaven and earth. Don't hesitate, young Lu. As a toad who had lived for tens of thousands of years, it had an incredibly keen intuition and felt that there must be something good in this valley. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cold wind rustled Lu Ning's clothes as he leaped, like a free fall. What is this place? Why are there so many coffins? After Lu Ning jumped down from the valley, he immediately summoned the 3 elements 1 chi pot, also known as the Big Black Pot, and rubbed it against the stone wall to slow down his descent. Outside, Zhang Yuyan and many disciples of the illusionary spirit sect stopped in their tracks when they saw Lu Ning jump into the gorge. Zhang Yuyan's face was filled with a cold expression, with a hint of worry. She was worried about Lu Ning's safety and also afraid that he would disturb the presence in the valley. If not handled properly, the entire illusionary spirit sect could be destroyed. The reason they stopped here was because this gorge was a forbidden place passed down through generations in the illusionary spirit sect. This place, from ancient times to the present, was said to be the burial ground of the great powers who once founded the Western Xinjiang Miao tribe, as well as the successive masters of the illusionary spirit sect. They dared not enter, but also did not want to retreat. Zhang Yuyan ordered, "All of you stay here and guard. Notify me immediately if there is any movement." "Yes, sect master." Zhang Yuyan hurriedly returned to the sect and entered the library, preparing to search through the records and find a way to enter the gorge without disturbing the presence. Speaking of Lu Ning, on the stone walls of the gorge, he saw a large number of coffins, all hanging on the walls. There were many coffins, engraved with numerous beautiful patterns, and marked with traces of time, wind, frost, and snow. The deeper he went, the more abundant the spiritual energy in the gorge became. Although it couldn't compare to the liquid spiritual energy in the Empress Qing's cave in the Arctic, the spiritual energy here had already turned into dense mist. It was unknown how deep this gorge was or how big it was. Lu Ning had been falling for the time it took for 2 incense sticks, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. Like a whale swallowing the sea, Lu Ning greedily absorbed the spiritual energy in the gorge, and he immediately felt relaxed. The previous pain in his soul seemed to have eased a bit. "Young Lu, be careful, there is something beneath the gorge." The toad's warning came, and Lu Ning immediately used his skill to firmly insert the edge of the big black pot into the stone wall, stopping his descent. Lu Ning activated his perspective ability, and everything in the gorge made his scalp tingle. He saw countless figures below. They wore all sorts of clothes, including long robes, embroidered garments, and cloaks. Not only that, on the walls of the gorge, there were various houses, with signs hanging that read medicine shops, taverns, and post stations. What kind of place was this? There were people with shops, streets, and it seemed like a bustling street. "Toad, what kind of place is this? Why are there so many people?" The toad didn't speak, it carefully watched the figures walking back and forth, and its mouth widened in surprise. At this moment, among the figures in the gorge, several people wearing swords suddenly looked up in Lu Ning's direction. "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit, young Lu, you've struck gold. These are not humans, not at all." The toad spoke, sounding excited. "Toad, what are you talking about? Are you running a fever?" Lu Ning raised his hand, intending to touch the toad's head. The toad spat on Lu Ning's hand and said, "Go away, you're the one running a fever, your whole family is running a fever." Ribbit, Lu kid, these people are not real humans, they are manifestations of psychic power. According to the toad's speculation, this place has probably formed a special field, possibly the spiritual world of some ancient powerful being. And these people in shops are manifestations of the psychic power of that being, the places where they lived during their lifetime. Moreover, the powerful being who constructed this spiritual world should come from the previous era, and even though they may not be as extraordinary as those few peerless emperors, they surpass them in terms of psychic power intensity. Lu Ning was shocked after hearing this. He never expected that such figures would appear in the previous era. They may not yet be able to claim absolute authority throughout eternity, but they can definitely overturn all living beings. For Lu Ning, whose soul was currently weakened, there was nothing better than this psychic power to replenish him, because the main component of the human soul is actually psychic power. Ribbit, Lu kid, is your head still hurting? I have a method that can quickly restore your soul power. What method? Hurry up and tell me, my head still doesn't feel like my own. Lu Ning impatiently asked. Simple, you absorb all these manifestations of psychic power that have condensed into humans in shops. How do I absorb them? Ribbit, eat them, one by one. Lu Ning couldn't believe it. The toad actually wanted him to eat these people, even though they were no longer truly human. However, no matter how you look at them, they are still humanoid creatures. How could Lu Ning bring himself to eat them? And besides the handsome men and beautiful women, there were also some elderly, women, and children, and even some ugly-looking, pockmarked, bearded men. Lu Ning shook his head like a drum. No, I can't do it. The toad was just teasing Lu Ning. How could it let Lu Ning eat them one by one? Lu kid, don't forget, you still have Jinsho. Lu Ning suddenly realized, yes, he had his Jinsho iron pot, the full name being the 3 elements 1 chi stew pot. There was nothing in the world that it couldn't stew to perfection. In the toad's words, if you give Jinsho an emperor's skeleton, it can stew it for several thousand or tens of thousands of years and still turn it into a pot of nourishing pork rib soup. It turned out that Jinsho was really amazing. After Lu Ning chanted the incantation "I'm hungry," Jinsho started to grow bigger and bigger, eventually covering the entire street, and then a powerful suction force emerged. Just as the iron pot was crazily absorbing these human figures, suddenly, cries and howls echoed in the canyon, accompanied by gusts of cold wind. Lu Ning felt his scalp tingling. Who are you? How dare you harm the spirits of the master's spiritual sea? A voice that sounded like metal rubbing against metal came. Lu Ning looked down and saw a man wearing tattered battle robes, holding a broken war flag, standing beneath the large iron pot. Lu Ning noticed that his tattered war flag was fluttering in the wind, creating a special aura that isolated the suction force of the iron pot. The tattered war flag was blood red, and it was unclear whether it was its original color or if it had been stained with blood from past battles. Lu Ning was startled, and he quickly asked the toad, "Toad, didn't you say that these people are manifestations of psychic power? How is this person alive?" Lu Ning used his X-ray vision skill to take a look and found that this was indeed a living being with a soul. The toad sneered, Ribbit, Lu kid, this is not a human, it's a puppet created by a powerful being, implanted with a human soul. It has been tens of thousands of years, and now it is broken and worn out. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ning indeed discovered that this puppet had dozens of cracks of various sizes all over its body, and in some places, light was even shining through. Who are you? How dare you harm Master Ling Hai? Prepare to die. A strong gust of wind surged up, causing violent waves that made Lu Ning's black hair dance wildly, giving him an otherworldly appearance. Seeing that the puppet was about to attack, Lu Ning didn't dare underestimate it. He quickly lifted the iron pot and transformed it into a shield. The puppet swung its flag, and the first strike landed heavily on the iron pot, producing a deafening sound that stirred up the spiritual energy in the entire canyon. Lu Ning shouted, "If you come, you will be met, if you don't, you will be treated with disrespect. Taste my pot." He exerted all his strength, enduring the intense pain in his soul, and activated the ancient Qing Tian technique. The green light transformed into a giant hand that forcefully smashed the large iron pot away. With a loud bang, the broken puppet was knocked over, but the tattered battle flag still stood tall, emitting an even stronger energy fluctuation. The flag fluttered in the wind, compressing all the spiritual energy within 100 meters into a ball and directly charging towards Lu Ning. "Lu kid, get out of the way," the toad reminded him. It's important to note that although spiritual energy is the source of power for cultivators and is usually gentle, the extreme compression of spiritual energy results in an explosive force comparable to that of an atomic bomb. Lu Ning dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the spiritual energy ball brushing against his body. The fierce gust of wind it brought along made his skin sting. This time, Lu Ning lost his temper. He abandoned the defense of the iron pot and charged directly towards the battle flag, fully exerting the rebound force of the bitter tea technique. When the next spiritual energy ball came flying, he pounced on it head-on. The toad wanted to speak up and stop him, but it was already too late. A thunderous roar resounded as both Lu Ning and the tattered red battle flag were engulfed by the shockwave caused by the spiritual energy. For a moment, the canyon became completely invisible. When the mist cleared, both the tattered red battle flag and the puppet wearing a ragged battle robe had undergone tremendous changes. The puppet had broken free from the suppression of the iron pot, and blood was actually dripping from the battle flag. It supported the flag with one hand and looked sharply in Lu Ning's direction. What on earth is this thing? Lu Ning activated the ancient Qingtian technique once again, and the green light that permeated his body entwined like two green dragons. With a swing of the puppet's battle flag, the scenery of the world changed dramatically. The entire canyon was filled with howling winds carrying a bloody scent, rushing straight towards Lu Ning's nose and mouth. Having given up defense, Lu Ning, guided by the green light, actively charged towards the puppet. A huge shadow of the bitter tea technique appeared around his body, deflecting the bloody scent and the fierce wind caused by the waving battle flag to both sides. With a solid punch, Lu Ning struck the puppet's face, immediately provoking its anger. The puppet swept its battle flag horizontally, and Lu Ning couldn't evade it in time. However, when he touched the illusion of the pants, it felt as if he had hit cotton. Then, a stronger rebound force came, and the battle flag viciously struck the puppet's chest in the same direction it came from. This strike was Lu Ning's test and an attack made under a life-or-death situation. He believed in the rebound force of the bitter tea technique. The flagpole of the battle flag hit the puppet, causing it to stagger backward for more than 10 steps before finally stopping. A few cracks appeared on its chest, revealing its internal structure. For the puppet, although it possessed a human soul, it had lost its brilliance over the long passage of time. Because it didn't understand why Lu Ning could rebound attacks and continue to charge forward without hesitation. Half an incense stick's worth of time passed, and the puppet was struck 3 times by the rebound force. The cracks on its chest grew larger, and its internal structure became visible. Ribbit, Lu Xiaozi, that glowing crystal is its energy core. Cholinzi, take it off. The toad's words hit the mark. Just now, Lu Ning was wondering about the shiny crystal on the puppet's chest. It looked like something valuable. Lu Ning held the big iron pot in his hand and used all his strength to swing it at the puppet, knocking it down. Seizing the opportunity, one of Lu Ning's hands quickly passed through the mist barrier formed by the battle flag. The smell of blood on the flag made Lu Ning feel dizzy. When his hand touched the crystal inside the puppet, something unexpected happened. The entire crystal suddenly generated a tremendous suction force. Lu Ning felt everything in front of him rapidly enlarging, but in reality, his body was slowly shrinking. As the suction force disappeared, Lu Ning had also disappeared without a trace. The entire gorge gradually filled with numerous figures, as if everything that had happened before was just a dream. As for Lu Ning, after being sucked into the crystal, he felt like he had entered a strange space. Looking around, the entire space resembled a large bubble with 7 clusters of nebulae emitting dazzling light. Lu Ning took a look and saw that among these nebulae, there were scattered starlights, creating a dreamlike scene. Toad, where is this place? Lu Ning called out to the toad. However, this time, there was no familiar ribbit sound from the toad. Lu Ning quickly looked inside and found that the toad had fallen asleep again, with its white belly resting on a smaller version of the crystal. This unreliable toad. Lu Ning cursed silently, but he didn't disturb the toad because he felt that this time, the toad seemed a bit different. What is this place exactly? Lu Ning tried to approach one of the clusters of nebulae, and then he felt his entire being absorbed by the dazzling beauty within the nebula. Successor, you have arrived. A voice came from the nebula. Lu Ning immediately asked, who are you? Suddenly, a black light flashed, and an old man dressed in a black robe appeared in front of Lu Ning, beginning to tell a story that had been sealed for 100,000 years. This old man was only an ideological existence. He no longer remembered his name, only remembering one mission, to find a successor for the Lord of Heaven's will. The Lord of Heaven's will was the emperor of the previous era, and also one of the most outstanding emperors. His name was quite domineering, known as Zhang Sengtian. In the previous era, when the world was on the verge of destruction, the Lord of Heaven's will had guarded the peace of the entire continent. When dozens of emperors such as Emperor Huangtian, Emperor Henran, Emperor Wusher, and Empress Qing fought against the foreign realms, only the Lord of Heaven's will was persuaded to stay behind. In the endless years, the Lord of Heaven's will incarnated countless times, teaching the newly born humans how to farm, cook, use herbs to cure diseases, practice martial arts, and strengthen their bodies. However, as the spiritual energy of the continent gradually depleted, the Lord of Heaven's will's massive body could no longer sustain itself without spiritual energy, and he eventually died. If back then, the Lord of Heaven's will had disregarded the safety of all living beings and devoured everything on the continent, perhaps he could have survived for a while longer. But being compassionate towards heaven and humans, he did not do so. Later, the Lord of Heaven's will found this place and left behind his legacy, hoping that someone with fate could inherit his will and continue to protect humanity. As the old man in the black robe spoke, tears flowed from his eyes. In Lu Ning's heart, an upright and resolute man appeared in his mind. He endured the pain of depleted spiritual energy and the collapse of his physical body for the sake of the mortal realm, tirelessly spreading his teachings year after year. Young man, I am the guardian created by the Master. If you want to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor, you must go through the tests set by the Emperor. The old man pointed to the 7 clusters of nebulae, where a great secret was hidden. Old man, what should I do? Lu Ning asked. Sit down and embrace the unity of the primordial element. Carefully feel the inheritance within the nebula. Lu Ning sat down as instructed, relaxed his whole body, and quickly entered a state of meditation. He saw the energy within the first cluster of nebulae slowly flowing into his body like a trickle of water. However, the sensation of Lu Ning, who was immersed in meditation, was completely different. He felt as if he had entered a mysterious time and space. After a brief dizziness, he finally landed on his feet. Where was this place? When Lu Ning opened his eyes, he found himself in a small village. It was early spring, and the rapeseed flowers bloomed in all directions of the village. An old man was carrying a hoe and working in the fields. Excuse me, sir, where is this? Lu Ning approached and greeted the farmer. However, the old farmer seemed not to hear him and continued to dig the mud in the field and pile it onto the ridges. Coming from a rural background in the original world, Lu Ning naturally knew that this season was the time for planting rice seedlings and plowing the fields. Seeing that the old farmer ignored him, Lu Ning shook his head and continued walking towards the village. At this moment, several children were chasing butterflies, their laughter echoing in the air. Suddenly, a child passed by Lu Ning and accidentally tripped over a dry tree branch. Just as he was about to fall, Lu Ning reached out to help, but his arm passed through the child's body, and the child still fell to the ground. What was going on? Lu Ning touched his own hand and realized that he could feel the sensation of his skin. Then he looked at the lively children and wondered what went wrong. In reality, Lu Ning was currently in a strange state. He was like a spectator, an existence that did not exist in the life of the Lord of Heaven's Way, browsing through the memories of the Lord of Heaven's Way. Ignoring the children, Lu Ning continued walking towards the village. He saw a dilapidated hut with an old woman sitting on the steps, her brows furrowed with deep worry. As Lu Ning approached, he saw the deeply concerned expression on the old woman's face. She occasionally turned her head to look at the door behind her, her hands tightly clenched together, with veins and joints protruding. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a voice came out, "Auntie Hua, congratulations, you've given birth to a boy." The old woman stood up excitedly and quickly walked into the room. A few moments later, she came out holding a baby in her arms. Lu Ning took a closer look and found that the baby was as delicate as a piece of jade, and the most lovable feature was his deep eyes, like the starry sky. Quick, give the child a name. His father's surname is Zhan, so let's call him Zhan Sangtian. The midwife was also an old woman from the village. She shook her head when she heard the name. This name is not good. Can the heavens be defeated? In the end, the baby's name was still decided as Zhan Sangtian. It was because he was the child born after his mother had been pregnant for 10 years, and the hardships and difficulties were beyond words. This mysterious village originated from an ancient tradition. Women in the village usually took 1 to 3 years to give birth, and when their children grew up, they were naturally supreme, capable of protecting a region or even becoming a noble. Zhan Sangtian's mother was the woman in the village who had been pregnant for the longest time, a full 10 years. She had carried a big belly and never had a peaceful sleep. Everyone thought that this child would have a difficult fate and might even die in the womb, but he was born safely, which destined him to have a magnificent life. The first cluster of nebulae contained the experiences of the Lord of Heaven's Way's birth. After that, Lu Ning entered other nebulae just like the first time he meditated. However, just as Lu Ning's consciousness entered the final nebula, a sudden change occurred. This nebula turned out to be a scene from the previous era's Great War, when the Lord of Heaven guarded the continent. The sky was covered in a blood-red mist, and through the mist, Lu Ning vaguely saw several human figures resisting the invasion of the otherworldly beings. These otherworldly energies transformed into demons, clad in heavy armor and wielding blood axes, fearlessly charging towards the humans. The entire battlefield was filled with a strong bloody scent, and the blood rain dyed the sky red like cherry blossoms fluttering in the air. What shocked Lu Ning was that these defeated demons turned into strands of red mist, just like the eerie red mist. Hanren, go support Wuxia, leave this to me. A voice as loud as a bell exploded in Lu Ning's ears. This was the emperor of the human realm. Lu Ning's mind was already overwhelmed by the shock. He never expected to see scenes of the emperor's battles in the nebula. A graceful figure darted through the battlefield like lightning, her movements skilled and resolute, leaving behind a trail of blood and gore. A towering man, with every swing of his sword, emitted thunderous roars, shattering the demons into pieces. However, the demon army was not to be underestimated. They gathered in the thousands, launching a fierce assault on the emperors. Giant monsters pounced on them, their attacks ferocious, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble violently. The terrifying power created sparks that swept across the entire battlefield, engulfing it in flames. The emperors left behind afterimages, and the battlefield was now littered with mountains of demon corpses. The battle reached its most intense moment, with blood rain and demon blood mixing together, painting a vivid and awe-inspiring picture that shook the hearts of all who witnessed it. In the end, the emperors successfully repelled the demon army and withstood the strange invasion from the otherworld. At this moment, a huge golden column of light suddenly descended from above the heavens, surrounded by a strange red aura, and a thunderous sound echoed from the sky. The emperors joined forces, unleashing their full power and forming an equally massive column of light that soared into the sky. A violent explosion erupted, shaking Lu Ning's soul to its core, followed by a blinding light that burst open like dazzling fireworks, making it impossible for Lu Ning to open his eyes. After a full stick of incense's time, the deafening explosion finally receded, and Lu Ning reluctantly opened his eyes. What he saw before him left him horrified. A massive bronze gate stood across the void, with the three emperors forming a triangular shape, firmly enclosing the strange column of light in the middle. The protective shield guarded by the Lord of Heaven had already been torn open, and the surging energy and fluctuations swept across the entire continent, leaving no inch of land intact. When lightning flashed and thunder roared, electric currents condensed into a supercharged field in the air, instantly released as if the gods were manipulating the weather. When magma erupted, flames and scorching lava surged from the ground, bringing destructive volcanic ash and smoke, leaving no place for people to hide. When wildfires raged, smoke filled the forests as grass and dry branches burned, flames ravaging everything like demons devouring all in their path. When the world froze, the earth fell silent, and the icy wind killed all living beings, leaving nothing but a frozen wasteland. The entire human realm had fallen into the gates of hell, with humans wailing and animals roaring. The Lord of Heaven watched helplessly as the small mountain village that once nurtured him turned to ashes in the disaster. His eyes filled with anger, he looked up at the sky, and amidst the earth-shattering roar, a sense of helplessness and desolation befitting an emperor was revealed. The huge bronze gate gradually disappeared, and the Lord of Heaven remained in this timeline, desperately using his body to block the raging energy, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. After this battle, the Lord of Heaven's realm rapidly declined, almost becoming an ordinary person, but with a long life. In the following years, he wandered in this broken land until life reappeared in the ocean, finally having creatures to accompany him. A seed of the human race, it was the unwillingness of humanity's destruction on the continent. This seed, carried by the wind, went through ups and downs, and finally fell into the vast ocean, the fountain of life. Afterwards, it hatched and became a limbless creature, slowly devouring soil and algae, growing to the size of a fingernail. The Lord of Heaven named this creature Maggot, and after thousands of years of evolution, it entered adulthood. It is a creature that reproduces asexually, and after dozens or even hundreds of generations of reproduction, such maggots can be seen everywhere in the ocean. After thousands of years of evolution, the maggots turned into segmented creatures, which the Lord of Heaven called earthworms. After the earthworms evolved, they became ginseng, and the ginseng turned into insects. 30,000 years passed in an instant, and in order to allow these creatures to evolve into humans as soon as possible, the Lord of Heaven set up dozens of spiritual arrays between heaven and earth. Nourished by abundant spiritual energy, the insects transformed into mammals with 4 limbs, capable of living in both water and land. Under the repeated washing of spiritual energy, these mammals regained their intelligence, and the Lord of Heaven called them monkeys. Another 10,000 years passed, and the monkeys gave birth to beings that could walk upright. They shed their fur and reproduced through mating. In the following years, the intelligence of these monkeys continued to increase, undergoing metamorphosis and becoming true humans. Because spiritual energy baptized indiscriminately, many beasts also appeared on the entire continent, posing a great challenge to human survival. The Lord of Heaven traveled the world, teaching primitive humans to use fire, utilize herbs for healing, and teaching them various languages. Later, the Lord of Heaven discovered that the humans who appeared from the 10 spiritual arrays were different. Some were bloodthirsty, some were intelligent, some were kind, and some were evil. However, when he wanted to change everything, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly depleted, and he experienced various discomforts. The body of the great emperor could not be cured by ordinary medicine, so he could only pass down his legacy, broadcast his seeds, and hope that humanity would continue to develop. The subsequent history is recorded in the annals. There were too many wars between humans, but until now, no conclusive result has been achieved. At the moment of the Lord of Heaven's fall, he found this natural gorge, but someone had already arrived ahead of him. Without time to find another place, he could only release a puppet, as it was an inanimate object that would not attract the attention of the first arrival. In the end, he divided his spiritual power into two parts, using a small portion to create a virtual spirit space, and the majority entered the crystal of inheritance, becoming the land of inheritance. This land of inheritance is the space where Lu Ning is currently located. After emerging from the last cluster of nebulae, Lu Ning found tears streaming down his face. He was deeply moved by the dedication of the Lord of Heaven. "Young man, do you understand? You should have received the inheritance of my master," the old man in black robes asked with concern. Lu Ning was still immersed in the spirit of the Lord of Heaven, and he subconsciously replied, "Inheritance? What inheritance?" The old man in black robes was shocked. He clearly remembered that the master had told him about the incredibly precious inheritance before his death. At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded in the void. When the old man in the black robe heard it, he immediately knelt down. He was so excited because it was the voice of his master. "Life is like a dream, fleeting, the years pass like floating clouds. I fear not the insignificance of a mortal, nor the arrogance of the heavens. If the heavens do not favor my battle against the heavens, I will exchange it with blood for the mortal realm." After a pause, the voice sounded again, "Remember, newcomers, my legacy can be summed up in 5 words, fight for the human race." With a sigh, the voice disappeared, and the old man in the black robe knelt on the ground, tears already wetting a large area in front of him. "If the heavens do not favor my battle against the heavens, I will exchange it with blood for the mortal realm." Lu Ning muttered these words, filled with reverence in his heart. At this moment, he realized that his power was truly insignificant compared to the great emperor. Moreover, the bronze door that spanned the void, surrounded by the red and eerie aura around the 3 great emperors, had appeared before Lu Ning for the second time. What exactly was it? Lu Ning had the thought of finding out, and this budding thought led him onto a path of risking his life, relying solely on his own strength, and making an unprecedented decision. The nebula dissipated, and all was silent. The entire spiritual space returned to its previous tranquility, and all the spiritual energy was absorbed into Lu Ning's body. At this moment, the 1/3 pain in Lu Ning's soul had disappeared after absorbing a large amount of soul power. It was time to leave. Following the direction guided by the old man in the black robe, Lu Ning left the spiritual space. Everything outside remained the same as when he entered, with the howling wind and numerous suspended coffins hanging on the stone walls, and the valley floor filled with bones and remains. Looking at the deep and endless gorge, Lu Ning realized that there was no way to leave relying solely on his own strength. Continuing to move forward might lead to a way out. Stepping on the bones, Lu Ning walked forward step by step. Although he had activated his perspective ability, the visibility was still less than 100 meters. What was that? Lu Ning felt a flash of white light in the mist and immediately quickened his pace. Because the white light was likely the exit, the light that was projected from the outside. After walking about 200 steps, Lu Ning finally saw what emitted the white light. It was not an exit, but a huge altar. In the center of the altar, there was a milky white stone that occasionally emitted strands of white light. The stone was surrounded by a faint white mist, making it look magnificent. This altar was really huge, with a width of hundreds of meters, and a part of it was embedded in the stone walls on both sides. After observing the surroundings and finding no danger, Lu Ning slowly walked up to the altar, intending to take a closer look at the white stone. With each step Lu Ning took, a rune on the altar would light up, but under the reflection of the milky white stone, Lu Ning did not notice it. Finally, he arrived in front of the white stone. The aura it emitted actually made Lu Ning feel comfortable, and his soul seemed to calm down a bit. What exactly was this? Lu Ning felt that the life force that had been injected into him by the Empress Qing, under the influence of the aura of the white stone, seemed to be stirring. He reached out his hand, intending to touch the white stone, when suddenly the surrounding scenery changed. The carvings on the altar beneath him all emitted a dazzling light. Not good, he felt a dangerous aura coming from all directions, and Lu Ning prepared to retreat. However, his feet were as if nailed to the ground, unable to move even half a step. Suddenly, countless black long swords appeared in the void, their tips flickering with a dark light, all shooting towards Lu Ning. Fuck! Lu Ning cursed, realizing that it was too late to take out the big iron pot for defense. He could only fully unleash the power of the red underwear and activate the ancient Qing Tian and the eternal defense. The sound of breaking through the air could be heard as countless black swords rained down. However, to Lu Ning's horror, these black swords completely ignored his defense. The barrier formed by the fusion of green and white light was pierced through by the swords in less than half a minute, and the tips of the swords made intimate contact with Lu Ning's skin. Even the rebound force of the red underwear seemed to be ineffective in the face of extreme sharpness. The pain surged like a tide, and Lu Ning reluctantly summoned the iron pot. After the sound of clanging, the little turtle was pierced by the black swords and cried out in pain. The black aura emitted by these swords could even penetrate through the black pot and reach the little turtle's soul. "Looked, you damn thing! How did you provoke such a terrifying thing?" The little turtle spat at Lu Ning. "Tai Dan, what the hell is this thing? It can ignore defense." The black swords continued to shoot out from all directions without stopping, showing no intention of stopping until Lu Ning was dead. The little turtle searched through its memories and finally remembered seeing this thing in a previous great battle. "Looked, this is the fourth killing formation. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a Taoist who was unparalleled in swordsmanship. He wielded a sword called the Immortal Slayer, which was bathed in the blood of the great emperor from another realm. This Taoist had once created a killing formation, using the Immortal Slayer as the catalyst, which could unleash an endless stream of sword energy, causing severe injuries or death to anyone caught in the formation." Lu Ning was somewhat skeptical of the little turtle's words. "You say this is the fourth killing formation, but its power doesn't seem that great. We haven't died yet. Looked, you are ignorant and fearless." Even in the previous era, the old master would have had a lot of trouble dealing with the fourth killing formation. In fact, the fourth killing formation had once been famous in the previous era, killing countless strange creatures from other realms. However, the fourth killing formation that Lu Ning encountered was already a weakened version. Over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, this formation had lost its former power. The energy source that sustained it, the Immortal Slayer, had only a trace of sword energy left to keep the formation running. With the defense of the iron pot, Lu Ning was able to move his feet slightly. He found that within a radius of half a meter around the white stone, there was no sword energy coming towards him, so he slowly moved towards that direction. Finally, through persistent efforts, Lu Ning once again touched the white stone. The previous sword energy suddenly disappeared to Lu Ning's surprise. "Tai Dan, do you know what this is?" Lu Ning asked the little turtle, hoping that as a spirit that had lived for tens of thousands of years, it might know the purpose of the white stone. The little turtle jumped out and circled around the stone 3 times, then said uncertainly, "It looks like a life stone, but also not quite. It not only contains the aura of life, but also a soul aura that doesn't belong to this realm." In any case, this thing seemed to have a great attraction to the life force within Lu Ning's body. He began to sit cross-legged under the stone, intending to absorb it into his body. As the life force entered his body through his meridians, Lu Ning could clearly feel that the rotation of the Taiji diagram within him had accelerated. The rich aura of life was continuously drawn out, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort to Lu Ning's whole body. As the life force flowed away, the aura of life that had surrounded the surface of the white stone disappeared, but the aura of the soul hidden within it concealed a huge conspiracy. "Who dares to touch my treasure?" A deafening sound came from the end of the canyon, interrupting Lu Ning's absorption. Lu Ning looked up in confusion towards the direction of the canyon and saw dust flying and a large number of skeletal remains turning into powder, scattering in the air. "Lu Kid, be careful, something is coming," the little turtle warned, and Lu Ning had already noticed. The canyon was very deep and extremely narrow, with steep cliffs on both sides reaching the sky. At this moment, in the narrow space of the canyon, a huge skeleton appeared in front of Lu Ning. This skeleton seemed to have no signs of life, its flesh and blood had been eroded by time, but it still seemed to retain some vitality. Lu Ning, from a distance, felt a very strong aura emanating from the skeleton. The gust of wind caused by the skeleton startled Lu Ning, making him take a step back involuntarily. "Who are you? How dare you touch my treasure?" The skeleton stood in front of Lu Ning, its hollow eye sockets staring at him intently. It was a lifeless gaze, but enough to make Lu Ning feel oppressed and fearful. "What are you? Why are you here?" Lu Ning retorted. Instead of immediately answering Lu Ning's question, the skeleton emitted a powerful energy fluctuation that shook the entire canyon. Lu Ning felt himself being quickly drawn into this violent airflow. This is a terrifying existence. Lu Ning's mind was filled with uncertainty. The skeleton, on the other hand, seemed to be greatly interested in the human standing before it. Just then, the skeleton emitted a powerful aura, causing the air to become heavy. Lu Ning felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult. It felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on his body, and in an instant, he coughed up blood. Immediately after, the skeleton let out a deafening roar, causing the entire canyon to shake violently. The streams in the canyon surged and collided fiercely with the energy released by the skeleton, spreading in all directions. Seeing the skeleton charging towards him, Lu Ning took a deep breath, raised his right hand high, and activated his technique with all his might. With his gesture, a majestic force burst forth from within him. Eternal blue sky. Lu Ning shouted loudly, his fist, like steel, traced a long arc in the air, and then swept towards the skeleton. At the moment of the collision between the two powerful forces, the whole world seemed to freeze. But soon, the skeleton extended its enormous claws. A black energy shot out from its fingers and collided with the blue light emitted by Lu Ning. A tremendous energy storm instantly swept through the entire canyon. Sand and stones flew, fierce winds howled, and the powerful energy shockwaves pierced through the canyon, turning everything around into ruins. The skeleton raised its head and let out a strange roar, its entire frame flickering with white light. At this moment, Lu Ning also felt his power gradually depleting. Looking at the skeleton flickering with white light, he finally understood that this thing was not something ordinary. Lu Ning turned and ran, chaos filled the canyon, and the skeleton's energy continued to be released. Suddenly, under the influence of the skeleton's aura, all the patterns on the altar in the canyon lit up. A huge white barrier began to descend, sealing off the entire sky above the canyon. And from the ground around Lu Ning, skeletal claws suddenly emerged, clawing their way out of the earth. A skull suddenly appeared under Lu Ning's feet, causing him to feel a tremor. He lifted his foot and saw a pale skull, which startled him. Seeing thousands of skulls appearing densely around him, Lu Ning understood that he was in trouble this time. Even if he managed to break through, he might not be able to escape the canyon. At this moment, Zhang Yuyan, the master of the Illusion Spirit sect, has already received the disciples' report. She stands above the canyon, carefully sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from within, feeling a sense of danger in her heart. It seems that Lu Ning has alarmed that presence. The presence mentioned by Zhang Yuyan refers to this huge skeleton. The reason why the Illusion Spirit sect was established here is actually closely related to this skeleton. 30,000 years ago, the founder of the Illusion Spirit sect was also an ancient powerhouse. During that period, the spiritual energy on the continent was still abundant, and this powerhouse planned to establish a sect. He traveled throughout the 9 provinces and eventually chose this place to establish the sect. The reason is that the spiritual energy here is more abundant than the outside world. However, when he discovered this canyon, he once went down to explore and naturally encountered this skeleton. In the battle with the skeleton, the Illusion Spirit sect powerhouse was defeated and was about to be killed when the skeleton forcibly made a contract with him. The agreement was that every 100 years, the Illusion Spirit sect needed to throw 100 beast corpses into the valley for sacrifice. At the same time, every master of the Illusion Spirit sect must be buried on the cliff after death. In fact, this is a conspiracy of the skeleton. It fell here after the previous era's Great War, and the formation of the canyon was caused by being split open by a blow from a great emperor during a battle. After the skeleton was thrown into the canyon, it didn't have much time left. All the blue crystals it carried shattered, resulting in the abundant spiritual energy within the canyon. It barely survived, setting up a soul-locking array in the canyon, and relying on absorbing the spiritual energy from the successive masters of the Illusion Spirit sect. It has survived in another form until now. On the altar, the white stone is the eye of the soul-locking array. The life force contained in the stone is what was stripped from the successive masters of the Illusion Spirit sect. The powerhouse of the Illusion Spirit sect also proposed a condition, which is that the skeleton cannot harm the living disciples of the Illusion Spirit sect. At the same time, when the Illusion Spirit sect encounters a disaster, the skeleton must take action. According to historical records, during the United Sect battle 10,000 years ago, the West River Miao tribe led 1 million cultivators in an attempt to occupy the Illusion Spirit sect's mountain gate. However, in the midst of the fierce battle, a huge bone seed emerged from the clouds. With just one strike, it reversed the entire war. Since then, the canyon has become a forbidden place for the entire Illusion Spirit sect, and each successive master has been terrified. In the valley, the many skeletons summoned by the skeleton have completely surrounded Lu Ning. The sound of metal friction rings out. "Who are you? There's a scent about you that I dislike." Lu Ning stands there, not daring to move at all, because these skeletons were once fierce birds and beasts, as well as the successive masters of the Illusion Spirit sect. Although they no longer have flesh and blood, their fighting instincts remain in their bones. At this moment, they are watching intently, ready to strike. "Lord Skeleton, I just got lost and accidentally fell down here." Lu Ning cautiously speaks up. He. The skeleton suddenly laughs, knowing that Lu Ning won't tell the truth. With a command, all the skeletons rushed towards Lu Ning like a tide. Lu Ning activates the Taiji diagram with all his strength, forcing the green and white lights to separate from his body. What is your relationship with the green lady? The skeleton suddenly stops its attack, recognizing that the white light is the technique of the eternal void passed down for thousands of years. The green lady empress, I am her successor. The skeleton looks at Lu Ning in disbelief and sighs after a long time. Since you are a disciple of an old friend, you may leave. Who are you exactly? Why have you become like this now? He, who I am is not important. If you don't leave, then stay with me. In the end, guided by the skeleton, Lu Ning leaves the canyon through a cave entrance, but he is already thousands of miles away from the illusion spirit sect. Lu Ning secretly vowed that when he had the chance, he would definitely go back to the canyon to explore further, because this powerful skeleton seemed to know some past history. The cold wind blew on Lu Ning's face, and at this moment, he only had one thought: it's good to be alive. He randomly found a large rock to sit on, and his mind sank into his inner space. He found that the 3 live stone inside his body appeared above the Taiji diagram, and as the Taiji diagram rotated, it also turned little by little. Lu Ning glanced at the toad again. After absorbing a large amount of energy, it continued to sleep. According to what the toad had said before, after the soul split into 3 parts, Lu Ning needed to transfer the Taiji diagram inside his body to another body. In this way, even if the red, strange, and violent attacks, Lu Ning could escape unscathed with his clone. As soon as he thought of it, Lu Ning activated the ancient Qing Tian technique and the Eternal Void secret technique. The green light and the white light transformed into 2 small hands respectively, and began to fall on the Taiji diagram, attempting to peel off the red, strange presence on it. However, Lu Ning's actions seemed to anger the entire Taiji diagram, and a terrifying aura burst open inside his body. Lu Ning immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and the green light and the white light disappeared in an instant. Since he couldn't separate it individually, Lu Ning planned to transfer the entire Taiji diagram to another body. He adjusted his breath for a moment, and then slowly urged the Taiji diagram to move, gradually approaching the direction of the 3 live stone. How could the Taiji diagram easily leave after staying in the Dantian for a long time? Waves of heart-wrenching pain came, and Lu Ning once again experienced the pain he had felt before. Fortunately, with the protection of the life aura provided by the Empress Qing, although Lu Ning was injured, it did not worsen. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the Taiji diagram finally touched the 3 live stone slowly. Perhaps it was because the other Lu Ning had the same soul and aura as him, and there were no obstacles, so the Taiji diagram immediately rushed into the Dantian after contacting the other Lu Ning's body. Lu Ning let out a long breath. The biggest trouble was finally resolved. However, this 3 live stone could not be carried all the time, because the toad had said so. The main body and the clone needed to maintain a sufficient distance, otherwise if something happened to the clone, the main body would also be seriously injured. Everything in the spacetime continuum could only minimize the impact if they were far enough apart. This was an eternal truth. Where should he put the 3 live stone? Lu Ning brought up the system and began to search the map of the entire continent. He wanted to find a place far enough away and rarely visited by people. The Arctic? Lu Ning considered it for a moment. After all, he had been there once and could be considered familiar with the place. However, Lu Ning shook his head after a while, because the Empress Qing's cave had already disappeared from that place, and the Nining Soul Lotus transformed by Qing Xue had also been destroyed by him. Who knows what other changes might occur in that place in the future? When humans gather there and discover the 3 live stone, won't they consider Lu Ning a monster? After all, how could a human have 3 identical bodies? By then, he would probably be taken by major families and countries as an experimental subject, dissected and studied. Continuing to search on the map, Lu Ning suddenly found a place that seemed suitable, which was the Tianyun secret realm he had entered before. In that place, the people of this world had no contact with them, ensuring that they would not be discovered. Without staying too long, Lu Ning planned to first find the Lord of Kunlun, because only she could open the Tianyun secret realm. After confirming the direction, Lu Ning began to move towards the direction of Kunlun in the densely thorny jungle. The Miao people in western Xinjiang were separated from Daxia by 100,000 mountains, but Lu Ning was speeding all the way. But it took more than half a month before any signs of human activity were seen. When he was hungry, he ate wild fruits, and when he was thirsty, he drank from mountain springs. However, after leaving the mountains, his clothes were already tattered and torn from being scratched by thorns. Seeing a restaurant, Lu Ning planned to go in and have a meal, and also see if he could find some new clothes to wear. As soon as he entered the restaurant, the waiter looked at Lu Ning with disdain, as if wondering where this beggar came from. "Hello, beggars should go outside, this is a place for customers to eat." Suppressing his annoyance, the staff still kindly reminded Lu Ning. Being mistaken for a beggar, Lu Ning was somewhat surprised. When he saw his clothes, he couldn't help but laugh. Life is so realistic, he never expected that one day he, a powerful awakened being in the universe, would be mistaken for a beggar. Lu Ning didn't say anything. He searched inside his spatial ring and found that he didn't have a single penny. In fact, Lu Ning never had the opportunity to bring money with him from the beginning. And at this moment, the toad was still asleep. Where could he go to get money? At this time, a series of coughs came from the private room upstairs in the restaurant, and Lu Ning thought of a good idea. He deliberately said loudly, "I am a wandering sorcerer who travels the world. All the difficult problems in the world can be solved by me." The staff looked at Lu Ning as if he were a fool, almost reaching out to drive him away. Unexpectedly, after Lu Ning finished speaking, an old voice came from the private room. "Young man, can you come in for a chat?" Immediately after, a well-dressed girl came down from the private room upstairs and took small steps to stand in front of Lu Ning. My grandfather wants you to come up." The girl had never seen anyone as messy as Lu Ning. Although there was some disdain in her eyes, she seemed to be curious about Lu Ning's appearance. Lu Ning stood up and let the girl lead the way, following behind her. In the disbelieving gaze of the staff, they went straight upstairs. After entering the private room, Lu Ning found a huge round table with 8 old men sitting around it. One of them had a pale and sickly complexion and coughed from time to time. "Young man, you're here." But when these people saw Lu Ning's appearance, they were all confused. "You say you're a wandering sorcerer, and your appearance does resemble that? Where did this beggar come from? Making a fuss. If you don't have any real skills, you won't be able to leave this place today. Don't be rude. Young man, please sit down. Can you help me with my old illness?" The pale-faced old man had someone bring a chair for Lu Ning and gestured for him to sit beside him. In fact, they were gathering here today to discuss the succession of the next leader. These people were the influential figures of the famous business association, the Jiangyun Business Association, in the Great Xia. The sick old man's name was Chung Feng, and with the current medical technology, he didn't have much time left. Just now, when he heard Lu Ning's words outside, he invited Lu Ning up with a try-it-out attitude. However, what people didn't expect was that in the bewildered and angry gazes of these people, Lu Ning actually started eating and drinking. Where did this ruffian come from? Just here to eat and drink for free. Someone, throw him out. Seeing Lu Ning's behavior, Chung Feng couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. "Young man, you." Before Chung Feng could finish his sentence, Lu Ning interrupted, "Wait a moment, you won't die in the next moment. Wait until I'm full, and I guarantee you'll be lively and energetic." In fact, Lu Ning had already figured out what illness Chung Feng had. Severe coughing, pale face like paper, and sitting there with cold sweat on his forehead. It indicated that he was enduring immense pain. Lu Ning basically filled his stomach and calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Young friend, can you treat me now?" Lu Ning nodded, then asked the old man's granddaughter, Cheng Xian, to go out and buy him a new outfit, of course, with her own money. Cheng Xian pouted, but in the end, she nodded under her grandfather's gaze and calmly went downstairs. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Ning conjured up a pill out of thin air, which was a heart-protecting pill taken from the spatial ring. Previously, when Lu Ning was refining the 3 live stone, the toad from the system took out various pills in a pile. This heart-protecting pill was one of them, dropped into the spatial ring among the ordinary pills. It may be called ordinary, but that's only in comparison to ordinary people. You should know that the things in the system are all extraordinary treasures, rare in the previous era. If the toad wasn't asleep, seeing Lu Ning being so extravagant, it would definitely spit toad fluid in his face. "Come, open your mouth, this is a heart-protecting pill. It will make you full of vitality when you take it." Lu Ning's words greatly boosted Chung Feng's confidence because he never expected that with just one glance, Lu Ning could diagnose his illness. In fact, Chung Feng has always had a congenital heart problem, but after treatment, he hasn't had an attack for decades. However, during the last fever epidemic, Chung Feng's heart condition suddenly worsened, and it was too late to go to the hospital. At this moment, he relied on his wealth to purchase a large number of heart-protecting treasures, such as thousand-year ginseng and Tian Shan snow lotus. However, these things only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. In fact, the reason why Lu Ning could recognize Cheng Feng's heart disease at a glance was thanks to the Book of Strange Flowers and Rare Herbs. It recorded that symptoms such as pale face, bitter taste in the mouth, vomiting blood, coughing, and sitting still while sweating are typical of heart problems. Just as the old man was about to swallow the pill, others stopped him one after another. "Old Chang, you can't. We don't know where this person comes from. Old Chang, you can't. He might be sent by another business association to harm you." Listening to these people, Lu Ning raised his head and smiled meaningfully at them. For some reason, when these people faced Lu Ning's smile, they all closed their mouths one by one. Young friend, no matter if you succeed or not, I believe in you. Even if you are a bad person, I accept it. Luning couldn't help but give a thumbs up secretly. Cheng Feng, a business tycoon, truly had some courage and boldness. Under the gaze of everyone, Cheng Feng asked the waiter to bring a cup of tea and prepared to take the pill, but Luning stopped him. You should take it with alcohol, it will take effect faster. Luning finished his sentence, unexpectedly attracting sharp gazes from the crowd. Cheng Xin came back, still holding 2 bags in her hands. What did you say? Don't you know that my grandfather doesn't drink? He can't drink alcohol because of his illness. Luning ignored Cheng Xian and turned his head to look at Cheng Feng again. Hearing Luning's words, Cheng Feng also felt uncomfortable. Who among those present didn't know that he didn't have much time left? If he drank alcohol again, it could directly cost him his life. Then, Luning took a wine glass and directly put the pill in it. The pill dissolved in the wine, emitting a special fragrance. Luning handed the wine glass to Cheng Feng, indicating for him to drink it. Cheng Xian, in a hurry, tried to grab the wine glass from Luning's hand but was hit by a force and almost fell to the ground. Looking at the green liquid in the wine glass, Cheng Feng was momentarily lost in thought, then closed his eyes and said, Forget it, forget it. He lifted the wine glass and drank it all at once. What followed was Cheng Feng's violent coughing, the kind that made it hard for him to catch his breath. Luning stopped everyone who tried to approach him. He activated a bit of the ancient Qingtian power, emitting a terrifying aura. He helped Cheng Feng to his seat and tapped his back 3 times. Suddenly, a dark red blood spurted onto the table. You killed Chang Lao? Someone, call the police. Kid, who are you? Why did you harm Chang Lao? Everyone was at a loss, especially Cheng Xian, who kicked towards Luning's groin. If her kick landed solidly, it would have been a big blow to Luning. However, Luning knew he had the protection of the bitter tea child, but he couldn't rebound Cheng Xian at this moment. With her weak body, a triple rebound would have cost her a leg. Helplessly, Luning activated the ancient Qingtian power again, using a gentle green light to push everyone away. The restaurant owner heard the commotion and rushed over, shocked by what he saw. He couldn't afford to offend any of these people. At that moment, police sirens sounded outside. 3 police cars with a total of 15 officers arrived at the scene. The police were also taken aback when they saw Chang Lao, knowing his influence in the area. Chang Lao, what are you doing here? Who did this? How dare they harm Chang Lao? Quick, call an ambulance and take Chang Lao to the hospital. 2 police officers tried to approach but were blocked by Luning's green light. They stood in place, unable to move. What have you done? Surrender now, or I'll shoot. One police officer aimed his gun in Luning's direction. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Cheng Feng coughed and raised his head. His complexion no longer resembled that of a terminally ill old man. Stop, young friend. Thank you for saving my life. Cheng Feng's voice sounded like a bell, far from that of a 70-year-old. Grandfather, you're really better. Cheng Xian was the first to react. With Cheng Feng's recovery, Luning dispelled the ancient Qingtian power, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly. Young friend, I can never repay you for saving my life. Do you have any requests within my power? I will fulfill them. Luning shook his head and said, Let's not talk about repayment for now. All of you, leave and let me change my clothes. Cheng Feng stood up first, and the others felt it was inappropriate to stay any longer. Cheng Xian was the last to leave, giving Luning a deep look before closing the door. After Luning left the room, Cheng Feng expressed his desire to talk to him. Luning, have you ever thought about joining our business association and marrying my daughter Cheng Xian as a way to repay you for saving my life? After experiencing so much, Luning had grown tired of society and decided to live a peaceful life with Cheng Xian, starting a family together. Shortly after, Luning and Cheng Xian became husband and wife. Cheng Feng wanted to publicize it, but Luning refused. If they did, the world would go crazy. In the following years, Luning took over Cheng Feng's responsibilities and became the new president of the business association. He and Cheng Xian had a son and a daughter, living a peaceful life away from worldly conflicts.